All right. Is the audio okay or no? But yeah, I can do all kinds of voices. I mean, honestly, this really isn't. I don't know. It's most basically the most normal, regular voice that I use, but I don't even think I kind of remember how I would have talked in the first place. And oddly enough, when I sing, it sounds completely different. I mean, depending on how I'm singing, actually, and everything. So, if you ever heard of a band like okay, how do I put it? When I learned how to sing by myself, I tried to sing similar to the guy from Shinedown, Brent Smith. But I know my voice isn't that deep, of course. So it was like I tried to get as close as I possibly can. What's up? Like I said, I got new people coming up, showed up or whatever. I didn't know why. People just want to talk. I don't know. Whatever. As I said, it's an open thing or whatever. I'm just gonna do like a rant and some shit. Cause I'm trolls. That's what I fucking do. How's everybody doing tonight? Sorry, I'm late. Cause fucking Rudy. I'm gonna kick him in his fat fucking head. And then last night, fucking, I got detained by ICE. And then tonight, fucking Nicole was laughing at me. I'm like, what? Are you fucking laughing at me? That's rude, Nicole. But I do apologize. I got to work on my Christian voice. I was trying to do it in the last live that was messing up. Hello, kitties. I got to work on the laugh. That's the most important part. I'm pretty sure I know who that person is. So, yeah. How is everybody doing tonight? It might just end up being only us. It's okay, though. It's probably better that way. There's a lot of people around these parts that kind of want my head on a platter. I was telling some people recently about all the shit that happened because of Delphi and stuff concerning me and stuff. But I don't honestly think they actually believe me about all that. Like, oh man, if you had just been around when all the shit was happening, damn. I had like channels, they were doxing me. Like, they posted my information, my mug shots, they had everything on them. It was a good old time. Of course, you're listening. I know. You're always you're a nice stalker, TJ. So it's okay. But yeah, you need to come on the show. You need to talk about the guy and the guy. If I got to talk about the guy that I met, you got to talk about the guy you met. It's only fair. And are you sure to become the creator yet? I mean, I see you making videos to like cause trouble with other people, which I'm completely down with, by the way. You know me, nothing more I love than some good old drama. Yeah, okay. The whole thing started, well, for this episode or whatever it is in the series, I guess. I'm just gonna start talking about shit that doesn't make no goddamn sense to me. They don't arrest you; they detain you. I'm like motherfucker. And what's fucked up was okay. The dude that they detained, that they still got my boy Jaime, but I call him Jimmy. Um, the only charge that motherfucker has between here and Mexico is an open container charge. That's a motherfucking misdemeanor. And he already served his time on that. So they're doing all this bullshit for fucking nothing. And what pissed me off more is fucking I ain't gonna complain about the sheriff's department because the sheriff's department was actually acting decent. But one cop, two cop, they all fucking yeah, it's all the same shit to me. They're all fucking pigs, they're all pieces of shit. But these motherfuckers from Texas though, I didn't know this happened because my sister, my oldest sister, that cunt, she took back off to Mexico like 4 days ago, right? And I couldn't. I was like, that's weird. Usually they kind of let us know in advance that they're heading back for whatever reason because I don't give a fuck. Well, my mom will let me know or whatever. I'm like, I don't fucking care. And they just out of nowhere, they're like, "Oh, we're heading back today." I'm like, "Huh?" And then I hear after all this shit last night, they're like, or actually kind of during, they're like, Donald Trump has sent orders to 2,000 members of the Texas Border Patrol, federal agents, aka and ICE, to come here to Florida to fucking start rounding up the really bad immigrants. And I'm like, the really bad immigrants? You mean like the ones that got caught with a fucking open beer, right? In public? Because I just watched 60 y'all motherfuckers slam that dude's head on the fucking car roof and everything else 4 fucking times. And I had one on me, and I looked over at him. I'm like, go for it, bro. Just fucking go for it. I'm begging you right now. First, I'll have your job. Then I'll have your lawsuit and everything you fucking own. And then I'm going to come after your ass from my fucking family just to see what the fuck's up. We'll see how much you enjoy being a little fucking dick face. What are you talking about, man? I'm like, go ahead. Slam my head into the fucking car. Run my name. See if you but run my name first. Run it real quick. I guarantee you, when you after you do that, you ain't gonna do shit to me. 5 minutes later, he stopped talking to me and they uncuffed me. I'm like, motherfucker. I'm from a very conflicted family. It's like my family's 3 parts. Was it 3 parts? I guess 3 parts. And that's German, Irish, and Native American. And Irish and Native American kind of go hand in hand, basically, because of one side of the family, and then my other side of the family are completely fucking German because we came here during fucking. That's not what it's about, dude. They were okay. There's like a road, 2 or 3 roads down from my house, and they were like, "Oh yeah, you can take your little friends on Stewart." I'm like, "Do I look like I fucking go on Stewart, motherfucker? What is it? Every Chicano or whatever? That's 3, 4, 5 streets down the road or whatever. I have to know now." I said, "For one, no, yeah, obviously I'm American. Uh, I think the only language I kind of speak other than Drunkenese and Pig Latin is quite a bit of Japanese. So it's like, nah, nah, yeah, I can understand a lot of Spanish, but I'm really bad at trying to talk. Yeah, I just can't do it. And yeah, I've tried. I can sit there and hear somebody say it and understand most of what they're saying enough to where I can respond. But yeah, no, they were after the dude that was in the truck with me, which is Jaime. Other than him seeing him right around the block on a bicycle or whatever, I'm just wondering, like, dude, I know this dude. I've known this dude for well over 10, 15 years. I'm like, he's got one charge in the United States, and he would have told me if he has anything in Mexico. And he's got an open container charge, and that was like 8, 9 years ago. Oh yeah, it happens all the time here when they do this kind of shit. Rudy's brother, Juan or whatever, fucking was detained about a year and a half ago. And he has a green card and shit. They don't care if they have suspicion. That's all it takes. That's all it fucking takes. And like I said, I wasn't arrested. I was put in handcuffs, and I would have was put in custody and all this other shit. But obviously, I'm an American, so I was released after like hours, and I'd still be probably locked up if I hadn't used the words "Go ahead, run my fucking name, run my name," because that's probably the only thing that I got going for me that it kept me from being still held in custody. Because they could have held me for 48 hours. That is the law. They can actually hold you without charging you for 48 hours, and that's called detainment. After 9/11, actually, they can do it for 72 hours. And then finally that changed back. Now it's 48 hours again. And because thankfully, even though I have a lot of fucking criminals in my family, because the Native American side are all crazy fucks. So, yeah, they're all criminals. The Irish side of me also are all fucking criminals. I'm not even gonna get into that shit. Yeah, that's oh boy, kind of unbelievable. No, Jaime, Jimmy. I swear to God, you want me to bring him on here when he gets out? At least I hope he gets out. No, Sarah, it's his white girl's boyfriend. He lives in the trailer park near here. His name is Jimmy. Okay, I thought Trump only sent them here. No, they literally took Jimmy into custody. But I'm hoping, and from what I know at least, I don't know how it pertains to Mexico charges and if he has any there or whatever. But the only charges he has here, Sarah told me, was an open container. Uh, well, yeah, no, that's what's worse about it. Okay, Native American side criminals because they're insane, straight up insane. Irish, straight up insane, connected to the Irish mafia and all this other shit. Um, and then there's the my dad's family who came here right before World War II because Hitler started rolling through Germany and they were like, yeah, fuck you, bro, we're out. So my great grandpa came here in 1934, I think. And then when my grandpa turned 15 years old after Pearl Harbor, he lied, said he was his older brother, and joined the Navy to go after the fucking Nazis and shit. I see. I thought it was just Florida because they said 2,000 agents, and I'm like, well, 2,000. That's not that many, so maybe that's just Florida. But that's the number I've been hearing and everything else. Because I don't watch the news personally. I don't. Ain't nothing but negative shit on there. And but these guys were different. They had two badges and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like they were still dressed kind of like the Lee County Sheriff's Department where I'm at. But they had one badge on one side of their vest and shit, and then they had another badge on the other side. And the one badge said the Lee County Sheriff's Department and stuff, and then the other badge said Border Patrol and federal agent shit or something like that. And these guys were oh, I heard. Okay, I did hear about that from Nicole. Yeah, because she's a truck driver, and her husband's a truck driver too. But yeah, she did tell me about that. Um, these guys were assholes. Oh man, I ain't seen cops that bad in a long fucking time. No joke. They were slamming him on the fucking like. I know the law myself, and even if you're an immigrant here, you still have the right to remain silent and all that other shit, right? You remember memorandum rights and all that shit, or Miranda rights, or whatever the fuck it's called, is still legal whether you're an immigrant or not. Uh, the only thing that you are required to do to law enforcement when taken into custody is identify yourself. He told him his real name, first and last, and everything was fine, but he wouldn't talk at all after that. And I'm looking at him, I'm like, that's a smart motherfucker. He's been listening. And he wouldn't saying shit, but I guess they didn't like it that he kept his head held up a little too high. That's at least my own personal judgment. Maybe they're just doing that to everybody. But they literally slammed his head into the top of the car door or the roof of the cop car or whatever. Not badly enough to leave marks or anything, but they fucking did slam it. No, it's true. We're still waiting right now to hear if he's going to be released from custody right now. This happened last night, about an hour or so before I was supposed to go live. Um, like I said, they got 48 hours. That's what the lawyer told us that we called today. Um, hopefully, I don't have to retain it because that shit's expensive. Yeah, they slammed his head into a fucking the thing. I only saw it one time. Sarah, his girlfriend, said she saw it happen like 4 times. But she was she's kind of being all crazy and shit about it, which I get. If the person you love is being slammed around by fucking ice and everything else, it wasn't normal at all. They was dressed up like fucking damn near SWAT and shit, tactical gear, and there was 6 cop cars. 4 or 5 of them were the county sheriffs here, but then, or no, I think it was 4 of them were the county sheriffs. Then the last 2 were fucking blacked out fucking SUV type things that didn't have no ice markings or anything like that. It just was fucking unmarked. but they had the lights on the inside and stuff rather than the shit on the outside. And it's not like we were doing it. We had already gone to work. We finished for the day. We were already back at the house. They asked me to give them the ride to the store. I figured I still had over an hour left of time before the live or whatever. So I was like, cool, we're going to go up to the Circle K, which is right there in Orange River. It's probably like less than a mile away. And the second I pulled out, which I didn't know it at the time, I was being followed by one of those fucking black SUV thingies. And I think it's because of fucking Rudy and them that I'm being followed now. Which, hey, if they want to play that game, that we can play that game. Uh, as I was saying, other than the cool Navy shit and everything else, my grandfather and all that did fucking my his his daughter, my dad's sister, which he's got 12 fucking siblings, believe it or not. Because my grandpa was hippity dippity, you know what I'm saying? Bam, bam, bam. Yeah, catch my drift, basically. Once he killed fucking Nazis and shit and got back and killed the Japs and stuff, I guess he went to town because he had like 13 kids. And one of them, his daughter, Gwen, which is my dad's sister, married a guy by the name of Blackwell, which technically I'm only married to him or related to him by fucking marriage. But Blackwell around here is the like if a judge could be considered famous that's not on TV or something like that, which is kind of weird. I mean, that would be like a conflict of interest, wouldn't it? Because my relative was the same one who oversaw and was the judge at the Hog Trail murders trial. Judge Blackwell is related to me. I was a witness. One of the victims is my cousin, but it's not from the Blackwell side of the family. It's from my mom's side of the family. Would that still be considered a conflict? But it's all. He's not related to me by blood, but my cousin was. But he oversaw the conviction of Daniel Conahan. Yeah, it's kind of weird. I always thought that was weird. I'm like, because around here he's still alive, but he's old as shit now. He's like the most well beloved judge in this fucking area, and yeah, he was pretty cool dude. Well, is a cool dude. I'm pretty sure he's like got Alzheimer's and shit now. So yeah, that was the plan. I'm supposed to take him up to the Circle K or whatever and give him a ride back. And I figured it wasn't such a big deal, but it whatnot since he had helped me work all day and stuff. So, and out of nowhere, all this shit went down. That is when I learned about the 2000 ICE agents and all this other crap, which once again I thought was just in Florida, but now I guess I'm hearing that it's elsewhere. But yeah, these they had specific individual ones that came from Texas, and then they had ones that were dual for the Lee County Sheriff's Department and the federal fucking border agents too. They had like dual shields and or not shields, but badges and stuff. But the real douchebaggy ones were the ones that came from Texas. Not really. Oddly enough, I've had worse run-ins with the police for less. Yeah. You ever almost being murdered by cops for doing repairs on your own house? I have. And yes, I know I have a lot of stories. I know they sound fucking epically crazy and hard to believe. I've got like newspaper articles and actual written evidence, paperwork to the courts. And everything I've said actually has a ton of evidence that goes right along with it. Witnesses, the whole nine yards. The day that I'm talking about, did they have their head covered? The ice guy? No, not that I know of. It's not like they were like undercover or anything like that. They just the vehicle was unmarked. I don't. I think that's why they're being all hidey tidy with their power and shit. Is because Trump authorized that power recently. I don't know if border agents are supposed to. They were treating us like we're fucking cartel members, basically. Which in my case, I guess technically, and yeah, there was another part of my family I forgot. See, my sisters are married. I got four sisters. Um, Either they were or still now all married to Mexican guys. Oddly enough, these ones didn't. They were like the douchiest of the douchey. I've never met the douchey of a cop, but I met a lot of cops, and a lot of them were douchey. This was an exceedingly large amount of douchey. Seriously, and they had these accents and shit. And I think the sheriffs, even though they're working together, even the sheriffs didn't like them because half the deputies that were with them were Hispanic, and you could just tell, like, no, but in my mind, I feel like it was a whole bad cop, good cop kind of thing because the sheriffs are all like acting like, oh, we don't like it, we don't like what they're doing, this, that, and the other, because we're Hispanic, and our family had to come here sometime, and da, da, da. But at the same time, I'm like, shut the fuck up, a pig's a pig. You're a pig. You're all pigs, right? Right. Oh no, okay, okay. I will tell you, I'm not much to lie. You know me. I'm a fucking open dumbass. I say what I have to, whether it sounds great or not. It's usually the truth that comes out. Um, we are all connected to. Well, I mean, okay. Do I even need to remind you literally of each section of my family of what they came from? Yes, we like to talk about the Germans because they're the good ones. Uh, Oddly enough, I'm related to. Yeah, this is the part you're not going to believe. Okay, we'll start with the good ones. Okay, as I said, the Blackwells around here, I'm related to. Um, the German side of my family is last name Godwin, Godwin. It sounds like it's not as uncommon as a name you would think, but the specific branch or whatever that I come from actually has a Wikipedia page and everything to it. So if anybody wants to verify what I'm saying, it's right on Wikipedia. We have a line of our family that came from around the times of the Vikings. Actually, before that. But yeah, I can't stand fucking pigs. I hate fucking pigs. In my family, when since well, yeah, the IRA, the Native Americans, they don't like them. The Germans, yeah, they're well. See, that's the problem. The German side of my family is like cops and judges, and even a few politicians. And oddly enough, I know that you're going to find this crazy. Um, there's a reason why I'm named Charles. I think I've still already told some of y'all, but yeah, Wikipedia can verify everything that I'm saying, or you can just look it up through other means as well. Um, on my dad's side of the family, the German side, it's very common for either middle names or first names of men to be named Charles. My grandfather was named Charles. My father's middle name was Charles. My name is Charles. My distant cousin is named Charles, but y'all would call him King Charles of England. I know, I know, but trust me, it won't help you in anything. It won't help your credit rating. It won't. They're not going to send people to come after you to help if you get in trouble or something like that. But yeah, I know that sounds crazy, but if I could just run to the page and whatnot and show y'all, it'd be like kind of. Apparently, when it went from the Vikings and the Vikings started to, I guess, help they the fools back in England. I think this would have been like the 12th century or some shit. Yeah, yeah. Isn't it ironic? I'm literally like fucking related to your leader. Isn't that hilarious? I have no idea. I've never spoken to him, but yeah. Apparently, the Queen Mother was also a relative to. But the royal family from the United Kingdom that's there now originated in Germany, and the name Godwin comes from Harold Godwin the First, King of England, from I think that was about the 13th century or some shit, and his son Harold the Second. Those are both relatives, and then Charles now and the Queen. So that had been, I guess, four. And then I think there's a couple other kings, but that might have been just Germany or something like that. I have no idea. But my grandma used to make a big deal out of it because she came straight from Germany and shit. But we really didn't care. I just always felt figured he killed like Diana or something and blah 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 blah. So I was always the whole big old conspiracy thing about the royal family and shit. But yeah, that's the good side of my family. The only good side. Of course, I call that the bad side of my family. The Native American side, right away, meshed in. My grandmother was half Cherokee Indian, half Seminole Indian. Since once again, I'm from Florida, and crazier than a fucking hoot, man. She was nuts as shit. Like, I'm not even gonna go into that because it's a lot of fucked up stuff. Uh, but yeah, my grandmother was full blooded Native American. My grandfather was full blooded Irish, straight up NRA, the whole IRA, whatever the fuck it's called and stuff. So I'm pretty sure they had some severe mental instability on the Irish side. The Native American side was crazier than shit. The only not crazy female in my family that I know of my immediate family, is my mother. Every single one of my sisters are fucking batshit crazy. Every one of them. Um, I'd like to blame the Native American blood, but who the fuck knows? It just might be crazy for another reason. Now, my mom's brothers. Now, she wasn't when she married my dad. She became Godwin, but before that, she went. Her last name, her maiden name was Childers, which many reasons. That's a very. That's why I told the ICE members they might want to just run my name just in case, because it's one of the immediate things that'll first pop up when you scan my name in their system. It's going to come up with specific members of my family, and that includes Judge Blackwell and da 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 da. But that also includes Jimmy and whatnot, Childers and stuff. Now, Jimmy, okay, first I got to start this right. Um, my mom's brother, but before that, my mom's dad, like I said, used to run with the Irish Republican Army and stuff, but over here in America. Back when I forget what it's called, the Troubles or some shit. I'm trying to remember what it was damn well called. This back when all the bombings, like the song "Zombie" and shit's about. Yeah, that stuff. Um, my grandfather was somehow involved in that. I don't know how, but he also was. I'm going to say affiliated, but probably more than that, with the Dixie Mafia, and his brothers probably might have been too. I mean, I don't know them. They were dead before I was born. I don't know. But from the Dixie Mafia, members kind of got old, went to jail, prison and shit for a long ass time. If you don't know who the Dixie Mafia is, boy, that's a whole other big ass story. But his sons, which are my mom's brothers and other members, created what is known as or helps create. I'm going to make that well known because there's many members that did this. Um, some didn't come from the Dixie Mafia, some did. They helped create the Outlaws Biker Gang, which, if you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. It's a biker gang that started in Florida and has moved through predominantly on the east coast of the United States and a lot of states, including massively in Indiana and stuff. It was basically they're one of the controlling factions of that area. You'll hear about Indiana a lot, even though I've never been there because of the case we were all just working on before this. Um, they also helped form the Renegades, which is another motorcycle club. These are outlaw biker gangs. I think they're called the 1% or whatever. Because there's a lot of good people that ride motorcycles and this and that and the other, and they don't do any bad things. But then there's these guys, and they do. The guys that my sister's married, since I already told you about the Dixie Mafia, because that's just a South thing. If you're a criminal and you're in the South, it's kind of goes hands in hand, depending on how violent and everything else you are. And as I said, my family's a fucking bunch of Looney Tunes. So, my sister's husbands and ex-husbands all either worked for branches of the Latin Kings and the Mexican Mafia. Most importantly, in this situation, would have been the ones that actually worked for the Mexican Mafia, because the Mexican Mafia, at least was, I'm not sure if it is anymore, is another branch of what you would call the Sinaloa cartel, which are having a bit of a trouble lately, but they are still the most powerful cartel in Mexico. All right, the Irish. Oddly enough, we don't have any Native Americans around really too much anymore. So, other than being attached to all of us, they've been basically being good. So, opening casinos, shit like that. Yeah, I used to get casino money, but then they gave us an option that they would either pay for my college tuition, which I was going to be going to the University of Florida. I think the full tuition of at least 4 years would have been about, including the room and board and all that other shit, probably like 300 and something $1,000. So it was that, or I continued getting my monthly payments, and I went to college instead. The reason I bring up the outlaws or whatnot, because in the last case that we worked in Indiana, I mean, I'm not even going to talk about Idaho because I guess technically that would be the last case. But yeah, didn't have to really do anything, just figure some shit out in Idaho. For one reason or another, I actually had to use some of my cousins stuff that are outlaws in Indiana. I'm not going to get into why. If you know me long enough by now, you already know. So I don't have to keep talking about it. I don't like talking about it. I have friends that I'm trying to keep on the low, and I'm going to make sure they stay on the low. Uh, Somehow, again, recently, I'm hearing their names or people thinking they know who they are popping up, and I'm getting pissed off. I'm going to go get arrested in Indiana so I can go slap the shit out of Noe. Yeah. Obviously, I'm being sarcastic. I don't want to go to jail. I am not actually, I mean, I mean, you can kind of call me a criminal, kind of not call me a criminal. Once you've been in a family like this for that long, you basically have the mentality of a criminal no matter what you do. Um, there was a group I joined when I came to this case that was mentioned in the court documents, in the court trial of everything of Richard Allen and stuff. I used to call them a bunch of church kids. I still call them a bunch of church kids. They're getting better at it, though. I'll tell you that much. Just they got to work on it. They're just not what's the word I'm looking for? Ruthless enough. You know what I'm saying? But as this rate was supposed to go on in the first place, I'm having quite a bit of a problem lately with processing certain things of information on stuff like why are like I don't want to just say rich people because there's plenty of rich people that are going to jail for murder. That part just doesn't make any sense either. Why are we condoning and making it legal and at worst, just charging these fuckers some money or something to let people knowingly murder other people. It doesn't make any sense because I've heard about this happening again. I hear about it all the time, to be basically honest with you. But just recently, there's been like 4 or 5 people I've known or their relatives that are literally been killed. And murdering somebody is knowing that something or knowing or doing something that you know, in fact, will cause the death of another person. Correct? So if you're knowingly or doing something that causes the death of another person, at the least, wouldn't that be considered at least felony murder in my mind? Because you're part of the crime. So why are they just able, because of power or money or whatever it was, just able to at worst get a lawsuit or something pressed against them? Hey, I was never a member of not. I think that was the only group I was never in. That would be Angela in this group. You know, TJ, you know which group I was in. Come on, everybody knows which one I was in. Troll farm. Because when I got there, they didn't. There was just a group of people, honestly. Um, After a while, we just got fed up of a bunch of bullshit that was going on from the different angles and stuff. And yeah, we kind of introduced the group to some things that they could do to prevent that stuff from happening. And I think they went a little bit overboard, I guess you would say. And they started being pretty fucking douchey, attacking people in mass groups and all that stuff, which I get it's only on the internet and blah blah blah. But yeah, when you're talking, I watched like a grandma get attacked by like 12 people, online or not. That's some bullshit, bro. And Adrienne, she was attacked by like I don't know 7 or 8. I'm not going to mention names because some of those people are not on their side any longer, which I saw coming a mile away. But hey, it is what it is. But yeah, I wasn't even one of the first members of that either. Um, there was a ton of them when I showed up. I wasn't an accidental addition. Back then, they would have never thought of adding somebody that didn't either live in Indiana or around Indiana. It's just apparently a very short time I found out way too much information, as is always how it goes with me. We all know everybody likes to talk to Charles and tell Charles stuff that Charles should know. And if I don't believe you, I'm going to call you out on it. Say you're bullshit. And, yeah, I did that. And it's one of those rare times where, oh shit, they were telling the truth. And then Murder Sheets, the podcast, reached out to me and everything else. You should have seen my face when that happened. I'm like, why is it no like national wide podcast reaching out to me? That's a whole other story. I'd rather not get into. Because once again, there's certain individuals involved in that story I don't want. Yeah, they've been brought up enough for a long time now. I appreciate it if it would just stop. But yes, TK, you know exactly who the troll farm is. They jumped you too. TJ always be getting in trouble. Oh my god. Like TJ, why are you so much trouble, dude? You're almost like a female version of me, kind of in a way. But you don't do nothing, so it makes no sense. Every time I turn around, somebody's messing with TJ. I'm like, God, dude, really? Again? Hey, at least I will say you made the right friends. Because every single time something goes wrong, she lets me know about it, and I'm like, all right, guys, leave TJ alone, or I'm just gonna have to go ballistic on you. And usually that's enough, and props up. You gotta still explain to me. I know, right? They're just listening to see if I divulge information that I'm not supposed to. That's basically why they're so quiet at the moment. Which, oh, I mean, the stalkers are here too. And while they can sometimes be both the same, most often than not, that my stalkers are usually different from my trolls. My trolls think they're doing something glorious to help other people, but they don't realize those other people are calling them stupid and telling them to stop doing this dumb shit, but they just don't. And then there's the other stalkers, which are just picture like me. That's how I know a chick likes me, guys. Didn't you know that? Oh, don't worry about it, teacher. But, yeah, it's not even a problem. I've gotten used to doing it for all. Yeah, it's been happening for a long time to a lot of people. Like I said, I walked in, even though it was the internet, on them jumping Adrian and shit like that. And yeah, once you're used to normally like going off on like nearly a dozen people or whatever and getting to quit doing what the hell they're doing, it's like I said, I'm not trying to say I'm a badass or anything because I'm not, but it's just not right the shit that they do. And no, if you're wondering, I didn't teach them that. You will never ever hear me condone. When I rolled by myself. If I walked into a chat, if I was going after somebody to attack them, I would do that only by myself. If I even saw another person there, I would just stop, let alone continue what I was doing. When we went after Prof, I, we somehow, oh yeah, Ruckus. Ruckus gave us the link to his Discord. Which time? Oh, about ICE? Yeah, I was taken into custody last night by ICE, the Immigration and Customs Enforcement. They're apparently going nuts in fucking Florida. They took my friend Jaime, aka Jimmy, which I didn't even know his name was Jaime, to be honest with you, but I do know now. Because Sarah told me. Uh, Jimmy is still in custody. They have up to 48 hours to either charge him or release him, which the only charge he has is an open container charge that is told fairly old. Yeah, that's what happened last night. They slammed his head into the car. I saw once, almost enough to leave a mark, in my opinion. And I thought they were going to do the same to me, and I begged them to, like, please fucking do it. Please do it. Like, because if I don't go ballistic and attack you myself, I'm like, you're probably going to get sued, you're going to lose your job, and then I'm going to probably send my family after you, and we're going to fuck you up. It's just how it goes. That's what I was thinking, but of course you don't say that out loud because it continues to spread and blah, 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 you know what I'm saying? But that's exactly what I was thinking in my head, straight up. It came out as, go ahead, please do it. You might want to run my name first. Because, yeah, reasons. I got good family. They didn't do shit to me. They just held on to me for a couple hours. But I do believe that they're going to be up my ass a bit now. As long as they're in the area and shit, yeah. I do believe, yeah, when I pulled out of my driveway to take Jimmy and Sarah to the store, like I said, it was about an hour or so before the live, so I thought I had plenty of time. The store was about 10 minutes away, so it's not like I was worried about being back on time. I was being followed immediately when I pulled out by a black ballot SUV, which later, about 20 minutes, 25 minutes later, after leaving the store, um, I was pulled over for no charges at all. FYI, they had nothing to pull me over for, which trust me, I mean, clear and evident. Yeah, I was like, "The fuck you pulling me over for?" My shit's legal. My lights and all that are legal. This, that, and the other. Well, we can do that. Oh, what makes you think you can do that? because we're ICE. Like, congratulations. Dude, they had multiple badges on their fucking vest. One side of their vest said Lee County Sheriff's Department. On not all of them, just some of them. And the other side said border something something or federal agent because they were border control. Yeah, I was detained for about 4 hours, give or take. So by the time I got home, it was like 2 something in the morning and whatnot. And it just actually after it was after 2, so I saw no point even tonight. But that's because it was involving Rudy. He was afraid to go out somewhere because of all the ICE agents that are around right now. So I basically took him, which probably isn't going to help me look any better because I honestly do believe I'm being watched by a federal agent at the moment. I mean, it's all good. It is what it is. If you run around with like known criminals, eventually they're going to look at you for something. I get it, so it's fine. I just wanted the reason to sue him or something, so I was kind of hoping they would rough me up or something. But knowing me, I would have lost my shit and went overboard and like brought bad people into it. So, yeah, probably something like that. But yeah, his whole thing was supposed to be a rant about fucking illegal murders and all this other shit. But it turns out to be still about Delphi and fucking Troll Farm and now Ice. But yeah, Nicole had told me something, I think before this, or around the same time, I can't remember, about truck drivers in Indiana being stopped. I did not know that it was connected. See, when they told me that Trump had dispatched 2,000 members of the Texas Border Control or Border Patrol, aka ICE Special, whatever the fuck they call them guys, um, I thought it was just Florida. Apparently, I'm hearing it's all over the United States. But I did see some of the Texas ones, and they were fucking pieces of shit. And yeah, I am considering detaining a lawyer in that matter, because they did some pretty fucked up shit in that little bit of time that I was out there. Which, yeah, 4 hours. That's not that much time to be detained. Believe it or not. Oh, as I was saying, and also it's not the worst amount, or the last time I had a real bad run-in with the police like this. It was far worse. I was almost killed. I was doing nothing illegal. I had more cops there, and the guns and shit were involved. Like, even though I tell you they were detained and everything else, I will say that I think the only ones that pulled firearms this time were the Texas fucking border agents because they were just like that. They were douchebags. But this was trying to think how long ago this was. I mean, I could look up the newspaper articles because of a specific event that I think caused the police to act irate like this. But there was a weird. We used to have a thing downtown here in Fort Myers. Like I said, Lee County, Florida. It was like a zombie thing. You know what I mean? Around Halloween or whatever, and people would dress up like zombies with makeup and all this other shit. Um. Oh, hold on. I'm gonna repost the link in case anybody wants to come up or whatever. Because, like I said, this isn't anything. I'm just shooting shit. But I forget what it was called. It was zombie something. Blah blah blah. Well, they stopped doing the zombie thing because two people, or it might have been two cops. I'm not sure which it was, but two people were shot and they died that same night during the zombie thing here. And yeah, I don't think they were cops. It was something like either two cops got shot, and I don't think they died. I think one did, or it was two people got shot, or one was a civilian and they died, and the cop died too, or something like that. And this incident I'm about to talk about came 30, within 48 hours of that specific event. So I don't completely blame the police in this instance because I can understand their heightened concern, if you catch my drift. I had a neighbor. I thought the neighbor wasn't a bad dude. Apparently, I was incorrect. He had a disabled son, like a paraplegic son, because I only remember seeing him when he's just like pushing him around in the wheelchair and stuff and walking him around the neighborhood and stuff. And honestly, to God, I thought these people had no problem with me. I still to this day don't know what the hell this happened the way it did. It just did. Um, I had, for a while, I lived in this mobile home park. I owned two mobile homes, manufactured homes in this park. Um, After that, because by then I moved into this house here. But I was still going there because I was planning on renting. I had already rented out one, and I was doing some repairs on the other one to rent it out too. I was at the time replacing some windows and some siding on the outside of the home. If you know anything about windows and stuff like that, if you want to completely remove the window, put another one in, you literally have to use something like the pry bar or whatever else. So, yeah, I will admit I'm a big motherfucker at the time. Size wise, I was much bigger. Yeah, well, I'm like 6'4". I'm using a pry bar to yank the windows out of the fucking manufactured home, whatever the hell you want to call these damn things. Um, while I'm doing all this, I'm sitting there, and I don't. This was so long ago. I don't think we really had too much. Like we had cell phones back then, but they weren't smartphones, if I remember correctly. So it was right before smartphones started coming out. I was using a cordless telephone that was inside the mobile home to do shit on the outside. And as I'm doing all this, I'm in the fenced-in area of the backyard of the thing where I used to let my dogs out to go to the bathroom and stuff like that to keep them safe and inside, and secure. Um, I was I was hitting on some chick on the phone, just not caring much, holding it with my shoulder or whatever while doing so. And I hear the call waiting thing go off, which if you're old enough, you know what I'm talking about. It's like beep beep. I'm like, oh, hold on, dude. I gotta see what's up. So I hit flash on the phone. I'm like, yo, what's up? And it's my mom's. See, my mom's lived in the same fucking park at the time. And I think she was on at the end of the same road or the next road. I forget which. But she tells me she was Bobby. Let's not even get started on the name. It's my middle name. Yes, Robert, deal with it. Okay. I don't like it either. Why do you think I go by the name Charles? My family calls me that. But she's like, Bobby, you need to be careful. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, woman? And she's like, there's a whole bunch of cops heading your way. I'm like, yeah, because we live in a fucking cul-de-sac with a bunch of fucking meth heads, man. I'm sure they're just on the way to busting fuckers again. Which straight up, that's what I figured. I mean, it made sense. It was either them for the meth or them for domestic violence or something like that. So it's like, it's still daytime. I'm like, no big deal. You know, I'm not doing nothing wrong. I ain't got nothing to worry about. Right? And she was, all right, well, they're on both roads. I'm like, damn, that's, how many do you see? She goes, look like at least 8 of them. I'm like, officers? She goes, cars. I'm like, that's a lot of cops. She goes, yeah. I'm like, it ain't got nothing to do with me. I ain't doing nothing wrong. I ain't got nothing to worry about. So just chill out, mom. I was like, don't worry, just keep an eye out if something happens or whatever. Just let me know. She was, all right, be careful. Like, yeah, yeah, yeah. Hung up. Start talking to the girl again. And I'm not even joking. It's like 5, 6 minutes later. I have my back to the privacy fence. I'm facing the house, and pulling the window out with the pry bar. That's cracked and everything else, and I want to replacing them with new windows. I'm talking to the girl on the phone, holding it with my shoulder up against my head. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about, right? Right. Okay. And she heard this too when it happened. So, like I said, there's a lot of witnesses to this shit. A lot. In fact, there was in the newspaper at the time too. Um, I I wonder. I really don't know why I didn't sue for this. I think because I felt for the cops because of what happened. Like 2 days before that at ZombieCon. That's what it was. ZombieCon. I think. Something like that. Um, I'm sitting there talking. I'm not paying attention to anything that's going on behind me. Out of nowhere, you hear the loudest fucking booming voice you've probably heard in your lifetime. All you hear is, "Put down the phone, drop the weapon, and step out here with your hands up." And I'm just like completely fucking frozen where I'm standing. Because I'm like, that's really close. And they did say, I'm like, I am holding a phone. Yeah, imagine, you hear somebody screaming at the loudest voice, booming bass voice you could possibly think of, and it sounds like they're like 20 feet behind you because they were 20 feet behind you. So I said, "Hey, girl, she goes, you're gonna have to call me back." I'm like, "Oh, you can hear that?" She goes, "Oh, yes, I heard it." I'm like, "Oh, okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to call you back." So I literally flexed my shoulders a little bit to just let the phone drop because I've learned something from living in the ghetto, people, and that is whether or not you have a weapon or gun or anything, you do not make any rapid movements with your hands ever, ever with police. That's your lesson for the day, people. In case you ever need to learn it, no. Wait, your real name? Really? Yeah, that's my middle name. Actually, my real name is supposed to be Robert Charles. My dad changed it while my mom was in labor to Charles Robert. So I dropped the phone. I start to turn, and then I remember that I'm holding this pry bar, and I'm like, if they are here for me, which I still don't see what the hell's going on back there. I just know something's back there, and it's bad. So I mean, just in case, I let go of the pry bar, and I put my hands higher, about my head level, and very, very wide from each other. You know, like I wanted them to clearly see that I had something in my hands. If they were in fact there for me, but let's just be honest. You could tell he was right behind me. I the distance wise, it would have been about 20 feet right outside the privacy fence. Um, I slowly turn around because you don't want to make any rapid movements, especially when they sound that fucking mad. He was really sound mad. I turn around and if I had to shit in any way, shape, or form at that moment of time, or piss, I probably would have defecated or pissed all over myself, straight up. Because as I turn around, all I see is probably 12 fucking officers. Half of them are armed with fucking AR-15 assault rifles. Couple of them are armed with fucking the pump action shotguns, the riot guns, shotguns, the Mossbergs. And then any of the other ones that were left were using like 40 cals and Glocks. Every one of these motherfuckers were pointed at me. So I'm like, I mean, in my head, I'm sitting there freaking out. But later on, you kind of think to yourself, I'm like, well, that shit did happen downtown 2 days ago. So I get why they're freaking out like little bitches. I'm like, and I am a big motherfucker, and I am sitting outside this house with a pry bar. Maybe I'm trying to break in. I don't fucking know. Is what I figured they were thinking. And so it's fucked up what happens at this point. Because you always think that when you get in a situation like this, you don't know what the fuck you're going to do. I am very surprised I held my composure as well as I did throughout the whole thing. because everything kept going wrong, piece by piece. Everything I tried to do right kept going wrong, and I had to stop, inform all these officers that have guns pointed at me. Hey, I'm not moving, but I have to do this. But I don't want you to shoot me, but I have to do this. So please, one of y'all verify this so I don't get shot, please. And one of the deputies would go, "Tick, tick, 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 tick." All right, he's telling the truth. Da, 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 da. And then I shit you not, whatever I was doing, I had to slowly do like snail mode, man. I'm like, just so they clearly can see, no, I'm not trying to do anything bad. So I got my hands up. I'm near the area by the steps of the mobile home. I started walking slowly towards the gate of the privacy fence because it's not like they're going to let me go through the house or whatever. Come out the other end and, hey, guys, here I am. You know, it's like that. Obviously, they want me to come out through the fucking gate. Uh, I get to the gate and I'm like, okay, please, please do not shoot me. I'm reaching for the latch, which is about 16 inches from the top of the gate. If you look right here, you'll see what I'm talking about. And one of the deputies went, "Do, do, 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 do." He's telling the truth. I do see latch. Okay. I'm going to see this is I'm gonna teach you a little lesson right now. And hopefully you never have to use it. If you're ever in a fucked up situation like this, your best bet to live is to explain every fucking move you make and do it as slowly as fucking possible. Every fucking move. Uh, Literally. Piece by piece. Like I said, I just told him where the latch was. At this point, I'm not even moving my hands yet. I informed him all what I was going to do slowly, step by step. And I don't, it might be easier for other people to do it their way. I don't know. But you know what? I'm still alive. And that's all that matters to me. I told him where the latch was. I told him what I had to do. And then slowly but surely, in snail mode, I moved one of my hands, clearly stating as I'm moving it, just reaching for the latch, just reaching for the latch, reaching for the latch, chill out, do not shoot me, please. And then click, the gate opens. I'm like, whew, that was the only thing that went right. I start, well, you got to understand right away that you aren't paying attention to anything that you're doing. You know that the gate's open now. You're going to start walking through it, right? Because whatever's going on, you want the fucking end because you don't want to die, obviously. And I start going to walk out this gate, wondering what the fuck is about to happen to me. And then I shit you not, man. I feel that something it makes no sense. I can't move. And I'm like, oh, I know what you're thinking. It's like, oh, he's shocked. He can't move. He's frightened. So no. I literally was trying to walk forward and I couldn't. And I'm like, why can't I walk forward? I'm stepping, but it's not. I feel something holding me back. Remember, at the time I probably weighed like 450 pounds, 6'4". No shit. I looked down at where the latch, not the top latch, but the old latch that's below that, like the handle kind of latch part of it. Not the lock, but the handle part of the latch, which is about waist level. This little piece of metal, I shit you not, has grabbed my belt loop. And I'm trying to walk forward, and it's just like, bitch, you ain't going nowhere. And they're screaming at me. And I'm just like, I have to calmly and rationally just stop again and go, hey! As loud as I fucking could and as angry as I could to catch everybody their attention. I'm like, listen! Like, what? I pointed to the deputy, because at this point they're in a half circle surrounding the area of the gate that's open that I'm trying to come through. So imagine you got privacy fence to your left, privacy fence to your right, right? There is a half circle of cops, about 8 or 9 of them. starting from each side of the gate, right up against the gate, in a large, wide half circle around me, all with guns pointed at me, most of which are AR-15 assault rifles and shotguns. I think there was like two pistols, but there was other cops in the area still on both roads, or just me. Um, I told the cop immediately to my right, where the latch was, the one up, that's positioned up against the right side of the fence. And I said, "Deputy, please walk over and confirm that my belt loop is stuck in the damn handle of the gate, because I'm not moving until I am told that it's clear that I can reach down and unclip it and not be shot. Or one of you can come in and clip it for me, whatever you want to do. I'm just waiting for one of y'all to clear whatever I need to do." Sure enough, the guy, he looks down like 30, around maybe 35 tops. He like doesn't holster it, but he pulls the pistol down to his right side or whatever. And he's like sneaks up like 4 or 5 feet, like a combat fucking veteran or some bullshit. And he's like looking around like a fucking chicken with his head cut off. And he's telling the truth. He is in fact stuck to the latch. And I'm just like, in my head, I'm thinking, thank you, fucking Captain Obvious. I just fucking told y'all that. And then I guess whoever was in charge, the guy with the really loud, angry voice from earlier, informed me that I could, in fact, very carefully, very slowly reach down and unclip my belt loop. So I slowly start lowering my right hand while explaining that I'm doing so and why I'm doing so the whole time. Reach down. Finally, I can feel the belt loop. I pull it off off the damn hinge, whatever the latch, and I slowly raise my hand back up again. 'Cause I'm like, okay, guys, I'm lifting it back up because I don't want you to shoot me. The whole time, I'm giving you direction and asking them please not to kill me. I shit you not. And finally, when my hand is back up at head level, I got ready to about say something, but Mr. Angry Voice again goes, "Now get out here and get on your knees and put your hands behind your head," which I did proceed to do. Then they took me, they grabbed me on both sides, and the 5 officers slammed me down into a massive fire ant pile, handcuffed me, and put not a twist tie. What are those fucking thing called? You know what I'm talking about, right? Flexicups or some shit or whatever on my legs, and they put me in 3 sets of handcuffs because I'm a very big guy. Um, this whole time, as this is going on, and I'm being questioned while laying in this ant pile, being mauled alive by fucking hundreds of ants. They're asking me what the hell I'm doing. And I'm like, I'm fixing my windows. And they're like, we got to call. There's an armed suspect. Da, 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 da. I'm like, no, I'm just out here fixing windows, dude. Like, are you supposed to be here? I'm like, it's my house. I can do. I don't need permission to be here. Do you have anything like a title or a deed or a fucking even the keys? I said, yes, the keys are inside by my computer and shit in the living room or whatnot. And the cops go he said, tells one of the other cops to go in there to get the keys and verify what I'm saying. And that cop goes, but then I remember that my half Dalmatian, half pit bull, Daisy, is inside. And she was really lovable. She passed away or whatever. But she could be neurotic and shit with animals and people that she don't know. So I start freaking out. I'm like, hey, don't fucking kill my dog. And I'm screaming at this point. I don't care about the ants anymore. I'm like, you better not fucking kill my dog. Because I don't know what Daisy's going to do once he gets inside. At this moment in time, thank God, my girl, Dana, shows up. My mom shows up. And one of my youngest sisters shows up. And I'm like, can you please go get the fucking keys and shit for them so they don't kill my dog? And they're like, we got it, Bobby, we got it. And they all went inside. They got all the shit. They brought it out. They showed the cops. The cops lurched me back up, uncuffed me, took the damn things off my legs, apologized like for an hour or so. I'm like, I get it, guys, because I know what just happened. But what the fuck, dude? I'm like, I'm out here being loud and clear, talking on everything else. People around here all fucking know me. What the hell's going on? They're like, that guy right there. And they point to the handicapped guy's house. And I'm like, what about him? Like, he called us and said that there was an armed man outside this residence. Da, 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 da. I'm like, what the fuck? He knows me. You know, I talked to this dude. He knows my name and shit. There's no way. Trust me, if you see me, uh, I'm that big. I'm that. You know how people are like, oh, everybody's got a doppelganger. No, I mean maybe now that I'm small and shit again or normal size, there might be a doppelganger. Back then, no, no, no. You mistaken, Charles. I know people that knew me when I was fucking 8. That saw me when I was 38, and were like, Charles, what's up, dog? Everybody knows who the hell I am. Yeah, zip tie. That's what it was. Uh, And I know why the cops were overreacting and shit because of the shootings and shit that occurred at the Dobby thing or whatnot downtown. So I got that. I wasn't really blaming cops in this incident for their overreactions. That's probably why I didn't sue in that instance. I did later on for other things, but but that was for a bogus charge and bad fucking drug testing and all this other shit that they had for the roadside test and all this other crap and tried to make me a felon. And I'm like, motherfucker, I know what the hell is in my pocket and it's not what you're saying it is. So and they tried to make me take a deal. And I'm like, fuck your deal. I'm innocent. Well, the roadside test is bullshit. Send it to the real lab and let's see what happens. But if we do that, they're gonna take that deal away. Let them take the fucking deal away. Because once the lab comes back, we're gonna sue the fuck out of them. Oh, really? Okay. Dumbasses. Never use a public defender. They're fucking idiots. Let's just say that charge, they fucked up so badly. Imagine this. The prosecutor literally had to apologize to me in court and tell the judge he sincerely apologized to me and told him that he was not going to seek any charges for the incidences that were related to my arrests. Which is funny when the troll fucks brought that up. I'm like, hey guys, it takes you 5 seconds to go to the clerk of court's website, and if you've done that, you'd find out Charles ain't a felon. Charles got arrested for a couple of traffic infractions, sure, and I think yeah, the roach. I had a weed roach. That's it. That other arrest, yeah. How do you think I have a company now, dick fucks? Because I sued the fuck out of this county when they fucked me over and tried to make me a felon over some bullshit that I never had on me in the first place. But y'all would know that if you know how to do some half-ass research and actually look into stuff. Nope, you saw a mugshot, you made an assumption. You know what they say about assumptions, right? Yeah, the cops did have me at gunpoint. Oh my god, that one instance? Wait, was that the recent one? Because I've seen a few videos of stuff like that happening. Like I saw this old video where this dude was on his knees begging the cops and shit not to shoot him through this hallway, and they fucking shot him anyways, and he died. If that's the one you're talking about, and this would have been like a few years ago, I knew exactly what you're fucking talking about. I seen that shit. It was fucked up. He begged him. I remember watching a video where this guy was begging. Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, he begged the motherfuckers. I wasn't even begging. I'm just saying, hey, please do not shoot me. Please do not kill me. There was that many. Dude, you have no idea how fucked up that situation was. I've had guns in my face. I had a gun in my face just recently again lately. Um, and in my yard. Uh, my sister's little bitch ass boy toy fucking brother-in-law, the one she's dating with now, the white guy. Um, my stepdad's like, da 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 da. Oh, he's hurting me and said the Latins would come shoot me up. I'm like, Why you gotta lie? You too much of a bitch of a man to actually tell them the truth. You threw a bag full of shit that was owned by friends of mine that are Latin Kings. I'm not paying for you being a dickhead. If any of their shit gets fucked up, if they want to come over here and have a nice little chat and do whatever they're going to do to you, like, that ain't on me, bitch. That's on you. Literally what I told him. What he turned that into is, I'm threatening him with a fucking gangbanger string to this and that and the other. I'm like, oh. So this motherfucker comes up in my house and he pulls a fucking 9mm on me right there in my face. And he's like, keep talking shit, Bobby. Keep talking shit. Say something else. Right there, 5 feet away. I looked at him. I'm like, something else. And he's like, oh, you're a bad motherfucker. I'm like, no, you're fucking retarded. That's what. I said, you don't scare me. He don't scare me. And fuck all you bitches. I'm gone here for tuning up. You know, because they live right down the fucking road. And at that point, he points the gun at me and moves it like a little bit to the right, just enough, just a little bit, for sure, even if it had fired. And he intended to fire it because he pulled the trigger on the 9. And this was my brother-in-law. And the gun clicked, and I said, "Hey, faggot, you might want to fucking load it, or at least take the safety off if you're going to try to scare me with it." Like, oh, you're lucky I had the safety on. I'm like, you're lucky I'm not 5 more feet closer to my door where I have a shotgun at. Because I tell you what, my safety's not on. And I'm like, you're lucky I don't care right now because I have a 380 right there in my ankle. And he's lucky that the fucking 40 cal was inside. Because normally that would have been on my waist. Because Charles isn't a felon. I can shoot anybody I want. He was in my yard too. Oh, I was like, I just didn't, yeah. I just wasn't feeling it. It was just when I heard that what my stepdad had said, I'm like, I felt bad for the dude, Mike, because I'm like, you got lied to and you got played. If you hadn't, I probably would have shot him. Probably would have. And the kids were there. That's what really probably held me back. Because he had my niece and nephew. Well, I have like 15 nieces and nephews, but the youngest 2 nieces and nephews were in the backseat of the SUV. And this was just like a week, not even a week ago. I know I told some of y'all that I had an incident where somebody had a gun in my face. So yeah, yeah, I remember that shit. It's fucked up, and it's because of things and watching stuff like that. That when I got into that situation, but this probably would have been around that time. Honestly, it would have been around that same time. I don't remember exactly when the shootings occurred at the Zombie Con, and I'd have to look that up, which I'll do that tonight. But yeah, the news showed up, and they interviewed me and this and that. And it wouldn't be the first time I was on the news. It wouldn't be the last time I was on the news. One time I got to be on there with Deion Sanders. That was pretty cool. But yeah, no, I really, really wish I was the option because my life sounds crazy. And once you say I can prove all these fucking incidents, 100,000% actually occurred, um, you might think, oh, wow, that's kind of cool. Like trolls. Da, da, da. No, 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 no. It's not cool. I'd rather be an unknown person that never has to do any of this shit. I would rather not have made the music. I would have never rather have played football. I would never have done any of this shit if I had just been a nothing nobody that stayed under the radar. That's all I've ever wanted. That's it. All my life has been is fucking people looking or waiting for me to do something fucking amazing or crazy or this, that, and the other because of something I had no control over in the first place. So, to be honest with you, I'd rather just be a fucking an idiot, a normal, complete fucking idiot. I mean, trust me. And I'm not saying y'all are idiots. I'm not saying that at all. I'm not even calling the trolls idiots either. I'm just saying um, there's a specific reason I say idiots. Uh, I'm not going to get into it because it's one of those things that everybody's like, "Oh, that's not true." Blah blah blah. Even though there's documented actual evidence of it and stuff, but I don't need to flex or anything like that. Um, I will just say that I'm not a dummy. That's all. Um, I really wish I was though. That's why most of my life I've been kind of usually the type to keep my mouth shut until I don't know. I think I just said fuck it at some point. It was just like, you know what? It's just not going to work. I'm just going to have to be the fucking asshole that I know I am. And that's when things started changing a different way. Um, yeah, it's just, yeah, this turned out to be a completely, utterly different fucking rant than I expected it to be in the first place. I was going to talk about how come corporations and politicians and famous people and powerful people and everything else could just somehow knowingly kill people and legitimately get away with it with at most just a lawsuit or something like that. But I mean, I guess I can do the next one like that. But yeah, that it works too. I just like to show up in live and fucking run my mouth anyway. So I like to hear the sound of my own voice, don't you know? Should be, dude. I think you missed my crypt keeper, man. I think I'm getting pretty good at it. Hello, kitties. Well, tell me what you think. I'm trying to get it better. It's still sounding a little bit too much like Gollum, which is how I started getting that voice in the first place. But yeah, and my throat's kind of tore up at the moment of time, so I'm not going to try to do Eric Cartman right now. Sorry, everybody. Sorry, I know you want the Cartman, but you're not going to get the Cartman. One day I'll sing the whole "Cow's Mom is a Big Fat Bitch" song to you all to make up for it. How about that? No, just kidding. Did anybody have any fucking questions there? Seriously. I mean, I still might continue talking, but I just figured before switching out the story into whatever next I feel like talking about, I might as well ask. Because the news tells his life has changed again. Well, it was going to be that, and it still might be this way. I'm not entirely sure that I was going to be, since I'm selling my house at the moment in time, and I have a couple of buyers actually. But it turns out one's very, very extremely interested. Um, so really, I could be out right now if I wanted to. But before January 1st, which is what the contract or whatever states, I will be out of this residence. So people are saying I'm not going here or I'm not going there. I kind of ain't got a choice. Once the money's in my account, I can go. I have to go somewhere. I do have land in Waukegan, Florida, and stuff, but it's just land. Yeah, I've been putting off going to like Indiana and Oregon for a long ass time. So I mean, I don't know if I'm going to move there or not, but it sounds like fun. I'm going to go to one of them places. And let's just be honest. We all know Charles at this point. I'm obviously going to start some shit wherever I'm going. Obviously, it's what I do. Shibby, shibby. You got to talk to your little girlfriend, okay, dude? Because how do I? And I know I'm saying that to be condescending, so and you know exactly how I am, so you understand that. Uh, yeah, I know that like you're like flirting and stuff, which once again I'm being condescending as I say this. But if y'all need to know some sort of bit of information or whatever, and y'all have like friends like that you talk to all the fucking time that I don't know could technically be considered experts or near experts at whatever it is that you happen to be talking about, why don't y'all ask them? Am I that mean of a person? I mean, I know I can be a dick, but I think I'm starting to be hated on just because I have an opinion that I do believe that man has something to do with the crime, which is not very nice, to be honest with you, because we're supposed to like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? I mean, all somebody would have to say is, hey, if you do come on the show or help with answer questions or this, that, and the other, could you not bring up the fact of how you feel about that specific person? And I'll be like, oh, sure, sure, no problem. Because we're not talking about that. We're just talking about the specific things involved with, yeah, in this instance, would have been the cell phones and blah, blah, blah. Because there's like a massive amount of information that y'all were lacking. And it's just very awkward to sit in the chat and try to be like, hey, guys, I can help you, like, make him look more innocent, even though I don't think he's innocent. Yeah, that's just awkward as fuck. Because I was trying to tell everybody, once a phone gets wet enough to where the sensors inside the headphone port are malfunctioning and all that due to moisture, wetness, or whatever, um, it's damn near completely likely that the rest of the phone is not functioning anymore in a protective state. So as soon as that cell phone, those sensors went off, everything after that point couldn't be considered reliable in any way, shape, or form whatsoever. That's another reason why I said the defense of Richard Allen um, really fucking was a shit show. They should have had a mistrial for not only witness tampering, which I know all about because I know who did it. And that would be of Kathy Allen, of course. Um, the evidence of multiple reasons and multiple things, the defense uh, could have had a very cheap expert, very cheap expert come in and completely destroyed the state's case in those incidences. But when I look at certain things involving like the cell phone and all this other stuff, I did not hear a word about them asking for a expert for their side of the case or whatnot in that instance. Because there is ones that are specifically just working for the state. So even if you can't get the extra money for the specific one, uh, it would have been in the cost wise to be able to get a regular one. But yeah, I'm not trying to be rude to anybody or anything like that. It's just yeah, when a phone is soaked that badly, you got to think that there's clear water inside the headphone port. And I know what people think when they hear that. In this case, it's like, well, how do you know it was wet? Maybe they hacked it. No, that's another piece of information that people don't seem to be talking much about. The first hack gear that would operated through the headphone port of an iPhone 6S or whatever the fuck it was, 6 whatever, was not commercially available until 2019 and wasn't even invented until very early 2018. Thus being, it didn't exist back in 2017. Yeah, that's what I mean. Rather than just take guesses, and I'm not even calling them educated guesses. No offense, uh, dude. You got friends. That woman, we were having a conversation about something, and she just hasn't checked back in like a week or two. And a whole bunch of the DMs are just sitting there unread. I think I got to hop on Twitter or whatever and go, "Hey, you remember me?" And I don't say it to be rude. It's just I get why people don't want me around so much in this category. I'm not trying to convince anybody of anybody's guilt or innocence. All I know is facts. Um, on my own shit, okay, yeah, I'll throw my own theories around as well and all that stuff. But how are there 7 people here and nobody's fucking talking? Oh, somebody's there. Jimmy! Yay!
Hey, what's up?
What's up,
Hello.
Cubo? How you doing, bro?
Good. How are you?
What's up? I'm all right.
Not much. So you've been
But
going on
yeah,
a bit
it's,
there.
oh man, oh, you know my life, dude. It's the fucking usual.
I was
It's
eating a
always
sandwich.
my bad. Well, I didn't see the number pop up until just now, and I was like, oh. Yeah, I don't know. Is that what it is? Do I have to actually hop on Twitter? Or she just not check Discord or what?
No, man, stay off Twitter. Honestly, there's so much popping off, and it all comes from Twitter. And if people would just stop screenshotting Twitter, I would be fine. I wouldn't know any of the
Well,
stuff going on.
yeah, I don't have to worry about Twitter that much because, oddly enough, I have a lot of like the people that you. I hate to say that because it sounds bad, but it's like the people that don't like Amy on there. They adore the
Yeah.
fuck out of me. Well, most of them, Keith. Keith don't like me, but that's Keith. And I don't think Delphi Docs likes me either. They might. I don't know. As soon as I figure out who it is.
Well, with that for me, anyways, if you have like if somebody says something and you reply once or twice, fine. But the whole battles that just go on for days and days, it's just tiring. You know.
Well, yeah, y'all should have seen it when all that shit first started going down, and they were messing with Amy or whatever.
Yeah.
You know how I act when it comes to every situation or whatever. If I'm trying to get people to stop fucking with somebody else and stuff, I literally stroll into fucking X Twitter, whatever you want to call it or whatnot, and I didn't really know how to use it, but I used the same asshole fucking main character. Yeah, that's what I don't know. It might not be a joke, but I like to joke around and tell people that I have main character syndrome because I believe that
Yeah.
I'm the main character of this life. And it's funny because I might actually believe that, honestly. But Diana and everybody else thinks that's hilarious because it's like, it's okay though. Because even Diana and I'm going to tell you, I am the main character after all.
Mm.
And I went on Twitter.
Attention whore.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's just, I don't like to be ignored, so I try to command. Basically, I went right after the fucking the Mean Girls group or whatever, like Keith, all of them. Like in one like second, I went and because she posted this thing where they were all talking shit about her, and I see that it's an open link, so I'm just like, I'm gonna click it, and I'm gonna just like, "What's up, bitches? You want to talk some shit? Let's do this." And that's basically what I did.
Well, I think those guys they react too fast because yesterday or the day before,
Mhm.
that spooky, I don't even know her, and she jumped all over me because she came into Prof's chat at the very end and said hi, and I said hi, how's it going? Like I was being nice to her at the very end, but Prof deleted her because I don't know her. He just deleted her, and I think she thought it was me. So when I went to Criminality's chat, Spooky and Shaboogs jumped all over me, and I didn't do anything. So
Well,
weird.
you were a mod for prop, dude, and because you were a mod for prop, you're gonna get blamed for whatever the
Yep.
hell that prop does. I'm just saying
Yep.
hypothetically.
But
I
but
don't
T
agree with it.
criminality T stood up and said, hey,
Oh yeah, yeah.
because I don't bring stuff from other chats. I came in, I was nice, I say hi, and I don't do that. So T kind of stood up and said, hey, settle down, guys.
Yeah,
But
it
they're
was after
doing
I
it for
went
no
off and
reason.
I tried to command like everybody's attention and shit, and I was like, "Y'all need to just leave this chick alone." Da 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 da. It was after that when I think you were invited too, but we were all in criminality's fucking Discord. It was at that point that T informed me that she was also considered one of the mean girls. So I was like, wait, you're one of them? She was, yep, I'm one of them too. And I'm like, oh well, shit. Okay, I figured it all out now. If you're calling T fucking mean, I'm like, oh, okay. This is just prop blowing things out of proportion all over again. Okay, I figured it out. My bad, y'all. I wasn't trying to be that much of a dick. I get it now. I get it. I should have known, but I get it. Because the
But I
second
don't
he
I
said
don't hold
T,
people
I
I don't
love
hold
T.
people responsible for other people's actions.
Oh, I know. I just wanted them to leave the girl alone, and it was just like, y'all are on the same side. Why the fuck are you fighting? Trying to have that kind of conversation or whatever. And because of the way I entered the whole thing or whatever, they had their defenses up and all this other shit, which I get it. Because you see that name pop up, and you see that they're acting and stuff, but you're automatically going to be like, oh shit. And so I figured out all that, and then when I started breaking down the entire situation, I'm like, oh, like still, just, ignore her, she'll ignore you. Just fucking guys, just get over it. Come on, seriously. And I'm not, if you have some million to fight about, don't even fight. Just tell me, I'll deal with it. Easy problems, blah blah blah. Try to figure it out in the easiest way possible to where people don't have to fight. It's not like it's gonna bother me any shit. But I don't know. Delphi is starting to become such a drag. It kind of has been for a long time, though. But to be honest with you, and then certain things I ask people to stop talking about. Certain people keep bringing up. That annoys the shit out of me too.
Well,
I
hey,
don't. Hmm.
get something new to talk about. Pick
Well,
us
it's
something
not that.
good.
It's a specific bird we know of that's stuck in a cage at the moment. If you catch my drift.
No, I don't.
Well, but think of something that's stuck in a cage and what it could be
Oh, yes,
represented.
yes,
Yeah,
I know who you're talking
yeah,
about.
yes, exactly. There's a certain individual that for I'm not even going to say that it's anybody's fault because it's a large portion their fault in the first place. Because as soon as this was well before I entered the situation, but the moment I heard about this, I was like, "That's dumb as shit. Why would you do that?" I mean, to him, the person I'm speaking of, uh, just thinking he's going to overthink every single thing and go erratic and all those other things, and he thinks this person's somebody they're not. Uh, I'm not going to get into it or whatever, but it shouldn't be that hard to figure out. And Prop thinks the same thing and all that. And I keep trying to tell him, I'm like, guys, it's not. They're not who you think they are. They're just not. You're just going to have to believe me. I know their name. I know this. I know that. I'm not going to tell you what it is, but you're going to have to trust me. It's not who you think
Mm.
it is. And it's just like,
I mean,
that's yeah. Just it's
to
like
to have,
just,
eh,
it,
dude,
they
shut up.
want me to dox her to somehow and I probably would if it somehow didn't think that it was going to somehow blow up back in her face just in the fact of me doing so by saying, "Look, guys, it's not this person, it's this person. That's it." Um, and it's not going to help the situation, because that's going to be a whole fuckload of people's going to know her real identity.
Well, yeah, I think people should just comment, take one jab back and forth at each other and be done with it and not go on hate, hate, hate.
Well, oddly enough, this person hasn't really been combative to anybody for the longest time. Like at first, I don't even know if she has ever, to be honest. She always just like at one point she tried to talk to Noe, and then for the longest time after that, she just sat there and was kind of like one of his fans. She would go watch his lives and this and that and the other, and she was always trying to be nice to him and junk. It's just I hate saying it like this, but you know how he gets sometimes, you know. But he gets this thing in his head that he thinks he knows something. It's kind of hard to get him
Mhm.
out of that mindset. Is the best way to put it. Yeah, and I'm just
Who
like, dude,
cares, man?
well, what? You got a problem,
I'm
Blondie?
not, I'm not even sure exactly who you're talking about, so I can't say.
Uh, yeah, I mean, if somebody whose identity, I'm not even sure. Yeah, I don't think I've told anybody of. It's just I do know who the person is, and I would hope that. And by the way, Blondie, if you got something to say, you can get your
Hey,
happy ass up here too, because you was involved with
oh,
what I'm talking about.
speak of the devil,
Yeah,
look in
right.
chat.
And I'm not hating on anybody. I'm just trying to explain. I said, I
Well,
think,
well, well.
yeah, I think I have learned.
Doxing.
Why is he
My,
talking
my,
himself?
I
Oh
said
yeah,
my
you
name's
did say that.
Robert. I don't care.
Yeah, yeah, that's true.
Everybody's, what are they going to do?
Subi has the
I don't
right
give a shit.
idea. And honestly, Diana, you already told everybody who you were. So honestly, you're like the only two that I've seen that actually were smart. Well, yeah, or smart like me because they can't use that against us now because of it.
You know what? I doxed myself when I donated to Heather's GoFundMe.
I do that anonymously. I'm not
I
done.
was going to, but I didn't. I said, "What the fuck? Who
Well, I
cares?" Like,
didn't do it
what's
because I was worried about my identity. I just didn't want him to
mm,
know I did it.
true?
Yeah,
Ah, Dee Dee.
because it was. Yeah, it became like an unspoken plan once the whole thing was going in motion. It was like the individuals I know of that also donated anonymously, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Nobody cared about anybody knowing that we did it. We just was trying to help. That's all.
Well, hey, Dee Dee's saying we're the dynamic duo here, and I actually think Charles is better because Dee Dee has all these noises going on with her microphones in the background. She's got fans and all these shit going on, and it's annoying as fuck.
It's lovely in Florida right now. Even though I am leaving soon enough, it is nice and cool. I'm actually wearing a jacket. I didn't even know I owned one.
Wow, cool. Where are you going to? Or can you say?
Uh, well, I have two states I always thought I was going to. I guess
Oh,
the one still I have to go to. I mean, I figure I'm still going to go to both to have a visit, but like there's people that want to kill me in both states, so it's going to be kind of yeah, a fun situation. I think.
go to Georgia. Go to Nicole's house. She's got room.
Actually, it was fucked up. At what time is it right now? It was 3:30. This
3:30.
time last night, Nicole was 2 hours from me. No joke.
Wow.
And she didn't tell me the thing about it until that second. 'Cause she's like, uh, "Have you ever seen a snake bird before?" And I'm like, and I named what it really was, and I'm like, "Yeah, I've seen what they are. I'm in Florida, of course." And she goes,
Was it
"Yeah, I've
her,
seen one
her and
that
the
big
hubby?
as that." And I'm like, "I'm pretty sure that bird's like mainly only in Florida. How are you I didn't say it, but then she goes, "I'm about an hour north of Sarasota right now." And I'm like, "Wait a minute." Or she didn't say north, but she said an hour from Sarasota. I'm like, "Uh-oh." She goes, "What do you mean, uh-oh?" And I'm like, "Because I'm shy, so I might have to hide now." She goes, "What are you
Was
talking about?" I'm
was
like,
it
"Hmm?
was it her and the hubby in the truck?
Yes, 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 it was. It was indeed." Thankfully, she was an hour north, so that made her 2.5 hours away. If she was an hour south, yeah, she would have been basically here. And yeah, I wouldn't have been able to hide if that was the case. It was just very sudden and all that, and the bad timing in the middle of the night, and it's fucking cold as shit, and all the shit earlier. And I'm just like, plus, I guess the hubby was asleep. It just didn't seem like a very good situation to get myself involved in. I'm like, yeah, it's probably just not the best time for me to meet you,
Mhm.
Nicole.
Hey, this is a good time for you to get out of Florida now because it's that time of year where the Canadian snowbirds are going to invade you.
No, they don't bother me any.
I'm just
But
kidding.
yeah, it's just like I expect. Usually, I expect when people, I'm going to offer to meet people on here, especially the women, that they usually are just going to go. Uh, they're the ones usually making excuses, like maybe I shouldn't do this, Charles, because you're kind of weird. Yeah, I found myself being a little bit intimidated last night because it was like she was telling me, "No, it's just yeah, you just don't want to come see me," and I'm like,
Hmm.
Cole, yeah, it's not supposed to happen like this. I'm supposed to be the weird one, okay? Stop being weird.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, if anybody's in too much of a hurry to meet you, that's kind of a red flag for me because I'm older now. I don't need to just go and have anonymous whatever.
Yeah, but Nicole's kind of hot, dude.
Oh yeah, yeah, she's great. She's fun.
Hmm. But I know there's nothing going to happen with that. So it's just like, yeah, I'll meet
Of course.
you soon enough. I got to leave Florida soon. So, I'm in no rush. I'd rather have the hubby wide awake and all that because, I don't want no trouble.
Are you taller than her?
Yes. Yes, I am. By almost 5 inches.
I'd be a shrimp around you.
Let's just say, I'm not sure if she showed you or not the pictures of her with her brothers.
Oh yeah. Yeah. They're
I'm
huge.
I'm like her missing big brother if I was
Hmm.
the biggest brother. Yeah, because one of them looks about like. Because I'm like,
6'4".
Yeah, I'm like 6'4", over 6'4" myself. And if we're talking about back when I was a big motherfucker, like weight wise, yeah, I basically look like one of her brothers. If you know, you could throw me in the picture and be like, "Those are my brothers," and everybody would be like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah, that'd be cool because I'm only 5'10", but yet I never do feel small. I'm on the edge of being short. Like I'm 5'10", so I kind of
You are,
don't
yes,
feel
I do.
small.
You're almost. I'm gonna say on the upper range of average height is what you would be. Yeah,
Yeah,
in
but
my family, I'm the
I'm
shortest man.
thicker too. So I'm not a wimp, right? So I've never been worried about people's height because
Oh
I
yeah,
can handle my
never.
own. You know.
That's what I tell people. I'm like, it's never about the size. It's never about the height. It's never about this. It's never about that. It's all about what you know and what you don't know.
Sometimes those short guys who are really muscular, they're hard to handle. They're
The
wily,
hardest,
you know.
now, other than professional fighters, the hardest hitting motherfucker I ever met was a short, dinky ass little dude named Adam Hagler
Yeah.
or something. Yeah,
Wow.
I watched him. He was like 19 at the time, getting into a fight with like a 40-year-old big guy who was kind of drunk. And the dude was just running off at the mouth, and Adam just wound back and roundhoused him. And I'm not even, I'm shitting you not. I don't know if it's because the dude had health problems or what, but I watched half that dude's
Well,
face cave in.
well, was he a trained fighter?
Adam, I do believe he took some boxing, but so did I. But
Well,
I ain't never kicked nobody's face. I mean, like the bone that's part of the skull, and the orbital whatchamajigger. It,
yeah.
yeah, it completely sunk it.
Sometimes you get the perfect timing and the sweet spot, and
Hmm.
it looks much worse.
But no, I mean, I will admit, I watched him throw that punch. It was very well thrown. Like I've landed some that are that well thrown, but just that what? Oh, I have a feeling like at that point in time, there's certain people, and I'm like 3 or 4 times, no, at least 4 times bigger than this dude, and I'm like, I don't think I want to fight that guy because
You
at
know,
the same time, hmm?
a lot of it is good timing. Like when somebody goes to punch you, if you can move back, and then you got to move in before they move back. You can
Well,
kind of
for one,
punch them.
the guy was drunk, so he's just slowly wobbling. So as long
Mm,
as you're watching the wobble, you can guess where he's going to be at some point.
yeah,
Um, he did the whole plant your foot, swing the hips, the whole 9 yards, the shoulder coming through. Like it was just textbook perfect.
and the guy,
And that
the
guy
guy,
wasn't trying to block anything or anything, so it was like crack.
yeah, he walked right into it, basically.
Yeah, the dude fell, but he just kept talking shit. But we're all
Mm.
sitting there looking at the dude's face like, bro, shut the fuck up. Just no, shut up, dude. Just shut the fuck up, dude. We're calling 911. Just shut the fuck up.
Mm.
Oh, I see. Miss Diana's too scared to come up here with us. I get it. I get it.
Oh, I don't want her to come up because she can't work her microphone.
Oh, that's true. She can't work anything. What
She's
are you talking
she's annoying. Just kidding.
about? That's
Dee Dee,
true.
call him.
Well, I mean, if we got to talk shit about her to get her to come up here and talk, then why not, right?
Right, she's a pussy. She won't come. She's a
She's been
pussy.
avoiding me lately like a motherfucker. She has been.
I took, she's mad. I took my balls back out of her purse, and I haven't given them
Hmm.
back. So she's pissed.
Yeah, she asked for mine to put on her wall, and I was like, no. And then once that happened, she took my YouTube away. No, but I
Oh,
got
yeah,
it
I
back.
forgot about that.
Yeah,
I
I got
forgot
mine
about
back now. You didn't get
that.
yours,
Okay,
did you?
Dee Dee, what's my premium? I didn't get my link yet.
Yeah, I got mine back. So
Wow.
yeah, she had to take it away just because I snitched on her. So yeah.
And she gave it back to you?
Oh yeah, I have it back now.
Dee Dee, where's mine? I forgot all about that. And I was going to go to town for you. And then you take it and didn't stand up for me, jerk. Remember, I was gonna do, and I promised her something, and I promised her something for you too, because I
Hmm.
was thinking of you, and yet you took it and forgot all about me, you ass.
Yeah, I made a joke one day, and I was I forget exactly what I said or whatever, and I was like, "Yo, bro, I'm really tired that every single time I try to press the power button when I'm listening to a song, that the song stops." I'm like, "You need to
Yeah.
get my shit." But then I was like, "Haha, I'm just kidding," and I don't know if she took it as serious or whatever. But next thing I know, I had it back on like not long later, and I'm just thinking in my head, I'm like. City's gonna get mad at you, but I didn't say it.
Well, the ads are annoying as fuck, but I use Firefox, and if you use the free
The ad
extension
blocker.
Ghostery, it's an ad
Mhm.
blocker. It blocks everything, but you can't do the you can't lock the screen and listen still.
But yeah, my problem wasn't really the ads because I usually run YouTube on my phone, and when I do so, I usually use a browser on my phone instead of the app. That's an ad-free browser. It's just like ad blocker or whatever like that. But
TJ's back.
yeah, I saw. But
Hi,
that's
TJ.
that's good.
Hi.
But one thing that premium does allow that I have learned to like is the fact that I don't have to see back when you don't have YouTube Premium. If you start a song and you're listening to the song, you literally and you have to carry your phone around. You can't put it in your pocket. You can't do this. You can't do that because if you
Hmm.
do so, you're going to accidentally the phone's going to power down a little bit or this that and the other or graze against your leg or do this and the other and the song's going to get stopped interrupted or switch links or something like that. It's very annoying, but when you have premium, you can hit the power button on your phone and power down and shit and put it right in your pocket and the song will just keep on playing. And that's probably the one part that got me spoiled right there, that little
Right.
bit right there, because the song never gets interrupted.
How's it?
That's the part I ended up liking. Yeah.
How's the premium for downloading? I always see the download button.
Oh, I don't think I ever used that.
Although there's free apps on computer that can allow you to download YouTube videos, so it's not a
Oh
problem
yeah.
for me.
Actually, I have a built-in thing on my phone. It's like a video capture button thing that's
Yeah,
in the button when you scroll down. If I
screen
just
recording.
yeah, if I just start the video up and pull that button and hit it,
Mhm.
it'll just record whatever's on the screen, YouTube or
Yeah,
what. So it's not like that. Yeah, I wouldn't worry too much about that.
iPhone does that too.
Mhm. I didn't even know that was a thing, man. That's why I was like, when all that drama started with that people I'm not going to name, I'm like, I don't have to make screenshots anymore. I could take the whole conversation and scroll through the entire thing and just
Mhm.
record it all like in one long video and show it's like he's creating screen. No, I ain't creating shit. I'll show you the whole video, the entire conversation.
How much storage you have in your phone, or is it a mini SD card?
I have a Samsung Galaxy A16. It's
So you
I
can put
got
a card
a
in it.
yeah, I got a micro SD card and some
Mm.
other shit and stuff. It's supposed to
You
be
know,
decent.
nowadays you you can get a 128 gigabyte card for like $5.
That's what I have.
Mm, that's good.
Yeah, it should have plenty of room for fucking these little videos and shit like that.
Man, 128 gigs is a lot.
It seems like a lot, but I have a lot of videos and all kinds of shits that I've been saving to this new phone. I really, I've been really careful. Like this phone, rather than my other phones, I got the screen protector, and I got it the fucking OtterBox case and shit, the indestructible case thing that goes on it and stuff. I have all that,
Hey,
and
Dee
that's
Dee's
why
listening.
it's so. Of course she is.
Hey, no, no, wait. She's listening in 2x speed, so we should talk really fast now because she's talking. She's
No,
listening in
we
2x speed. So
yeah,
talk faster.
yeah. I probably could if I knew what I was going to be talking
I'm
about, but yeah.
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. We'll be in 4x
But
chipmunks.
yeah, oddly enough, this has been. I don't know. I like the LGs and the what is it? It's not TLC. It's like THC or HTC or whatever. The HTCs were okay. The Motorola's were all right, but even though there's some things I don't like about it, I'm really digging the whole Samsung Galaxy this time. So I've
Yeah,
actually,
you,
yeah.
honestly, I don't want to get hooked on iPhones, but iPhones are great. So what I do is I
Um,
wait,
yeah.
I save up $1,000 and I go to the Apple store and I buy like the best
Mhm.
one, and then I use it for 4 or 5 years.
But believe it or not, I actually since the last time when my phone fucked up and then people freaked out and sent cops to my house and shit on here, I started every single time I had a chance, I had some extra money or whatever, I would buy extra phones. So now I have like at the moment like 7 extra phones. I have
Right.
another HTC. I have a couple of Motorola thingies. I actually have 2 iPhones here. One's the I think it's like it's the $350 one that you get from Walmart. It's like the iPhone XS XE or some bullshit. I forget
Yeah.
what it's called.
Yeah. That's
It
up.
works. Yeah, yeah. It's these weird. It's like 4 letters or some shit. It's dumb sounding. But I also have a phone that looks just it's like it. And one's in gold and the other one's like rose gold. It's another iPhone or whatever. And it's like I know at some point I got to start getting used to it and stuff like that. So that's why I got them in the first place. But yeah, I could switch to iPhone if I wanted to, which it should
So
drive Megan nuts.
when you
That's
get a good phone, when you get a good phone, do you keep it for a long time?
um. Well, believe it or not, I've had this one for a while. That's why the audio and all that sounds so much better. I'm still just using a phone. I don't have to.
Right.
I do have AirPod Pros and everything else, and a headset at the moment too. But this is just. I have every time I get a phone, I download like a voice recorder app, and I actually record what I sound like, and then I hear it. And 90% of the time on the cheaper phones and like $100 phones and shit, um, I usually sound like more high pitched and stuff, and I don't like it. That's why when you kept making the comments like I'm trying to make myself sound more deeper, I'm like, actually, no. That if I sound more deeper, it's because I usually have a better phone at that moment in time.
Yeah.
And this one was like I should have had to pay an arm and a leg with it for it, but I got it for free, so it was awesome. Actually, I
Well,
found it.
well, hey, if you can keep a phone for 3 or 4 years, it's worth it to go to Apple and just buy a brand new one, the best one. Because I mean, it's worth it.
Yeah,
Regardless,
no,
no, trust
I
me,
can
dude, it
never
is
see
worth it.
myself on it.
Well, I did it before, and I do it every 3 or 4 years, and I still have phones that are good after 4 or 5 years.
Well, I'm not the type to usually. Usually, by the time I get a phone, I just buy it if it looks nice. I don't usually get a screen protector for the motherfucker because by then they're usually either um, obsolete phones or whatever like that. You know, it's because I break them a lot. I have a lot of broken phones that are my old phones are all around here still. Um, like, yeah, if you give me 5 minutes and I just walked around to the little cupboard next to my damn bed, I could probably bring out a stack of like 12 cell phones that are just from the last like year or so, just from that amount of time. Uh,
Yeah,
and so it's really hard once they're like older models and shit like that to get a case and this and that and the other. And when I'm not even shit joking. I was using the Motorola, one of the Motorola's or whatever. I'm walking down the road from CBS, and I see a phone sitting there, and it's a Samsung, and it's Galaxy and all this other shit. I see that it's not cracked, it's not this, it's not that. Even though it's not in a case, and I got a guard up and all this other stuff. And yes, he has an iPhone. Well, he's got he still has an iPhone,
hey,
like an iPhone
let me
6S.
let me let me comment on that. I have the original iPhone 2, iPhone 3, 3G, 3GS, 4 because I collect them. Like what I do is I go on eBay, even 10 or 20 years ago, 15 years ago, I would buy 2 or 3 broken ones and I would make one good one out of it and collect
Actually,
them.
other than the expensive the one that came from Walmart, the iPhone. I have the other iPhone I have. Oddly enough, I just discovered after that live earlier is an iPhone 6s.
Hmm.
And now I'm gonna start power that bitch up and shit and everything else. I'm gonna like start running some experience and shit based on what's going on with the whole. You know what I'm talking about. So
Yeah. Well, I have one of each on display, and when people
oh
come here, I can let them use an iPhone 2 and see how it
yeah.
was. It was basically you could text, make phone calls, and it had a calculator. You know, pretty much
Mhm.
it.
Yeah,
So part
I do have some old i stuff or whatever. I got like the original iPad, iPad 2. Like I'm more of a computer collector than anything. I have
mm,
like iMacs, the all-in-one things and stuff that they originally came out with. I have like a couple of those. I have a 38-inch all-in-one iMac that came out like years after that with a bunch of RAM and shit in that. I don't like using them. I really don't.
you know what's interesting though is the iPhone 4 and iPhone
Mm.
5. They're tiny, skinny, and tiny, and they're kind of
I
cute.
actually do have an iPhone. It's like an iPhone 5 or an iPhone 5 something, like a 5S or some shit. That was part of a deal that somebody made me in an agreement to buy something else. Like sometimes when people don't have enough money to pay for the items they're trying to buy for me, since I sell a lot of stuff on the internet.
Yeah,
I usually tell them, I'm like, well, if you got something that's worth a value, like a cell phone or this, that, and the other, and I'm actually, you can show me that it's unlocked and not stolen. I'm like, I will take that as part of the price.
yeah.
And I have,
Yeah,
yeah, I have one.
as long as
And
it's
it's
logged
tiny as
out of
fuck. Yeah, it's so tiny as fuck. Yeah.
as long as it's logged out of iCloud, you can do whatever you want.
Hmm. And it's the same way for the Samsungs and everything else. I had to do some tinkering to get the Samsung account off the original person's name, whoever lost the phone. Because I was going to just contact him and say, hey, I got your phone. Would you like to come get it back and make him pay a reward for it, whatnot? Because it was technically
Yeah,
locked by one of those, you have to make a shape with the dots and all this other stuff. But
right.
as I'm sitting there, I'm trying like the top 10 fucking shapes that people normally use. I actually Googled this, by the way. Um, it came up with at the end, the 11th one said an L. And
Mm,
I put the L into the phone and it just opens. And I'm like, oh, fuck these motherfuckers. I'm not giving this shit back.
yeah. That's like using 1 2 3 4 as your password, probably.
Rudy does that. I'm like, Rudy, you gotta stop doing that, bro. I'm like, I know it's just your hotspot, but let me guess. Your pin to open your phone is probably the year you were born. He goes, 1975. Yeah, that's it. And I say, I fucking knew it. I knew it. I knew it.
Well, they might as well just disable the lock screen then. They're going to do something dumb like
Well,
that.
yeah, I, every time somebody brings the phone to me and everything else, they're like, "Can you wipe it for me?" and this and that. And I'm like, I could probably do better than that. And they're like, "What do you mean?" I'm like, people are stupid. I guarantee I can go through it and probably figure out what the hell the password is, depending on how it's set up. No, you can't. I'm like, want to bet? Every time somebody
Although,
uses those fucking shape dots or whatever, it's always like so easy to figure out what it is. It's always so fucking easy. Like it's a star, or it's the number three, or it's an S, or it's a T, or it's always some bullshit that's very simple to figure out. Like I said, this one was an L.
mm, iPhone makes you use you could choose 6 numbers now instead of just 4.
Oh, I've seen a few like that. The person that
But
I got the 6S off of, it has some weird fucking thing on it, code on it. It's like 6 numbers long and all
well,
this other shit.
hey, this iPhone 6s, that's when fingerprint started. So fingerprint works good.
But believe it or not, as long as the iPhone is, here, I'm gonna give you a little heads up on a little trick or whatever. That as long as the iPhone is under a certain model, there's a little sneaky trick that you can use as long as you have another Apple device. in iTunes that you can just backdoor the whole damn thing and turn all that off.
Yeah, jailbreak. I used to jailbreak my phones
Mhm.
too. I
Usually I
know all
do
about
that
that.
because I like to do it in a more complete way. So what I'll end up doing is like I completely obliterate the entire operating system off the phone and just reload a new one onto it instead. And it's the one thing that people don't think of doing when they're like, hey, "You can't be
Well,
unlocked." I'm like, "No, it can be
I'll tell you.
unlocked."
I'll tell you the problem. Listen, the problem is when you break it, you use an exploit, and then
Yep.
you need to change the default password.
Hmm.
You have to go into the root and get the default password and change it using the command prompt, or you're vulnerable. People
Yep.
don't do that. Because I jailbreak iPhones back then, and the first thing I would do is change because this Alpine is the default Apple password, so you got to
Hmm.
change that immediately.
Well, I know, and the androids in their own way are very similar too. And it's just like, yeah, all you gotta do is find a downloadable copy of a specific iPhone or a specific Android fucking operating system that works on that mobile phone or whatever, with the updates and all that included and stuff. I'm like, then you go on there and you completely decimate whatever's on that phone. Whatnot. It's just the easiest way for me to do it because I don't want to have to go through the whole fucking process of finding all the little passwords and all this other shit. And then when I re-upload it or whatever, I just completely make my own passwords and whatnot, something that's easy to remember, but only I know. That way, if I couldn't
Right.
keep it, I always know what the password is, or if I sell it, I can just tell them, hey, this is the password.
Now, hey, listen, though, listen. That's 90% of what happens nowadays. People don't
Mhm.
change their default password. So I don't think they're getting hacked. I just think they're dumb for not changing the default password. They're not
That's
getting
what it
hacked.
is.
They're not protecting themselves, in my opinion.
It's like people's emails and all this other shit and everything else, the passwords. And I tell people this. I'm like, dude, y'all know how many spears I have for everything, right? Like so many fucking spears for everything from YouTube to Facebook to and we all know why I have them, just to make try to ban me. I'm gonna be right back, bitch. Um, they all have the same fucking every account has the same fucking password. Every fucking thing. My StreamYard, email, everything is all the same fucking password. Everything.
Well, do you use a good one like at least four
No,
or five letters, some numbers, and
it's
oh,
hypothetically speaking, it's near 10 letters. I'm not even gonna lie. It's a complete word. It's not spelled weirdly or whatever like that. It does have one capital letter. There is one symbol in there at the end, and then there's a number. That's it. That's it.
yeah, but that adds complexity when you add a cap, an uppercase, and some of those special characters. Makes it harder
Mm.
for sure.
I went back to I think July. Tons of traffic. What are you talking about, D? Oh, a lot of traffic in the last week. Just go back a month.
She went to my case to check out uh stuff.
Well, I mean, honestly, I make my opinion well known. I don't have to run around and flaunt it. Anybody that knows me in this case knows how I feel on the matter. Um, but I also sit there and tell y'all, it's like, this is what y'all should be focusing on. It's the weak points of the state's case. And that's what I keep trying to tell people. I'm like, you may not like what I got to say. It's very simple to say, hey, do you think you can not bring up the fact that you think he's guilty? Sure. If you just want to use me for my actual facts and shit that I know, I have no problem with that. Like, I don't have to
You know,
run around saying I think he's guilty all the time. I don't have to.
listen, though, listen. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What your biggest problem is instead of just saying how you feel, you tell me how I'm going to feel about it too. That's what bothers me most.
Well, it's just that I assume that everybody's going to think I'm a bad person because of it or whatever. And it's like, it's not, it's like a gut feeling. That's all it is.
Right?
It's an,
But I hate when you do that.
yeah. Yeah, I know. I do lots of things people hate. That's just how it goes.
It's like you're telling me I hate something before you even told me what it is.
Well, it's just you got to understand. 99% of the people I'm around, that's how they felt about the matter. So I assume that everybody's going to think that way.
Yeah. Hey, did you watch the Crime Con stuff?
No, what happened at Crime Con? Oh, fucking Holman's dumbass. Oh, I
Yeah.
hate fucking
Yeah,
Holman.
it's fucking hilarious. Those guys, idiots.
Stupid. Yeah, yeah. Don't
Did
even
you?
get me.
But did you hear what Susan said about Richard Allen, his iPad?
What about it?
She said 395 days in solitary is no big deal because he had an iPad.
What?
Susan Hendricks mocked
Um,
Richard Allen and laughed about it and said, "Oh, it wasn't considered solitary because he had an iPad." And then Nick and Jerry laughed, and the whole crowd they applauded. They did a they clapped their hands, and all of them laughed.
that's why I'm not on anybody's side. I'm just like, I'm not on your motherfucking side. I'm not on your motherfucking side. Okay, my gut
But
feels one way, and my gut, to me, is usually a good indicator of what I should pay attention to, and that's why I look for other reasons to contradict my gut
well,
before I, you know what I'm saying. That's why
listen,
I'm like,
listen, listen.
so
Wait, wait,
stupid.
wait.
Hmm,
Forget about your gut feeling.
hmm.
Solitary confinement is nothing to joke at, no matter
I
who it is.
just,
That's a serious
I
thing.
think I said it earlier or in the last 3 days myself. I'm like, what is it? Isolation for long periods of time is considered and defined as torture by the Geneva Convention itself, thus making it the confessions not should not be able to. I mean, I tell people every time I talk about the evidence, I'm breaking down piece by piece. Like the confessions, for one, are bullshit. I can tell you how. I can prove to you how they're 100% bullshit. And not only that, Rick Allen told his father 2 weeks or so before he gave them that he was about to go tell them a bunch of bullshit about what happened that day. I'm like, so not only
Right,
do we have Rick Allen telling his dad that yes, he's about to go tell them a bunch of lies. We then have the lies. I can prove their lies. So it's like I don't think we should allow that into the whole thing. And I can prove that it's fucking 100% lies because the instances and everything else that are in them do not match up with what the fucking Steve is saying. So I'm just like, you
right.
stupid. Yeah.
You know, all they really matched up was a white van. You know, they could have asked for more descriptive details
Well,
to make
believe it or
sure he
not,
was
that's
the
the
guy.
problem with matter. Okay, even if you count in the factor and everything else, if you count the exact distance, the fastest rate that when his white van or whatever is seen on that ring cam, the fastest he could have gotten to his house, Mr. Weber wouldn't have been there until 3:44 p.m. Does anybody want to know what the problem is with that? Because we have four fucking witnesses including flannel shirt guy and I forget who else. But there's four separate fucking witnesses that spot BG on his way back to his car at 3:41 p.m. So how can Brad Weber pulling up to his house at 3:44 interrupt a crime that's already been committed since BG's on his way back to his fucking car at
Right.
3:41?
Well,
Bada
hey,
bing, bada
listen,
boom.
that's why the FBI guy didn't come. They didn't let him testify because Weber first said 3:30 he got home. His first statement was
We know
3:30.
that's bullshit because we've known for years now that Brad Weber, his official first story was that he stopped somewhere along the way to check out his
Mm-hmm.
ATM machines. We've always
Yep.
known that.
In his
That's why I
Subaru.
keep telling. I'm like, I've been telling people, I'm like, you don't want to hear what I got to say because you're sharing my opinion when I'm saying it. But the fact is, I will throw out the facts that I know or either side. So you may not like it, but these are the actual facts. You know, we knew about the crime being supposedly interrupted 8 years ago,
Hey,
almost 8 years at
yeah,
least, and we knew back then who first interrupted it. We had heard that Brad Weber. We didn't hear anything about a ban yet. We just heard that Brad Weber's had somehow interrupted the crime. and that he was being questioned, and his mom and all that was upset because they thought that he might be considered involved and shit like that when they were wanting to question him. We all knew
Right.
this. Anybody that was
But
around
hey,
back then had heard it.
listen, picture this. So 2:30, Weber, if we believe their story, 2:30, Weber comes home, scares him. He takes him across the creek and then stays around for an hour and 20 minutes to then, because he's so afraid. And then he does a whole bunch of unnecessary stuff by putting branches on them and stuff that's not necessary. How afraid would he be to have to do that? That's ridiculous to say he was afraid.
Mhm. Okay, the branches are a different story, and I try to explain this to people. The branches on the girls were different reason wise. I mean, like I said, I've seen the crime scene photos.
Right.
Uh, and very, very. If you've seen them, you know what I'm talking about. Um,
Hmm.
Sorry if you haven't, but you're a lucky person if you haven't. Um, Psychology wise, it seemed very obvious to me because of all the killers and shit that I've researched for many, many years now. And we just saw the same thing occur in Idaho, at least with one of the victims. Um, and Brian Koberger did it too to that one victim. Um, for different reasons. Some do it because they're trying to hide what happened to themselves. Because it's kind of like if I don't see it, it didn't happen. I didn't do that horrible thing. Or it's
Undoing.
they try they will try to hide the injuries or whatever they have inflicted upon their victims to either hide it from themselves or from people that are finding the
It's
victims.
called, hey, it's called undoing.
Yeah, it's regret and all this other shit,
Right.
depending on why they're doing
But
it.
listen, though,
And
here, give me a sec, one sec. You know, if you think about it, though, either way, the person touched those branches. So no matter what you think
exactly,
of those
no, I
branches,
said that
they were
myself.
on
I've
the
been,
bodies.
hmm
They were on the bodies, and they moved them off the bodies and thought nothing of taking them. That's how you
and
know
they
their
just
story's
left them
bullshit.
free. hmm I
Yeah,
completely.
that's how you know
Back
it's
then,
bullshit.
when I first heard about it, I was said you could have gotten fibers off of it. You could have gotten some DNA off of them.
Hmm.
You could have
Hmm.
gotten all kinds of things off of them sticks, but you left them out there in the fog, the mist, and everything else to fucking get deteriorated and to fuck up the DNA or what could have been there and all this other stuff. And I know for a fact, if I remember correctly, they were still out there 4 something days later, at least.
Listen to this though. Wait, you want to hear a better story from CrimeCon? What Jerry said? Jerry said that the sticks, not only were the sticks on the girls to cover them and hide them, he said that Richard Allen put them on the left side of Libby and
Because
Abby to
mhm,
cover them from the angle of the driveway. How stupid
like,
is that?
yeah, this is the biggest bullshit story I've ever heard. As like I said, it was obvious to me once I saw the crime scene photos why the sticks were on the girls. But that's why I try to differentiate. But 'cause it's weird. There's a different reason why the sticks are on the girls than kind of a different reason. The sticks on the girls weren't there to cover them or hide them at all. Because if you've
No,
seen the pictures or the diagrams, it just wasn't going to happen. You know, there was no, they're barely covering anything. But what you can't
of course,
see in those pictures, what you can't see at all, was the injuries to the necks.
right, right.
Now, when you go look at the diagram next time, look at where the sticks are
Uh,
going around that neck area. You'll see what I'm talking about. It's
right.
like I'm not saying he was hiding it from himself, but maybe he did have some sort of guilt in the matter.
But again,
Or,
none of it matters because
yeah.
they left the sticks there. The person touched them and they thought nothing of taking them. That's how you know their story's full of shit.
What do you think earlier with TJ in the other chat? TJ asked me if I was an undercover law enforcement for Indiana. I laughed and I said, "I'm sorry, TJ. I'm way too smart to be Indiana law enforcement."
Well, yeah, I mean, plus any good undercover would announce it on a YouTube chat room too, right?
Really, uh, I hate cops. Let's just be honest. They're pigs. I don't like any of them. Um, I don't know why I do this. I guess I've thought about it one day, and I'm actually not bad at it, so I just keep doing it. That's the only reason I do it. And I just want to understand why they do what the killers do what they do. That's why I'm here, and that's the only reason. Somehow, some way, recently, I've yeah, I've been able to figure out things that other people haven't, or just the police have. That's new to me too, and I don't know. I'm seeing where it goes. That's it.
Yeah, well, you got pretty. Yeah, you're pretty good at this.
I mean, it's just weird to me or whatever. Like I don't know. It's things stand out so obviously to me, either because I've researched all these fucking cases, or like in Idaho or whatnot. It just seemed like everything was being reported a specific way, and it just seemed odd to me because it's like not one agency, not one press, this, that, the other, not one newspaper, not one site, nothing reported that any differently, even though all these details completely changed. This one fact stayed the same. There's something there that's odd. And I just zoned in on it. And I'm like, something tells me I need to dig into this. When I saw the price tag and the receipt, it was always combined. You know, they're found in a trash can,
Right.
understood. But why are they always connected to each other when they're spoke about? The cops did it. The press did it. Like every website, every newspaper, everything did it the same way, and it just irked the shit out of me. And then I just dig and I dug and I dug and I dug and I dug until finally I had a price and a brand. And at that point, I'm like, well, and I knew that it came from Walmart. And I wondered to myself, I'm like, has anybody gone to the Walmart thing since they have an online shopper that you could type in what brands you want and the price range you can adjust and all this other shit? So I just went to the website. It was like Dickies, 89.99, and then I'm looking at one fucking item, and it just so happens that item explains so much of the weird shit in the case. It's just like it can't be that easy. So yeah, I get why the cops were able to figure it out really fucking simply enough. Because once you have that bit of information, it's so easy to fucking figure out. Oh, a spy.
Yeah.
Oh,
Mhm.
yeah, I would be the worst spy ever. I just am no good at being stealthy or anything like that. That would be like we're playing a video game, and do you think Charles would be like a rogue or something like that? Fuck no, I'm a tank, dude. I run right into the middle of the fucking battle, and I'm like, let's do this. Ugh. It's totally
Yeah.
not my
Hey,
style.
you ever heard of that Leroy Jenkins?
Leroy Jenkins. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm literally that idiot. I'm that. I'm
Hmm.
very tough. I'm very large. You don't hide it, Charles. You just don't hide. I'm
That's
very loud, obnoxious, fucking
right.
massive person. I'm just not a hider. I just can't do it. Yeah,
Yeah,
that
that was
espionage
nice.
shit. Mm-mm. I'm no sneaky sneak.
He was doing those in all those video games, just going in and just running right down the middle and shooting everyone.
That's what I do. Every time I play a video game, I'm like, all right, you guys, I'm going to start the shit. I'm going to be right out in front. And whenever, think about every single time that we've been involved in, there's some shit going on, like with Amy or this, that, and all the other people or the troll farm and all those. Like, who is literally always the one that's right up out front, louder and more obnoxious than everybody else going, let's do this, bitches. It's always fucking
Yeah.
me. It's always
Like the
fucking yeah.
Tasmanian devil.
Yeah, it's like I have no fear of whatever. It's like, yeah, it's just not my style to be the sneaky type. And plus, I'm just too honest. I don't care if you like or dislike what the hell I have to say. I'm gonna probably tell you the truth, whether or not you like it. And,
Yeah.
I don't like lying. It's just me.
You don't like lying?
I don't like it. I mean, it depends on if it's even when it's like to how do I put it, to help someone. I still don't feel good about it. I don't like lying at all. Like,
Well, you need a good memory.
I have a great memory, so that's not a problem. It's just, it makes me, even when it's for a good reason, uh, I just don't want. It doesn't give me a very good feeling to fucking lie. Unless it's like, oh, we're gonna have a surprise party and we need you to be sneaky about it. Okay, that I can see. Be like, lying and being okay with or whatever, and not bothered by it. But all this dramatic shit and all this other stuff, that's 90% what gets me in the most trouble at all, is because I literally say what the fuck I feel as I feel. I'm like, I don't care.
Well, I just did that tonight to someone. I won't say their name, but I told them that they used an AI photo and they didn't need to use an AI photo. They're pretty enough on their own. And that person got mad at me,
I've had
thinking I'm being insensitive.
PJ just asked me an interesting question, which I've had multiple people come and ask me about lately. At least part of the question: why is that specific group being so quiet all of a sudden? Well, technically, they're not being entirely quiet at all. As Shibby had informed me, even though I wasn't around at the time, the Queen herself made a couple of pit stops in on certain lives the other night, considering you guys, and she was removed. So I don't know exactly what you mean by they're being quiet. Maybe just um, I don't really know what's going on in their lives at the moment of time, but maybe he's just got some shit going on. I don't know. Maybe he's got tired of the drama. I don't know. I mean, it is what it is.
Hmm.
Everybody's got a life, and oddly enough, even though they consider themselves my enemies, I hope they're all doing well. But as far
You know,
as Snay, the Queen, everybody knows who the Queen is. Who is the leader of the troll farm? Jinx.
really?
Yeah,
Yeah, she
you
came
just
in our chat.
that's what I
She
was just telling you. I was like, Shibby
she
just told
came
me the
in.
other day that she showed up on you and Diana's and this, that, and the other, and you
Yeah,
guys had to block her or whatever. And
to
I
get
did
rid of
have
her.
the call. I've reached out to several mods I know of. Of course, I haven't heard anything from Heavy or Dino and all them either, but I've reached out to Gail and several others and Kira and stuff, and I'm not hearing much in regards to where Snee is. I have reached out to him myself as well, and he has not responded back either. So
Ah, you know what it is? I think partly like he was doing a lot of lives. He was in, he had a separation and then he did a live almost every day. So then he probably just got kind of sick and stuff and taking time off.
I know he's still probably having trouble with the medications he takes and his voice and stuff, so it might have gotten fucked up again. I'm just
Yeah.
guessing at this point. So I don't know. I like I said, I've had other people ask me. I have reached out to many people I know to figure out what was up with it. But what's her face? I know I call her something different because I have her on Facebook and Discord and everything else. I don't want to say what I call what her name is on Facebook because that might actually be her real name. But like I said, I've reached out to Gail, Kira. I haven't heard a thing from Heavy about it. Dino as well. Their mods there. Um, at least three other of his mods. Yeah, and haven't heard a word about it at all. I probably, I mean, if Kira doesn't know, I don't think any of the other mods are going to know either. To be
Well,
honest with you.
listen. If, for in my opinion, if an adult goes missing and you don't hear anything on the news like that, Captain Howdy, I think everything's probably just fine, or not
What about
fine, but gonna be okay.
Joshua Johnson? Is that the old
He's
weird
been
guy, or is that the
no no no
conspiracy?
no no. That's low light recovery.
No, no, there's another Joshua
She's talking
Johnson.
about no. She's
Oh,
talking about low light. I guarantee you. Ask her. That's low light recovery.
well, I have
Yeah, he's
this
been
one guy
gone.
who has he's there's a guy that subbed to me. He has a show on YouTube as well. Um, it's mostly about conspiracies, and I could have swore his name, the YouTube account name was like Joshua Johnson. But I know
Uh,
there's an old guy that also is involved in Delphi that has a similar name too, and
hey,
he
one second. One second. TJ, isn't
yeah.
Joshua Jackson? or is it Joshua Johnson? It might be Jackson.
No, I think, yeah, that's what I think she's, yeah, there's too many people with similar names involved in this whole damn thing.
Either way,
Um,
she's talking about low light recovery.
yeah.
LR. Yeah, he
Why
hasn't
would
been
that
around for
mean?
like a month.
Oh, that might be the old. I don't know if it's the old guy or not.
No,
But if it's the old guy, who knows? I mean,
he's my age. He looks like my
hmm.
age. He's 50ish, maximum of 50.
Well, Miranda was talking about the guy wanted to date her at some point. So, and
Oh, really?
Miranda's sort of
Well,
near
no,
50, so it wouldn't
no,
be that
he's not.
unbelievable.
This guy's not dating Miranda.
Hmm. But it's odd that you bring that up because the guy that subbed to me first, because I saw him sub to me, I went and checked him out. Um, and when I did so, he had a lot of conspiracy shit on his channel, and he was a really nice dude. He looked to be about that age. Um, uh, yeah, but for the longest time, I haven't seen any of his videos or lives pop up either. So it's kind of weird. There's a lot of people going missing all of a sudden.
Yeah, you never know, eh? Because people take time off.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, he likes shibugis or whatever.
I mean, Shibuki's
Okay.
Shibuki's is okay. If she didn't,
I
she
like
for whatever
shibugi.
reason she hates me now for I didn't know I even did to her because I go to profs and listen in there. Like now I'm a fucking the enemy, I guess.
Um, well, I don't think it's because you go there to listen. I think when like how do I put it in a way that doesn't sound like I'm being an asshole? Um, it's kind of different when like you mod for somebody. There's some people that you mod for because they're really good friends over
Uh,
this and the other. But yeah, I think the problem that people
Whatever.
have mainly with you, dude, is like they see you as like top mod or whatever. You know what I mean?
I I don't do. I try to help out. I
But
don't
I
condone
really
everything
don't know.
everybody
Yeah,
does,
no.
and
It's
I'm my
just
own person. So like when I go to your chat or somebody else's chat, I don't carry stuff over.
I
If I see
you have
somebody, I don't carry stuff over, and I don't want to do that.
yeah, yeah. You ain't gotta worry about me, because I know
No,
exactly what the story is and the whole thing, and I explain it to people when they actually ask me. Yeah, it's just
I don't know.
yeah.
Like
People
I
like,
went in.
well, you aren't you weird? You that chibi guy? I'm like, dude, he's just a fucking mod. There's a difference. I go in mod places too, and it's like I'm not saying I condone or believe or go with everything that's being said there. It's just okay. I'm not going to say any names, but remember, not too long ago, we had a similar incident with a female friend of ours or whatever, and she thought that you were
Mhm.
being directing her in a specific direction and stuff. Similar to that, you
Yes.
know what I'm saying? Yes, very similar to that kind of thing. Like
Well,
it's like,
she fired
yeah,
me, so that's no big deal.
yeah. It was like that's my best way of explaining it. Is like uh, her that word I don't like to use in regards to her, even though I should, because she kind of pissed me off not too long ago. But yeah, basically, that was her reason that caused her to go a little irate in the first place. So, he has to be doing this because he's da, 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 his props mod, the head mod or whatever. I'm like, that's a dumb reason to think anybody's doing anything.
No. I have no ulterior motive. I enjoy talking to people, and if I can help out and be a part, that's what I like doing. And like
Well, you
with
know just as
Peggy,
well as I do.
anybody,
You,
you know,
yeah, you can
I
explain
like to help out.
it.
Well, I like to give show ideas, and I'll help with thumbnails. And I mean, I don't know. I'm on Amy G's now, and look at her. She has me on, and I talk. She does. I don't want to. I don't know anything. I can't help anybody out with personal information. I'm just there to have a good time and help out. That's it, honestly.
I know, right? It's just like, um, I try to say it in the nicest way too, but I am a smart ass, so I have to make it come out like a smart attitude when I say it. And I'm just like, guys, you don't always have to be flirting. You actually have people here that actually know this information. You could just have me up there too, and I could, for example, in, answer some of these questions for you instead of having this big old guessing. Yeah, it's just like,
Hmm. Hey,
and
did you see that?
yeah. Hmm?
TJ said I'm a good sidekick. TJ said I'm a good sidekick. So thank you.
Yeah. I don't think I'd make a very good sidekick.
Yeah, I don't mind because I don't want the responsibility and I don't want to be serious all the time. So I mean, I don't want to be mean or rude or fighting, but I also don't want to be serious too. You know, too much.
Well, I don't think I don't really want to be mean to anybody or whatnot. It's just like when you see somebody like you're trying to figure something out or whatever, but and you're friends with them and stuff. You want to just be like, hey, that your answer. Here you go. Like, I'm trying to point you in the right direction, but at the same time, it's like I'm on the other side, but not on the other side. I'm like right in the middle, but I'm like I'm leaning towards both sides, going, "You want to focus on that right there," and people don't listen to me. It seems, and then I'm just like,
Hey, hey, hey! Read Adidi's comment.
uh, that's what I'm saying. I can't be a sidekick. I am the main fucking character. Thank you. Couldn't have put it
She
better
was.
myself. I'm sorry. I mean, have y'all heard about my life anytime lately? I mean, oh my fucking god. The shit that happens to me is fucked up. It's literally like you take the shit that's happened to me and you separate it into what could have happened like 30 or 50 or more people, and each person would have had like one incident in their life. It's that each one. Charles, it's a regular fucking occurrence all the fucking time.
Yeah, well, you kind of start some shit too, so you bring it
Well,
on yourself, like Didi.
Charles starts some shit. And Dee Dee's a pain in my ass too. Yeah. And Farmer, yeah, I'm supposed to be doing a collab with him soon. So, yeah.
Well,
But
that
he got
farmer seems he
a
seems
family situation and stuff. Huh?
he seems reasonable. That farmer guy.
Farmer's pretty cool, actually. I like Farmer, but he's more of a guilter. But I do think I am starting to wonder if the troll farm didn't get to him because he's starting to be a little bit more distant all of a sudden, and that's what they tend to do. They're trying to lock me away from anybody that might be considering the fact that Richard Allen might not be innocent. You know, that's why it annoys me more than anything now that
But
people
I
that
mean,
think that Richard Allen's innocent is isolating me now too. I'm like, mm-mm. Bitches, I'm
I
not
don't.
letting you
I
get away
mean,
with that.
I don't know how anybody can tell either way after that trial. That's all I have to say. So forget about innocent or guilt. This
That's what I
investigation
said.
was flawed. The trial
If
was
you,
flawed. How can you say anything?
if you look up the very first live that we did on Don't Hate Create, aka Big Fish's channel,
Yes.
um,
Yeah.
I've been saying it
He
all
was
along
on.
as the trial was going on, as the fucking trial was even going on. I'm like,
Right.
me, parents, and everybody else is literally laying it out like, I from day one. I mean, that's why I tell people, I'm like, if I say something, I tell you clearly, I'm like, it's just a gut feeling. That's it. And I'm a person that tends to go with my gut at first until I can prove my gut wrong. And then once that happens, I'm willing to bend or flex or whatever which way necessary that I can prove is my a good reason to look that direction. I'm like, but as far as I'm concerned, I even stated in that thing as the trial's going on, everything I've seen thus far. While I say one thing is my good, I'm like, based on the evidence and everything else, I would could not probably convict him of this, that, and the other if I was on the actual jury. Because
Right.
there's a
Right.
difference
Not
between having a feeling and what I can prove. And when you're a juror, you have to be working with what can be proven.
But when you think about all the exculpatory evidence they lost or didn't collect, that right there, how can
No,
you
I mean,
convict a guy?
I was sure. I mean, yeah, they lost the interviews and this and that and the other, but there's also a lot of rumors of shit getting lost too, and we're not entirely
Right.
sure about that. And then there's this sneaky espionage shit in the background that's going on, and people with multiple different stories, and that's the problem when you're someone like me with the eidetic memory and shit like that. I remember all these fucking bullshit stories that they keep telling each time when it changes. I'm like, bitch, you ain't fooling nobody. I remember exactly what the fuck you said 3 months ago. Like I don't like dislike Sue. I think it's yeah Sue or anything like that. AKA what everybody considered to be the leader of the Knot.
Who's that?
Sue. Sue, fuck, what's her damn last name? What's HEC's last name? She has the same last name as he does. But oh man, you have no idea. Back when this we were trying to figure out who the hell the killer was, and after the arrest and everything else, there's so many accounts and shit. Believe it or not, Angela has more accounts than most people think she does. There's another one that I'm trying to remember this exact second. That was like a meme account, is what she called it. So there's more people. We keep talking about her free account. No, there's like 4 or 5 or more. And I'm not hating on Angela. I actually like Angela. I think she's cool. But who was it? I think it was on Sneeze Channel. Yeah, she used to show up on Sneeze Channel all the time under a specific account name, and he always used to say hi when she showed up. And for the longest time, I didn't know that was her. It turned out to be an account that she shared, I think, with the Yellow Jacket or whatever. Other than the ones we know that they use now. Something
And
about a train or
that's
something like that.
that's the weird thing is I've always liked Angela and Courtney from Yellow Jacket.
Oh
Uh,
yeah, no,
I always
Courtney
close.
doesn't like me. Yeah, it's funny.
I,
Angela loves me to death, but Courtney doesn't like me at all. So that's kind of
hey,
funny.
those two are too pretty for me to ever be mad at them. They could come here and kick me in the nuts, and I'll probably still like them.
Uh,
So I don't know what I
it
did
requires
besides.
more than looks for me to just let. Yeah, I
No,
don't.
you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that to me. But I mean, I always liked them. They're nice. They're smart. They were in the case, and Prof doesn't like them, and I like Prof, so I guess they assume I don't like them. I don't know what all these people think, but I'm pretty independent, and I don't hate anybody really.
Yeah, Angela. I mean, that's one reason I really like Angela a lot more than anybody else. Like she knows how I think, she knows what I think and why I think it. She doesn't try to fucking convince me otherwise with BS, this, that, and the other. She knows what I know, and she just doesn't talk about it, which is a kind of smart thing to do. Yellow Jacket, on
Yeah,
the other hand, does try. And like I said, I've had little mini debates like at the same time with Yellow Jacket at the same time as DB. You can think both of them coming at me at the same time. And I'm over here like dodging this, dodging that, making them look. I don't want to say bad and stuff, but yeah, but when I agree with something they say, I stop and I go, but hey, right there, we agree on that. That is fact. Like, but when you're wrong, I'm going to call you out on it. Angela gets that. She's not rude to me whatsoever. She accepts that and all that. I totally bang that bitch. She's hot. She can sing, and she's smart enough to know where to argue with me and where not to argue with me. I'm telling you, she's just cool. I can't hate on her. The
I'm
troll part.
telling you, if if they'd all just stop screenshotting Twitter, I think I would be very happy because that's the only reason I learn about all them fighting is they put those Twitter screenshots up, and I could care less.
Because it was funny. The first time Criminality reopened her Discord back up. She sent all these invites out. I don't know who all got them or whatever, but this one Discord, I shit you not, we had members of the Troll Fire popping up. We had former members of the Troll Fire popping up. We had members of the Knot, former members of the Knot. We had Angela. We had Yellow Jacket. All these people showed up on the same fucking day, and we're all just sitting there like, "Ooh, this is gonna be fun," at the same
Well,
place.
Discord,
Fucking yeah. Criminalities
Discord,
Discord. Yeah.
it's stupid. Discord. I wouldn't talk publicly like that. I like it for the instant direct messaging. That's the only thing it's good for to me.
Hold on. The phone jack stuff. What are you talking about?
like the instant messaging. I don't like going into servers, and I
Oh
don't
no
like when
no
people talk publicly.
I meant TJ. I saw a
Oh,
comment that
so
Charles, the
sorry.
phone jack stuff should not have been allowed. I'm trying to understand what you.
The, the headphones being plugged in and out, the Delphi
Oh my
case.
god! I'm sorry. Specifically that because and and that's literally I got more experience than the person they had up there testifying in that matter. So you can say that I got a big ass ego or head or whatever you want, but when you have more experience than the expert that they hired to fucking testifying about it, I'm sorry, I'm not even gonna call myself an expert, but I'm gonna say I have the ability to speak on it. And Google will verify every fucking word I say on the matter, and I'll tell you exactly right now. The reasons why that the headphone sensors on that phone and everything do that is literally they get extremely dirty, they get soaking wet, or they have a serious hardware or software issue or firmware, depending on what you call it, in the phone. We know the firmware and all that was fine. We
Right.
don't know about the that leaves dirty and wet. Those are the most common reasons. And hey, call me out on my bullshit. Go to Google, see what Google says.
No, no, but
They
listen,
seem to be like fucking five
there's
minutes
four,
going,
listen,
right.
hey,
Mhm,
hey, stop talking for a second. If there's 4 or 5 plausible scenarios here, so
mhm.
to think there's only one specific thing, that's what everybody's trying to do. But for me, there's water, there's headphones, there's many reasons that could happen. At least 3 or 4.
But here's the problem. People kept bringing up this mysterious, mythological one that was very easily tracked. I mean, I when I finally decided to do it, it took me about an hour and a half to find the information that contradicted the whole fucking thing. And then I was able to send an email off to the specific group just to make sure, that, and they got back to me within actually like 10 hours and verified all that information and everything else that I had as true and gave me some more. And now it's like I hear a lot of people bringing it up, and I don't like saying it because I mean I'm not against them, but I'm not for them either. And I do hear props sometimes bringing it up too, and I'm just like, dude,
Well,
Google.
listen though, but
That's all I'm saying.
you sound a little too you sound a little too certain. Don't you think
Um,
there's other plausible scenarios? Like you
well,
seem
okay,
to
take
be
it like
like you're positive.
no, I'm 100% positive. You want to know why?
Well, you can't. Yeah.
Okay,
Well, go on.
we know when the murders occurred, which is February 13th, 2017, correct? Okay, the cell phones, headphone sensors went off. Problem with that is there is nothing at that point in time that you can use through the headphone sensor to hack that phone because it didn't exist commercially
But
till
nobody said that.
2019. Props
Nobody
said it
said
multiple
that.
times.
No,
And
he
and
didn't. What are you talking?
yeah,
Wait, wait,
don't
wait.
worry about it.
Stop, stop. You got to
Yeah.
stop. You got to stop. Give me a
No,
second
no,
to
I'm
talk.
serious. I don't know if he's still
Listen,
saying it now, but he did say it a couple times. Yes, he did.
listen. Well, just let me speak then. He
Hmm.
said no. The headphone jack. You can't do anything through a headphone jack. It's separate from the charge port. You can't
Actually, you
hack a
can.
phone through that. No,
You
you
can.
can't. What are you even talking about?
You
What?
can. I
Listen,
just told you. You
it's a
want me to show you
separate
the device?
headphone. Wait a second. Stop. 1 second. Are you saying the headphone jack, the 3.5 millimeter jack, can be used to hack a phone?
Yes. Now
Not
it
the
can.
charge. Not the charge port. In
The
2017.
headphone jack. The headphone
What?
jack. The
So
headphone
what can
jack.
you do now? Wait. Okay. Even today,
You
if you
can
can still find
access.
a phone.
You could literally go through that whole phone, through the database,
Wait.
the
Whoa,
data,
whoa,
the
whoa, whoa,
everything.
whoa, 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 whoa. Through a 3.5 millimeter headphone jack
Yes,
hole.
there's a device.
Three
I started this conversation by literally saying there was a device
3.5.
created and available
Wait.
commercially. But
Listen,
when
listen.
I'm not,
Can we just
I've seen
wait?
the
Can you
link.
stop
Yeah.
talking for 1 sec? Like you gotta let me talk, dude. Are you gonna let me talk? Because I mean, we're having a conversation, right? So the headphone jack. I think you're talking about the charge port where they transfer the information. Are you literally talking about a hole, a circle that's a 3.5 millimeter headphone jack for the old style headphones can be used to hack a phone? Are you saying that?
Yes, it's a modified auxiliary cable, man.
Through a 3.5 millimeter
Hmm.
hole, the circle, the one for the old style headphones.
It's literal hack gear.
Man, that's crazy if that's true.
I'm not trying to be, yeah, I'm not trying to be rude. I'm
You
not trying
know,
to speak over you.
hey, also, wait. I'm going to agree with you because maybe I'm sorry. Maybe because I do remember how they could put those credit card skimmers in the
Hmm.
3.5 millimeter jack. So I maybe I do agree with you. I don't know. I
I
just didn't really dawn on me
After
that.
this live, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. After this live, I'll send you the link. It has the name of what the product's called and everything. It's basically a form
Right,
of hacker gear.
right.
And trust me, at the time when I first heard it popping up all over the place, that's what I do. I literally hear
You know what?
something and I just dig
I'm
into it.
glad.
You
I'm
know.
glad. I'm glad you brought this up because I do remember
Hmm.
years ago they had that where you could put it in the 3.5 millimeter jack and swipe your
Hmm.
credit card through.
Hmm.
So I'm glad I never. I'm glad you said that because now I've learned something new. Not that I learned, but I kind of like you forget those things.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, at the time, I didn't know jack shit about iPhones. I knew
Mhm.
that I wasn't sure. I knew at some point the iPhones had switched their headphone jack over. I didn't know when, for what model, or anything
They,
like
they
that. That's
they
why I
put
had to
they
re-look
put it
into it.
into the like if it was iPhone 7 or no, I got an iPhone 8 and you could still you can't plug headphones in an iPhone 8, I believe.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm holding one
And
right
then
now. There's no
I
headphone
think I
jack.
did find out later on it was a later model, not much later, but still a later model. But at the same time, I knew an Android that there were ways of getting to a phone's data on Android using an auxiliary cable that was
Right.
modified. Yeah, I had heard about that, and I just combined the two, and I actually found this product. And
You
yeah,
see,
and,
D,
hmm
Dee Dee's talking about the credit card swiper for the headphone jack through
hmm
Square that
hmm
plugged into the headphone jack. So
yeah.
in 2017, what could be done back then
Back then, nothing. The the
for the
uh,
headphone?
the first initial invention of this device wasn't
Hmm.
created until early 2018. That's when I wanted to verify it because I wanted to make sure that nothing could be used to hack her phone
Right.
through that jack. That's the
So,
main thing I
so
was going for.
basically, it wasn't hacking. Basically, it's either somebody plugged in headphones and unplugged them, or water,
Mhm,
or dirt, or malfunction. So it's not hacking.
mhm. And basically, at that point, with the experience I had having to fix iPhones and everything for so many fucking people for like almost 20 years, it just seemed apparent to me. It's like, yeah, it's like somebody plugged some headphones in, or most likely when they were crossing the fucking creek, water got into the phone. But the issue with that becomes if your fucking phone is so damn wet that the sensors in the headphone and shit are all fucked up because of it, then what's most likely going on? It's the rest of the phone's probably fucked too. And at that point, we can't literally listen to a fucking thing about what the data's saying at all. Like the phone didn't move at this point. How do you know that? It's soaking wet. We know the phone power's down. It doesn't have enough power in it to last 12 or whatever hours, but then it just magically pops back up. To me, that sounds like when you take your phone that's wet, you put it in a bag of rice or something, and the water is finally
Mhm.
dried out, and then it
Yeah,
comes back up. You know what I'm saying? That makes the most
that
sense to
does
me.
work.
Now think about what we know about that phone coming back on randomly in the middle of the night or anything like that. That could literally just be it finally dried out and comes back on.
By
That's
itself.
what that's what it thinks to me. Sound it seems like to me because I've seen it so many times with Android and iPhones. Once they get dry back enough, they literally just come right back on.
I don't think the iPhones will power itself back on. I think they'll be able to be turned back on, but you'd have to
Um,
push the button.
Oddly enough, for them older iPhones around that in those models, like around
Mhm.
5 to I think like 8 or so, they do have that function too,
No,
especially
no, man.
when they're like at
I,
factory restore function. like
Nope.
factory settings. They have it
iPhone
set up
won't
like
turn itself back on. No way. No
that.
way. It won't.
We do also
Wait,
know that.
you,
Sorry.
you have to either push the power button and hold it down, or you plug in a charger and it'll turn back on. iPhones won't turn on by themselves, would they? Who says that?
It has a fail-safe function in it when there's specific things are
Right.
damaged
Right.
or something
It'll shut
that it would
down.
shut it down. But
Yes,
if
but
those
it won't
somehow
come back on.
fail-safes come back, yes,
No,
it does have a
I don't
comeback
believe
thing.
that.
I'll
Nope.
I'll I'll send you a link for that too.
Okay.
Uh,
Okay. I'd like to
yeah,
see that.
no problem. That's what I
Cool.
said. I try to tell people, I'm like, no matter who says what, you take the information itself and you go and you track it down yourself, and that's what I usually do about this shit. And it's not even worth bringing it up until you know. I mean, maybe to theorize for a minute, which is fine. But and after that, it bothers the shit out of me. So I literally go. My problem isn't ADHD or ADD or whatever like that. I have severe hyperfocus. Once something bothers me, I will literally track it down until I have the answer and I can prove that answer, and then I can finally move on. If I don't, it drives
Cool.
me fucking nuts.
Well, I've had tons of iPhones. I've gotten them wet. I've used the rice trick, and never once has the phone come back on by itself. It will shut
No, no,
itself down,
yeah. Sorry, I've been talking.
but
I
it won't
was
come back on.
thinking out loud to what TJ said. Retry or whatever, they never said that the phone had probably been hacked or whatever. I've just seen it so many times and mentioned by multiple creators as a possibility, and I don't even know why I dug down. I just honestly I wondered myself. I'm like, is there an ability or way that you could possibly do that? Because yes, there's certain things that are not on that phone anymore, and this and that and the other that I'd like to know why they aren't there on the phone. And if somebody could actually access the phone through something like the auxiliary port or whatever, that would be a reason. That would connect to something more like a Caden Klein kind of situation and everything else, even though he's a dumb idiot. But it would you need somebody there with the knowledge of technology that even surpasses probably my own. And if that's the case, then this case just went weird, full that shit crazy at the time. That's why I wanted to dig into it. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm not. Yeah, there's people that say it out loud, but at the time, like I said, I had already heard that it was able to be done on Android. So I wanted to learn if it was possible on an iPhone because if it was, then it's something else we need to consider. That's all.
Okay, hey, listen to this. So I just used AI to search when did Square credit card swiper become available, and AI is saying Square's original 3.5 millimeter jack credit card reader was released in 2011.
Yeah, it was.
This
I
was
had one well before. I had one
2011.
in like 2013. Believe it or not.
And listen, Apple removed the headphone jack with iPhone 7 in 2016.
Yeah, but you got to think most iPhones, uh, 7S or whatever 6S and all that stuff were actually built and put together. Usually, I think it was like
So wait.
2015.
Wait. Give me 1 second. So you're saying that before that, the 3.5 millimeter couldn't do that, but this is saying since 2011 you could.
Well, believe it or not, how do I put this in the right way? You could access data off somebody's card at the time with the amount of stuff that was available on the firmware of the iPhone. Um, it wasn't going to flip flop the other way and give you information from the iPhone, etc. It's not like using like an Apple Pay option or something like that. It's not the same situation. But that's basically the starting foundation of where these hacking gear things come from. Like and Android is started with auxiliary cables that people use to transfer songs and stuff like that into car radios.
Hmm.
Yeah, basically that's how it works. And then you could transfer movies and data and shit like that through to the car's fucking like entertainment system on the screens and shit, and it just kept enhanced until finally some hacker was able to cross brand a fucking auxiliary cable with something else. I forget exactly what it was or whatever, but literally was able to fucking access other things on the phone and otherwise. And that's why, and this was available before 2017. So, of course,
So
upon
what?
hearing
So,
and hearing a lot of people
so,
mention it, hmm,
so beside music and talking, which what else can you do? And now, obviously, that credit card reader. What can you get through the 3.5 millimeter jack?
believe it or not, okay, think about it this way. I'm going to try to make it in a way that is easily explainable to everybody. Okay,
Hmm.
when you think of a picture or something you can hear or something you can see, to us, it seems like an image or this or that and the other. But what is it actually to a computer? Think about that. It's data.
Ones and zeros.
Hmm. Now, if you could change a movie or a song or this, that, and the other into just simple ones and zeros, you can change anything into simple ones and zeros. And you just need the right combination and the right stuff to do it. And once you figure that out, you can take anything and everything off any phone, period.
Hmm.
You have to have skill and the right tools. And yes, that's why I was trying to say at the beginning of this, when we started this little conversation or whatnot, I'm like, commercially available in 2019. They finally crafted a tool that worked perfectly for iPhone that you were able to plug into the 3.5, the auxiliary jack or whatever, and steal whatever data you wanted off the fucking iPhone, whatever data you wanted. And it was hack gear available and patented in 2019. But that's why I had to reach out to the group that made that hack gear to get to the hold of the guy that had the patent on the fucking invention. And I said, hey, when did you, because you have the patent, you actually have to be the one to create something, or at least to let it be known that you create something or whatever, and to buy the patent and everything else. I was like, when did you actually have a working prototype of this fucking device? When did the first one come out? And that's when I was able to get a early April-ish of 2018. So that using that bit of information, I was able to at least find the earliest make a model of the first device that could actually do these things on an iPhone, yada yada yada, and actually remove that from the whole scenario. And that's all it was. I knew it was a rumor to begin with, but it was a rumor I heard quite a bit. And like I said, creators would just mention it because someone in chat would mention it. I'm not saying they agree with it or whatever. They would just say it's a possibility, and I'm not saying it wasn't a possibility. I just wanted to find out if or not it was a possibility. And then I found out it just wasn't, because people still talk
Right.
about it. Yeah, when I brought it up earlier in Amy's chat, somebody had mentioned it right then and there. They hacked her to the phone or whatever. I'm like, nobody hacked anybody through the phone. The technology didn't exist until 2019. But because that's what I do. I sit in the
Listen,
chat
listen.
and
Though, but why, if they, why would somebody try to hack them through the 3.5 millimeter when the port is there? Like, why wouldn't they
um,
just use the port?
well, the reason
That
I
doesn't make
thought
sense.
of the first thing that came to my mind was they couldn't access the phone through the regular means because of the fingerprint and da da da. Which we do know that
So the
somebody tried to
3.5.
access. Remember, we do know somebody tried to access the phone through the fingerprint reader or whatever, and was not able to.
Well, how could they not when the girls were right there? Why wouldn't they just use their
That's
phone?
the part that's I still haven't been able to explain myself. I mean,
That doesn't make
maybe they
sense.
aren't the sharpest tool in the shed. I don't know. Because it is part of the setting or what we know about the phone data or whatever. We know that somebody tried to access the phone and put their finger or whatever to her, and that it just showed that in her data, in her phone's data, that somebody tried to access it. It was not able to gain access through the fingerprint part. But that also could be because it was wet. Just throwing that out there
And
too.
Yes, but you know what that also could imply is that the girls weren't around, that the phone was separate from them. Because wouldn't a criminal be just using their thumb, even if they were both dead or subdued,
That's
or
why
if
my
they're
yeah.
if you got them at
That's why.
gunpoint, they're going to open it.
Mhm.
They're going to open it for you.
Well, yeah, yeah. I mean, that's why I leave it more towards it was probably malfunctioning the whole phone at that point because it's wet, and that's why maybe the phone just thought somebody was trying to get into it at that point. Because once they're soaking wet like that, they really start fucking up. That's why it's a state's going to sit there and say that the phone stops moving there, and that's when we know the girls have died. I'm sorry, if the phone's wet and fucking up, it could be moving around still and you wouldn't be able to see it because the software is now fucking up. Or if it's gone into that power
Right.
down bullshit and everything else, and you're not going into the
Right.
fail safe. Yeah, that's what I was trying. Trust me, I
So,
have an opinion
so
that's one way.
basically,
Hmm.
basically, I'm with you on everything except for if the phone goes into that failsafe, I don't believe it'll come back on
Um,
by
I,
itself. I believe you'd have
I'll
to
say, don't
plug
worry.
in a charge port or hold the power button down. I'm,
That
I can't see it coming by itself.
yeah, I'll send you the link or whatever that I got the information down from. It's not a problem. Like I said, I just can't do it during a live or not. Hey, Crystal. But it's like I don't know. A lot of people like try to say I'm a know-it-all or whatnot. It's not that. It's just I think the same things that everybody else thinks, and wonder if these things are a possibility. And uh, usually, TJ, I would actually agree with you on that one. That just because it was only available commercially, the military still has to wait for somebody else to create something before they can take it for their own use. So that's why I needed to figure out when the initial prototype for that item actually occurred. And usually, when the military has something before other people have, we also are able to find out when they had it too. And I could find no way, shape, or form, because you would think that maybe the CIA has it, the NSA, this and that and the other, and that's what I was really trying to find out in the first place. Um, when I first found out about the product's existence, because I was like trying to figure out if it even existed, and then I found out yes, it did exist. I found the name and a product and everything else, and using that, I was able to track down the product, and that's when I found out the whole 2019, blah blah blah, and who made it, what it was called, and da da da. Which I'm not remembering off the top of my head, but once,
Plus,
like I said, I can. Hmm.
plus you're leaving out one type of people, and that was those hackers that were jailbreaking. They were always looking for an exploit.
That's why if I thought that's really why I was tracking the fuck down out of the whole damn thing, is because uh, I was waiting for this crime to hit that next level and to see if it would take that next step, because it had the possibility of just being still a localized, kind of crazy, kind of weird scenario that happened because of whatever reasons. A triggering event is what I call it. Um, but at the same time, because of this bullshit with the clients and all that stuff, I couldn't count out the possibility that there's some sort of higher fucking like did the clients, were they there? Did they not take a cell phone or something with some sort of video and take it to Vegas to try? I had to find a way to get that out of the story. You know what I mean? And to do so, uh, there's a picture missing off the phone that should be on the phone, and the fact that it's not
Snapchat,
there,
the bridge, the
it
Snapchat bridge.
bothers the fuck out of me. Um, my only logical conclusion is that it was fucking deleted either by Libby before Bridge Guy came up to them, or
But listen
by
though,
Bridge
wouldn't
Guy.
it be in there still? Because nothing gets
Hmm?
deleted unless it gets overwritten.
That's what I
So
don't
if
like
you have a
about the whole
phone
thing. I just don't like it. That's why you see
like
that I had to track down this thing, because there was parts of the story that just made no sense, and it still makes no sense. There's a lot of things that make no sense about this crime to me, and those are the things that I never forget, and I always try to track down. And it's those things that I feel the creators, at least y'all side, really should get more focused on because those are the fucking weird fucking things that irk the shit out of me. And it's pretty hard to fucking irk the shit out of
Hey, when did they give the phone back to the family too? Wasn't that too soon?
me. Um,
Shouldn't have kept that.
how long
Ever.
did they give it to the? Well, believe it or not, I mean, how long did they till they turned it back over?
Yeah. How long did they
I
keep
mean,
it? Shouldn't they have kept it in as evidence?
they probably, but once again, this is law enforcement in Indiana. And like I said, I'm sorry, sir. You need to take the common sense to get the fuck out of here. We're talking about law enforcement in Indiana. Just saying. Just saying.
Hey, one
Because
second,
I've
one
got
second.
it.
Uh, for your chat, Crystal Pistol, that woman, she also sent some scary emojis and rap song lyrics to Lauren.
Which woman, Crystal, or
Well, the Lauren got her stalker. Her stalker sent her, she stole her phone and messages, but she also sent emojis and rap song lyrics, which is a joke.
sounds like something Peggy would do.
Didn't you hear that in her when Lana from
Honestly, I really haven't dived into the whole
Listen,
fucking.
let me tell you then.
Yeah.
Stop. Lana from Truth and Transparency was reading the document from Lauren, and
Mhm.
Lauren claimed in it that that her stalker sent her emojis and rap song lyrics was one of the things she had in the complaint, in the lawsuit or whatever.
Haven't I done that myself? I think I've done that to people too. Yeah, I have. Is that what we're gonna call fucking? I'm sorry. I've actually been a victim of online stalking for like I don't know
Right,
two
right.
years now. If I compare, please tell me there's more to this than that because
Oh yeah, yes.
okay,
There's more
gotcha.
to it. She took her phone and got into her messages and then bumped into her at CrimeCon. There's more to it, but one or two of the complaints was that she sent her emojis and lyrics to rap songs.
Well, I mean, technically, it's a form of communication, even though it seems silly to us at the moment in time. So I did get why she would list it in the things. Uh, uh, Stalking is still stalking, no matter what you're doing to do it or whatever like that. So I mean, I get it, but at the same time, it does sound silly. I'm not even gonna lie. It does. Now, meeting them in person, stalking them in person, this and that and the other. That's exceeding that level of silliness into becoming fucking scary. Yeah. I don't. I
Also,
still got to go
listen,
through this.
also,
I
wait,
just don't know.
I think a part of the problem is not that she's overreacting, because I mean she rightfully should be worried, but the fact that LE has taken her so seriously, and people have been threatened way more. I'm sure you've been threatened way more, and Prof has been threatened way more, and Snay. So
Hmm.
the fact that Lauren is getting threatened, as filing a lawsuit, and the judge and the courts are taking it so seriously, and especially, well, I think it's only because she's a bootlicker and agreeing with the state, in my opinion, because they won't take you seriously like that. They won't take Prof seriously. So I think it's an overreach.
Well, I specifically, in my situation, concerning certain individuals or whatever, I have large files at actual police departments and stuff. Eh, Massive amounts of data involving the things that certain individuals have been doing, and I think the police, the cops, are under the how do I put it? Uh, they would take the situation a hell of a lot more serious if the person wasn't so far away.
Right. Well, no, also
Now,
they take it more seriously. Listen. When it's
mhm.
Frankmeister or when it's Fig or somebody they like, they take it more seriously. And if it's Prof or you or somebody, they don't. And that's the double standard that is bothering people, in my opinion. I think that's a big part of it.
I mean, is this Indiana law enforcement again?
I'm not even sure. but
That's yeah,
whatever it
because
is.
the people that you're bringing up is more like an Indiana law enforcement kind of thing. So, like I said, I have not looked into. I saw like the titles of videos and stuff like that. It's just like I'm like looking at it, and lately I've just been a little bit more busier than I usually have been in the past. It just didn't seem like the world. It's like I've been stalked. I'm being stalked on everything else. I
Right,
don't need to
right.
really. Yeah. So I really haven't.
So
I don't much know anything about this entire situation at all.
I don't really neither, but I believe that she toes the line with the state and is getting favoritism because if you're, it's two different standards. If it's your friend, they're jaywalk. If it's your friend, they don't get the ticket. If it's your friend, if it's somebody you don't like, then yeah, they get a ticket. That kind of standard.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't want to jump to the assumption that has something to do with like she's all for the state or whatever. Are we talking about case by case situation? Are we talking about entirely like all cases? I don't get
I
why
don't know.
anybody could be. Yeah, I don't see why anybody would be like all state or all defense on every single case. I don't think ever. Are there people that are like that? If they're like,
I'll tell you.
um,
Listen. Whoa, 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 whoa. Because they know they get access. Because Jerry Holman will come and give you an interview if you toe the line. You get access to them if you do what they think that if you spread their message. Whereas if you ask tough questions, they don't want that. They won't come talk to people like that.
yeah, but I think Diana just said Utah. That would mean that the law enforcement. Are you speaking of the law enforcement thing, or which law enforcement? That's what I need to know. Which law enforcement agency we're talking about
Right.
because we can't put. Yeah, Indiana. We all can see now, but I've been trying to point out to people for years, and I'm finally happy that everybody can see that. It's like they're incompetent. They're severely fucking incompetent. I'm from fucking the fishing wildlife all the way to fucking the FBI in Indiana are just completely and utterly fucking incompetent or corrupt as fuck. Whichever way you want to see it's fine. I can lean in both directions depending on the subject. But yeah, I once again I don't know shit about this entire situation, so I want to leave off the comparing it to
Yeah.
Indiana. Yeah, they're just a bunch of retards. So sadly,
But yeah, I agree with you. I
yeah.
agree. I don't know much about it neither, so I probably shouldn't talk so definite.
That's what I'm
Be
saying.
so
I'm like,
definitive about it.
yeah, I should. I keep meaning to. It's just like, I just. Uh, I'd rather not think about stalking while I'm being stalked. It's just, yeah,
Hey,
it's just gonna
you know what you can
grind
do
my
if you're
gears.
bored? If you're bored, Lana from Truth and Transparency? Do you mind watching her?
Oh, apparently you don't know any of my histories.
No, I don't. Why would I? Why would I?
Me and Lana don't. We
Listen,
don't.
wait. I wasn't asking for a backstory. What I'm trying to say is that she covered it very good. She covered the whole court documents and went over it. So if you want to just browse through her video about it, you'll learn about it very
Mhm.
easily. That's
There's
all.
the problem.
If you want
My problem is I'm not entirely true in the fact that I trust a word that comes out of her mouth. I'd
but she
rather just
listen.
yeah.
It was the court documents. She read the documents
Okay.
and she
Okay.
puts it on screen, so you can even mute it and just read it.
I'll just get the court documents. If I ever want to go, I just get the documents and just do it that way. Um,
Okay.
yeah, just like that one person. If you heard the whole, you don't understand. You just trust.
Well,
Um,
I trust you. I
I,
trust you.
but I will say it. I'll say it out loud, and I've said it once again, and I've said it many times in the past. There was multiple counts in the Idaho 4 case that were caught by a group of people that included myself using fake witnesses and all that to push fake bullshit agendas and drive clicks and shit to their channels, and one of the which was Lana.
Oh shit. Well, I don't know anything about that.
Not to
So,
mention she's being sued, or at least was being sued by at least 18 different parties and multiple reasons for attacking victims and their families and everything. Yeah, like I said, that person I just yeah, I do. If
Okay.
I'm even on the channel, like if I see her pop into somebody else's chat, I'm like, "What's up, bitch?" And she knows what the fuck. If she don't try to challenge me, she just runs the fuck away. Her
Well,
true crime design and the fucking sober chickens. Although I give them the benefit of the doubt because I don't think they realized what was going on at the time when they were involved in it. That's the only
so
thing I will say.
where could you get the lawsuit? You can just download it
Uh,
and read it. Probably
Oddly
best.
enough, at the time, she gave it to me. At the time,
Just the
I
one
had just
lawsuit?
oh no no all 18.
Oh,
She literally asked her people, which at the time I was using her to get more information into the Idaho case. So I thought like you that she was a reliable person and stuff. I'm not telling who people who to love and who not, but I can tell you that I proved that she was using false witnesses and everything else. She had a person that claimed her son went to college at the university and was buying drugs from kids at the fucking in that house and all this other stuff.
well.
None of that was true. Not a fucking
Hey,
bit of it was
hey
true.
I, I, I was just suggesting you go to read the
Oh
documents. I
no,
don't know
I was
about
talking. Yeah,
any of this
I'm
other
sorry.
stuff.
I was talking to uh, TJ in the chat when I said that way. I apologize. I wasn't trying to make it sound bad on you. Usually, no, no. I myself was in the same ballpark as you guys were. So trust me, once it all was fleshed out to me, I was not a happy camper. So I'm not blaming any of you all for thinking what you did. It's just I've been there. That's all. And I'm just gonna say, be careful about that person. That's all I'm gonna say.
No wonder
At the time,
you're
mhm.
no wonder your women stab you. You get right in there and get them all stirred up.
Yeah, I got so close that fast, which everybody can tell you. I'm also very good at doing that because I'm either your best friend or your fucking worst enemy. It's just how I am. If I'm on your side, I'm your greatest ally. But if I find out that you are pulling some bullshit, I'm just feel like, whoa, whoa, whoa. I'd literally become the enemy in that split second. And the problem with that is I'm right fucking next to you when that happens. You know what I'm saying?
You
She
know, maybe
literally
maybe
announced to her. Sorry.
maybe I'm too nice to women because I can't even get them to slap me or yell at me, let alone stab me. So I have to take some lessons from you.
You can ask
I'll talk to you on
Diane. She's
Discord.
probably wanted to slap or stab me or something at least
I
a few occasions.
I can't even get them to stop smiling in my presence.
Oh, see that? Yeah, I can't kiss that much ass. I'm sorry, it's not impossible. I'm sweet as fuck, but it's like an honest, genuine sweet. And as soon as you give me a reason not to be sweet anymore, I'll become the devil right in front of your face. Like this, that's the best way to explain it. Like I am the nicest person in the world until I feel like I have a reason. If you saw what I saw, it was. It still makes me mad that I saw what it. Like basically, I got next to her so fucking close into her little community insider group and all this other shit in such a quick amount of time because of what I was able to figure out on my own involving the case and stuff, and I earned credibility, that stuff that way. Um, and then just me being my normal, sweet charming self or whatever. Which you think I'm charming? I'm not. You think I'm not? That's fine. But she asked for legal help and presented me and others with a mass file of all these different lawsuits that were being held against her. Some from YouTubers, some from victims' families, this and that, and the others, and then going through these files and just seeing what she was being accused of doing was pretty well fucking atrocious. And then I'm like, I want to give her the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they're just all out to get her. So I had a simple conversation with her. And I'm like, I'm going to get your side of the story. And when she just basically lays out the same things, just makes them sound a little bit better, but they're all the same fucking things. Uh, At that point, she just started to. She disgusted me so much at that point that I almost went after Sleuthy Goosey just for being a friend of hers. See, I met Goosey way before everybody else did because I met her in Idaho.
Before Delphi, eh? Hmm.
Yeah, no, not before Delphi. Like before the arrest in Delphi, sure.
Right, right,
Um,
right, right.
before Goosey and shit joined up with T and all this and came to Delphi and stuff like that. This would have been like right after the arrest of Brian Koberger in the area of that. Okay, when they're trying to figure out who the hell did the Idaho 4 murders. Um, we don't know that they're trying to track down Brian Koberger basically at that point. Right around that area of time, and then when they identify Brian Koberger, etc. Right around that gap of time, people like Lana weren't in Delphi. People like Goosey weren't into Delphi yet, and that's the time frame we're talking about. Because I got so frustrated with Delphi, and I was over focusing on Delphi so much that I was overcomplicating it. And that's the problem with Delphi is sometimes that you just need to step away, go work on an easy to figure out crime, which is what I did because I expected Idaho to be some. I'm like, maybe it help me keep my mind off of this shit and this and that, and it'll be difficult. But the problem was, I stepped into Idaho and it was like the pieces were all fucking there, and I didn't understand why these people weren't figuring it out. It made no sense to me. I was like, piece, piece, it's like one of those. You ever gotten a Happy Meal for a kid in the last couple of years or whatever? Sometimes you get these monster ass puzzles or whatever,
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
and the pieces are about the size like the whole thing is about the size of a page, but it's only in like 4 or 5 pieces. Uh, that's how I saw Idaho as because, and still to this day, without looking it up, without doing anything, I can show you from step one of right after when the crime occurred and shit, all the way to the very end, how it became so fucking obvious. That's why when people started popping up, going, "He's innocent," that, I'm like, I'm sorry, I understand when y'all motherfuckers talk about Richard Allen. I get that because the state sucked so much dick. We get that. You know what I'm saying? Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Koberger? No. If you're saying, I do remember I was a complete and utter dick to that one dude that used to be, or at least used to show up all the time in our group because tried to say that Koberger was innocent. And I'm like, I'm sorry, if you're that incompetent that you can't see that that motherfucker
Well,
did it, I'm not going to be nice to you. I'm
but
sorry, I just can't do it.
there's a wait, wait, wait. There's a difference though, because at the time he was factually innocent until
No, no,
proven
no.
guilty. So
No,
I think many people felt that he probably
no,
was the guy, but at the time he was innocent until proven guilty.
no, this person legitimately thought he was 100% guilty. And
Well,
I
that's
made
a
sure of
smooth.
that person. I asked him, I was like, are you serious? I forget what his name was. Who was that dude with the old guy? He used to do shows with me all the time before I showed up.
With who?
With Diana. Yeah.
And
The old guy.
Cromley, Cromley.
Yeah. I mean, I wasn't trying to be mean. That's why I verified it. I'm like, are you saying because you think because he hasn't been convicted yet? Or you honestly think Brian Koberger is innocent? And
You know,
she
I
did
do
the
remember you guys. Yeah,
yeah, and I was an asshole. I admit it. I didn't mean to be, but it's just I'm sorry. Now that we all
it was.
seen that case, and I've knowing that I saw it that way the whole fucking time, I still don't. I could have been nicer about it, but at the same time, um, it was just so fucking obvious to me. And we had people like the fucking true crime clown circus fucker. What's that fucker's name? Or what did he call himself? Dimebag? No. Drip drop. Yeah, that fucker running around saying Odinist committed Idaho at 2. And I'm just like, the level of stupidity here is exceeding what I can handle. I'm sorry. If I don't go away, I'm going to have to become the meanest person on earth. And that's the problem. I probably should have been a lot nicer to Chrome. I still can't see me doing it. I still would have probably been mean. I'm sorry. Some people, some things I just can't. You can't.
Cromley's a good guy. I
I
think I
do
have a
like
difference,
Andy. I actually like
but
him. I don't think he's a bad dude. I just thought that was the
oh,
dumbest shit
he's
I
very
ever
nice.
heard in a long time.
Right. Well, I had a disagreement with him, but we worked it out within a day or two, and we're over it. He was a really nice guy, so I like Cromley, and I hope he comes back around if he's listening
Yeah,
anytime.
yeah. I mean, I don't dislike Cromley. That's why I kept trying to reiterate whenever it's like I don't. I actually liked him. He wasn't a bad person and all
I'll,
that. It's just
although one thing I'll say is I don't like the new Zaddy name. I like the old Cromley name.
Zaddy name.
Well, he
Oh, yeah,
changed
yeah,
he
yeah.
changed his username to your new Zaddy, and I never liked the
Yeah.
Zaddy.
It's probably partially my fault or whatever. He's not around. And it's not like I said. My problem is sometimes I can be way too fucking honest, and
Here,
that doesn't make me right either. It's just literally say, if something just seems so absurd to me, I'm just gonna call somebody out on it. And,
hey,
um,
Hebby gave him a perfect nickname. I'm gonna type it in chat. This is from Heather Brown. Okay, I'm gonna type it in chat.
but yeah, and no, Diana's not smitten with me. I mean, people like me because I'm just a nice person. That's all it is. What? From a video? From video. Okay. I maybe could try to fathom what the hell they were trying to say, but okay.
Crom's video. It's like a mix of
Yeah, I
Cromley and
get it, but
Zaddy.
at the same time, it's just like,
No,
but
that's a good
uh,
nickname, Crom's video.
yes, yeah. So when I compare somebody, you'll never hear me comparing like Lana with someone like Cromley or whatever. Like, I think Cromley was just too wrapped up in the possibility of conspiracies involved in some of these cases. That's how. I mean, I wasn't trying to be mean, even though sometimes I did come off that way and stuff. But I don't mean to be. It just happens. Like I turn the filter off, and that's my bad. But with Lana, no, that bitch was fucking vindictive. The shit I was reading, and then when she confirmed it, it was just like, what the? Like, for one, we all know that I have my own situations and shit I have dealt with it, and I am also a victim's family member, this and that. What I had read, and she confirmed that she had done the victim's family members fucking utterly disgusted me. Period. And yeah, and it's not like I would never went out to prove any of this shit wrong. I never went out to try to find if these witnesses were false or this, that, and the other. It's just when I hear a story being told because of my fucking cursed memory, uh, and then that person comes back and they reiterate that story, but then details start to change, and facts start changing, and it's just like the cops do it all the time to suspects and shit when they're trying to figure things out. And I don't want to do it. It's my brain already just does it. When I hear something differently the second time, it's like, wait, hold the fuck up here. Is that why is it now like that? And then the third it changes, and then these three accounts were like swapping these people out like fucking, I don't know, gangbang whores or something. And it just started it occurred to me that at least the first two of them, they knew this shit because they were like leading these fake witnesses when they were on the show. Is the best way I can explain it.
Right.
And
So,
yeah, they were
like,
helping them fix their story as the story went on, and I'm just like, mm. So yeah, I just hunted and hunted and hunted until I actually found the first one, and found out that person was not that person at all. So and then,
so what you're
yeah,
saying is humans are flawed and they make mistakes, but this was more than that. It was malicious.
yes, like Lana was noticing the fuck ups and trying to correct them as the shit's going on. Like, oh no, you're gonna get us caught. That. And at that point, it becomes one of those things that just irks the fuck out of me. And as I said before, once I notice something that irks the fuck out of me, the hyper focus sets in, and I start tracking shit down. And once you, yeah, that pissed me the hell off at that time because I remember I went off on her channel, every channel that she was on, and I gave these sober turkeys, sober chickens. Yeah, I gave the sober chickens fucking the benefit of the doubt because I don't think they realized it. And upon letting them know what was going on, it became obvious that they distanced themselves the fuck away from those two. I took that as okay, message sent loud and clear. Gotcha. And I just left it
You
alone
know,
and walked away from that.
I
I don't blame
I
her
do
for that.
remember you. I
Mhm.
remember you going off in criminalities chat a bunch of times about a year or two ago.
Mhm.
Was that you?
Yes,
Okay,
because
so I thought it
she
was.
would have Lana and shit on, and I'm just like, T, don't get mixed up with this. But don't do it. Don't do it. I was trying to warn her, and that's how T ended up meeting Goosey in the first place. And for the longest time, I would go off on Goosey like a motherfucker, for not a very good reason, more like a Cromley kind of thing. But because he was hanging out with Lana, it came off much more in a meaner way. And at some point, I just had her blocked, so I would just not be mean to her. And she
Hmm.
politely asked somebody else to please ask me to unblock her, and that's when like I said, we get along now. Actually, we're cool. Um, I do, yeah. I make mistakes just like every other human. There was no reason to be that mean to somebody. Uh, I don't have any regrets, and I mean I was to Lana. In fact, I probably should have been meaner. But Goosey was not a bad person. She was only following what she heard from specific people, and I get that. The weird, silly theories she had at the time was not a reason I needed to be dick about. So simple as that. And I think I could have been nicer, I guess, to Cromley too. But
Well,
okay,
I think with you and guys like you and Prof, you get too far into the specifics, but it's a good thing because you need to know. Whereas, like I don't know all that infighting stuff, so it doesn't really bother me. I mean, it doesn't,
uh,
because I don't know
yeah,
about half the stuff that goes on. I purposely don't want to know.
yeah. Oddly enough, I didn't try to when it came to Idaho. At first, I just joined in with the community like I did with Delphi. Um, it wasn't like Delphi because I didn't magically, mysteriously find a sneaky, fucked up way to somehow gain access to the. Yeah, Delphi is a whole different kind of monster. The shit how I got involved in Delphi is like insanity. But in reality, Idaho, on the other hand, I started watching. I forgot what his name is. Some fucking loud, obnoxious radio DJ type of YouTuber talk about Idaho, but through him, I found that the Jeff guy that was able to break down the fucking video, the ring videos with the car and stuff. And then through that, I started processing different things on my own. And it was very easy. Like I said, it was just, to me, it was a puzzle pieces that just fit together very easily. Uh,
Yeah.
and
Well,
at some
when he
point, yeah, sorry.
when he confessed, I guess yeah, that freaked everyone out. That did throw a big bombshell into all of this. When Koberger confessed,
Oh, I knew he was guilty by that point, and I had videos already out with the entire case. I'm like, guys, how can you guys not see that he has to be guilty? They're like, what do you mean? I'm like, okay, we're going live in 5 minutes. And I would lay it out. I'm like, okay, this is where I got, okay, this is the information. And just in case you're wondering where this information came from, I said, I got it from here, 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 and here. And every step
right?
of the way, I had every bit of it from the very beginning when the shit just then happened. Like how do I put it? Okay, I was able to tell everybody what testimony that fucking Dylan Mortensen was going to give, and they were like, "How do you know that?" I'm like, "Because right after the event, Dylan's fucking fiance or whatever got on social media and made this big ass fucking post thing that literally showed what she said occurred at that time and this and that and the other. You know, and it was stuff like that. You could just, if you were paying attention from the get go, you would have it all like, and then when she just
So
throw
wait,
it down in front of you, you're like, okay, and then you're looking, oh, that goes there, that goes
so
there, that goes there.
so
Boom.
so what's your assessment of her being in the house all that long and not calling 911?
My only logical explanation, well, most humans are designated to fight, flight, or freeze. Um,
Wow.
the factor in the fact that she's fucked up as an intoxicated and shit, and we know somebody was snorting Adderall in the group too. I'm not judging anybody. I'm just saying, but
Hmm.
throwing it out there. Um, we since we do know a bit more now. I think I basically knew all along exactly why they did what they did. Uncertainty, because you're college kids. Some of you are underage and drinking and all kinds of other stuff. You're not sure what's happened in the house, but some events occurred that seriously has you fucking freaked out a little bit. Sure, I get that, understood. But
Well,
there's still
how
a
long
chance.
was it? How many hours was it?
I think it was like 12, wasn't it?
Come on, like an hour or two.
Well,
Don't
the
you go
crime
and look
occurred
to
around.
see what
No, no.
happened?
The crime. Well, you got to think about it this way. Uh, let's say hypothetically you're a college kid. You get fucked up all the time. You're living in a party house and all this other stuff until you know 100%. Because I'm sure they left that room or some sort, or started to. But you got to remember how big. I mean, not big as in big, but tall and wearing all black with a mask and a fucking suit, onesie basically, and everything else. I'm sorry, but even I would have been kind of afraid of Brian Koberger at that shit if I saw him in my house or whatever. I'd be like, I ain't going out there unless I got a gun or something. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not the smallest person in the world either. It's just
Right.
they're
So
women.
you believe that he walked by her, scared her, and what did she do? Go back in her room and shut the door or something?
Well, what happened was, I'm remembering the testimony and all that at the moment. Like she had the door cracked. She was inside of it.
Hmm.
I'm not sure because I don't think he's ever commented on that part of the story. But Koberger never said he saw her. She
Hmm.
said she assumes that could just be her intoxication. Maybe he didn't notice her. Remember, he just had that visual fucking uh, uh, something or other, the visual static or whatever. I forget what it's called. Maybe he didn't notice that she was looking. It's still a possibility. Because you got to think it's all dark, it's all pitch black because he wants it like that. He wants it. That's why he's wearing all the black and got his face covered and everything else because he doesn't. He wants to blend in with the darkness. That's what it makes everything easier for him to do. But at the same time, I think we need to know what like Dylan's wearing is we know her lights off at the time, but we know she's got the door cracked. We do know that she's yelled and this and that and the other, but we doesn't show us that Brian knows that she's watching him at that moment in time. Plus, he does know he is completely covered, but at the same time, maybe he leaves at that point in time because he's already factored in that she figures she's already called the cops.
So did he leave details on how he did it or not?
No, he's just
Like,
basically. I mean, not yet, at least. I'm sure there's going to be some sort of interview. I really haven't dug too much into it since then, but
like
I
I'm
basically like.
picturing a hazmat suit or something, like a hazmat suit, like a black hazmat suit.
Well, what happened? I was the one to figure that out using those price tags and shit. He was using like. Have you ever gone to get your car worked on and saw a mechanic or a painter painting
Yeah,
something or whatever, they use one of those big old onesies like Jason
yeah,
Voorhees
yeah,
and
yeah.
the scary movies. That's what he was
Yes,
wearing.
I have them.
That's
I
yes,
have.
that's exactly what he was wearing. Those things
Yeah.
are waterproof. They have hydro. I forget what it's called. They have something in the fabric that's Scotch Guard
Yeah, yeah,
is a
yeah,
spray and shit that you add to the
yeah,
fabric. That when the liquids hit the fabric, it rolls off rather than sink in.
yeah.
Thus,
We
how he
have it
got
up
the
here.
brand.
We spray our boots every winter. We spray our boots with it.
Exactly. He had bought a brand new one from Walmart.com, brand Dickies. It was in that evidence. So if it had gone to trial, trust me, you'd be all knowing about it by now. But the cops figured it out very quickly,
For
and
sure.
I, figured it out after that. But most people don't know about it to this day. But yeah,
I mean,
he had. It
he must have
explains
been
why
covered in
he was able
blood.
to keep the blood out of his car and everything.
Hmm.
It also explains why he was carrying a sheath and a knife because the suit has no
Hmm.
fucking belt loops. You can't wear. You can wear a belt, but it would just be hanging there. It can look kind of silly if you ask me. Yeah, the
Yeah,
knife was too big. Sorry.
he would have been covered in blood, and for sure he would have been prepared enough to take it all off and put it in a plastic bag, and tie it up, and
Mhm.
then put it in his back seat or something for later.
Well, actually, I was able to figure that out too because if you look at the earliest crime scene photos taken outside of the Idaho house, right? There's a spot over by the trash cans where, yeah, before that you saw a trail of blood, like little specks here and there and here and there. But when it gets to the trash cans, and we know now that because of the cops and shit, where and the DoorDash driver where Brian was parked, which was right next to those trash cans. And we also heard the early rumor on that a naked or partially naked man was seen outside that night. I always thought that was more than just a rumor. And I still think to this
Mm.
day, I think somebody saw him. See, what I believe is he came out dripping blood that wasn't his own all the way to those trash cans right next to his car, or his trunk would have been. He pops his trunk open. It probably had a bucket or something like that, possibly with something plastic inside of it, like a bag or a shower curtain liner. Who knows? Which we do know that it was missing, but yeah, that's just a guess. But there
Right.
was a large,
Well,
big,
I
like,
would picture there being 2 or 3 garbage bags so you can keep one inside the other so you don't get your DNA on them. Also, I would go as far as saying, because I think about these things and I think, what would I do? And I have a hairy chest. I'm a very hairy chested guy. I would
mhm.
probably have a bath in that Nair and completely remove all my hair if I were planning on doing something like this.
Well,
Sounds weird,
and
but
he might
I
have
would
done
do
that.
that.
Yeah, it's just there's certain things that were weird about his apartment and stuff like that. That you could tell something went on there, but just not sure what it like. You could tell things were missing or this, that, and the other. And it's like they also found like a box of shoe booties at his apartment and stuff. And it's like people are like, how come we only found one footprint? I'm like, because he wore fucking the shoe booties, just like
Right.
the crime scene
Yeah.
fucking people do. That's why he had
But
them. Uh,
I think he went farther and did things like double gloving and taking off gloves because you don't want to get your DNA on them and stuff like that.
mhm. And I also explained to people, I'm like, that's why we have the one footprint. They're like, what do you mean? I'm like, okay, when he gets into this massive, he never expects to. Most people don't seem to realize how many people were supposed to die that night in Idaho. Once you have that factor in, and you already know how many people did die, it starts to click in your head a little bit. You know how many people were supposed to die that night?
In that house?
Yeah,
No. How many?
one.
Oh, who?
Just
Who?
Brian Koberger had a specific type, and if you watch the trail he led upon entering that house that night, and who and how many doors he passed before he got to the one he wanted, you know exactly who he was looking for and who he was targeting. He was after Madison Logan.
So you're saying the others were collateral?
I can tell you exactly how they were collateral too. For one, Kaylee was never supposed to be there. She had already moved out. She only came back there to show off her new SUV that she got because of her new job. So she no longer lived there. She shouldn't even be there. The dog shouldn't be there either. That's where I call the Idaho 4 case, and I'm not trying to disrespect the dead when I say this, people, but I call it the Scooby Doo murder case. You want to know why I say that? Because if it was like at the end, Brian Koberger ripped off his mask and was like, "I would have got away with it too if it wasn't for that damn dog and those pesky kids."
Yeah,
That's
I
what
know
happened.
that part. Yeah, yeah. Every
It,
show ended like
it's sad that they had to die in the process of it happening, but Kaylee and that dog fucking are literally why Brian Koberger was caught. And it sucks that
so.
she had to die in the process of that. But without her and that dog, he doesn't drop the sheep. If he doesn't drop the sheep, we
So,
don't have the DNA.
so do you think he stalked her and just was really good at hiding his tracks?
I know he stalked her. He literally has been now proven to have actually attended the restaurant where Santa and Maddie worked. It's now a
Mhm,
fact.
mhm, I heard that. Yeah,
Yes, it is now a fact. So he saw her there. We now know his type because we've seen the interviews and shit with that girl that he met on Tinder. Oh, you got some childbearing hips and this and that and the other. I'm sure everybody remembers that, but don't remember
right.
what she looked like in the interview. You got to remember what she showed her picture of what she looked like back then. Very small, very petite, very thin, and very blonde.
He looked
Now,
like the type that for every one thing he got caught doing, he probably got away with a few stalking things, right?
oh yeah, plenty of it. I mean, even the owner of the restaurant was like, he wasn't here, he wasn't there. Yeah, I mean, he was good enough to blend in, and everybody thought he wasn't there, but they were able to prove it. He used cash. Just what I
Right.
figured. I always figured he wasn't going to use social media or this and that. He idolizes someone like BTK. BTK didn't use fucking means like that to find or track or stalk his victims. He used good old fashioned hunting in person. And that's what Koberger did.
Wow.
I still have many unanswered questions um, involving the Idaho case about certain things. I don't believe that one account was his, with the soldier looking painting or whatever on it that looks a hell of a lot like him. I, I'm I'm not sure about that, but I don't believe that's him. But at the same time, I do believe the person on 4chan or whatever that literally was telling people, I fucking got them two girls. I took her intestines and put them on the ceiling fan. And if you want to catch me, I'm out in the woods of northern Pennsylvania. I'm sorry. I do believe that was Brian Cooper because there's just, if you process or seeing the crime scene photos and this and that and the other, it's sadly, it's pretty close. And the fact that his parents did in fact live in northern Pennsylvania in a very wooded area, there's just way too much fact there for it to be.
Uh,
Yeah,
so he's going to try to appeal all this stuff, right? So maybe after he loses a couple appeals, he'll just start telling all the other things he did.
I don't think he's going to try to appeal. I
Or
mean,
maybe he probably can't, right? He probably agreed to not do that, I guess. Eh?
no, I mean, there's certain aspects of the case that he can still appeal. Sure, but when you basically confess, there's certain things that are basically now pointless to try to appeal because, I mean, but there are still going to be people out there with conspiracy theory thoughts and mind going, he only confessed because uh, they scared him. That could be true too, but in itself, I'm sorry, that's not fact. I can tell you why he probably confessed when he did, and I get why, because I honestly I was kind of hoping it was going to happen to him too. At the time, I figured out right when he decided to change his plea and all that, people kept wondering why then, why that, why this. Most people weren't just doing a little bit of research. If you know stuff about prison, like the information on the outside of prison, unless it's like big, huge, newsworthy shit, um, like headliner shit, uh, it takes about a month to maybe 2 months or so for information of events and shit that occurs on the outside of prison and jail and shit to get into the prison to the prisoners. And when I calculated that in or whatever, I looked for any incidences of things that he was facing a firing squad. And what I was able to find was about a month and a half before he confessed and said, "Nope," uh, which removes the death penalty from the case. FYI, there was a murderer in South Carolina. Yeah, I think it was South Carolina, who faced a firing squad, and all the guys with guns, but the actual bullets, missed their targets entirely. And
Oh wow.
oh yeah,
No.
for the 50 or so seconds that man survived, I mean, literally, like they clipped his heart in like 5 times, and he suffered immensely for that amount of time that he stayed alive. Uh,
Wow. Wow.
and if you calculate the amount of time that it takes that bit of information to flow into, and this guy wasn't even a well-known killer kind of type person either. He didn't kill a bunch of nice kids and this, that, and the other. So just think about it to yourself. It's like, would the shooters of the firing squad in the Idaho miss on purpose? I mean, personally, I can only think of what I would do. Um,
Wow.
and I had made jokes a million times at that point, literally asking people to please let me be on the firing squad. I swear to God. Oh shit! I hit him in the leg. I misfired. Sorry, guys.
In,
And just keep
in
firing at
nuts.
that point. I would purposefully. Somebody like that deserves to suffer, in my book, in
Each
my opinion.
each each kneecap and then his nuts.
That's what I'm saying, man. I would miss. In fact, I don't even need the rifle. Give me a fucking good 40 cal with a loaded magazine. I'm gonna miss a lot today, folks. A
How
lot.
far away
Not
are
only
they?
a lot.
How far away they stand?
It's about 20 feet, 15 to 20 feet. So think of using rifles from that
Holy
distance.
fuck.
And
You
all
can't
five
miss.
shooters, yes, all five shooters, they did an autopsy and all that. The dude had been shot so many times, even though it didn't touch his liver exploded as he was still alive. Imagine the amount of suffering he went through for that
Wow.
almost a minute that he that's what I'm saying.
You know?
And you know that trickled information. He finally got the code burger. Like, did you hear about that one guy in South Carolina who got the firing squad? No, what about him?
Mm.
Oh, he suffered immensely, dude. They all missed and da 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 da. It seems just like perfectly logical once you hear that you're gonna go if you know you're already fucking guilty at that point, you're like, "Fuck that! They're gonna miss on me on purpose." Because,
Right.
yeah, I totally would do that. I fuck
You
yeah.
know what? The guillotine would be a lot more what is that? Not sympathetic. What is it again?
I know what you're trying to say. It's
Considerate?
something like that. It's a word very similar to
Humane.
that.
Humane.
Yeah. There we go. There we go. Um, But I don't agree with the whole humane thing in the first place. I mean, in my opinion, nobody
Mm.
should get the death penalty unless it's 100, damn near 100% able to be proven that they committed the crime that they did. But then, in my personal opinion, is those motherfuckers should die the same way that they killed. But that's just me.
Well, yeah, that's the code of Hammurabi, but we don't do that in civilized countries. We don't, this isn't retribution or payback.
I'm
It's
also
punishment.
But think about this. I'm also the one that thinks all pedophiles should be dropped upon a massive island made out of a fucking what is that said? Wood chipper? Yeah, wood chipper island.
Mhm.
So yeah, you
Well,
don't have to listen to me. I'm not saying to listen to me, but at the same time, I've got some really crazy ideas. Yeah, I get it. So it's okay.
there is an island called Pedophile Island.
Well, I mean, I call it wood chipper island to be honest with you. You put a bunch of fake kids on top of it, and when you drop the pedophiles on there, they think they're going to get some, and then the trap doors open up, and
Oh,
yeah, it's
yeah.
just perfect because you can't cure fucking pedophilia. So what do we gain by letting these people still exist? Fuck their feelings.
Did you see that TV show Fargo when they put the wood chipper? That was crazy.
I have
They
a
put a guy
friend.
in a wood chipper in it.
I have a friend that's a YouTube creator. I knew him in person when he lived in Florida, actually, because he lived in my county at the time. He now lives in Oregon, and Eugene, Oregon, or whatever, where a lot of shit's going on at the moment in time. And he was the one that first came up with the wood chipper idea. And I'm like, you know what? I like it. A wood chipper. We drop all the pedals in a wood chipper. It's perfect.
Man, that'd be pretty messy though.
Actually, I want to televise it and charge people to watch, and they can make bets on which pedophile is able to live the longest, and we can actually make money off of this shit.
Wow. Put them in slowly instead of dropping them
Well,
in.
I have told you. I mean, I'm pretty sure I told everybody. The next presidential election, Charles is running for president. I will let you know. There's only like three things I'm even working on. FYI, I'm not doing shit else if I am elected. Okay, but the three things are: one, legalize marijuana; two, I'm making the massive island bigger than Alcatraz, but the entire surface of that island is going to be a customized massive wood chipper. And for three, I want to drop all the pedophiles into the wood chipper while televising it and making money off of it for the country.
Sounds
Spending
like a
money
plan, dude.
as Alec
Good
Green.
plan.
Well, yeah, I mean, it does make sense that Murdoch was probably wearing. It's common sense nowadays that DNA has become such a thing that you want to wear something on the outside or whatever that prevents blood getting to your skin and stuff. So yeah, it makes sense. TJ, you know. I do believe that the whole situation involving Murdoch is pretty fucked up because even though we all know that the motherfucker is guilty and shit, I'm sorry. What is now known in the instances that occurred during his trial and shit, he should definitely be given a mistrial as well. Not that it's going to matter, but he still should get one.
Like what type of stuff happened at his trial?
The clerk of courts was literally steering the jury to think a certain way while she was writing a book for her own financial gain. Severe cause for a mistrial. Like she was left alone with fucking jury members, allowed to talk to them, allowed to tell them what they think she thought that they should do and how the decisions they should make involving the case. And then while this is all going on, she's writing a fucking book for her own financial gain at the same time. So, like I said, it's not going to change anything, but he still technically should have mistrial and redone.
Right.
You know,
So she could have
the
caused a
Murdoch,
mistrial for him.
Murdoch trial. The clerk of courts in this situation or whatnot in the Murdaugh trial did some seriously fucked up shit. I still think they're debating whether or not they're going to do something about that. Um, like I said, it's not going to make a difference. He's still going to be found guilty. It's that obvious. But for him to be legally be given his rights and shit, he should still have that option. Just saying. I don't like it, but it is the law and shit, and that's all it is. That's what I'm saying. I mean, I don't like it. I still think my gut's telling me that Richard Allen's guilty, but I don't think they proved it. And on top of that, I don't think everything done was on the up and up. You know, that's a whole different matter. You know, you're talking about two scenarios. People still have rights whether or not they're murderers or not, except for pedophiles.
Right.
But
But
yeah,
without a fair trial, how do we know he's a murderer? So that's what I was thinking.
that's what I'm saying. And how does the jury? How do we know that the jury didn't come to that decision on their own? Uh, I mean, I did watch the trial, so I mean, to me, it was pretty fucking obvious. But you know, maybe there's some dumb members of the fucking jury. I don't fucking know. But
Listen, listen. It was the jury because a lot of them were confused about reasonable and unreasonable doubt. Like they
mhm.
didn't even they thought It had to be everything had to be unreasonable instead of just one or two very unreasonable things should have got him off. They
The
confused him,
same
and I think they
thing.
did it intentionally.
The same thing that I'm saying that Murdaugh should be given a mistrial, even though I know he's guilty, is the same reason and the same thing that occurred in Delphi, as people don't seem to realize. There wasn't at least an attempt done to influence possibly a key witness. And I know for a fact that an investigation was put in involving that the same day. The problem with that is, at that point in time, as his lawyers, everything should have been shut the fuck down, and they should have stood their ground on the grounds of witness tampering, or at least attempted witness tampering. And I'm saying that as a member of the group that was probably trying to tamper with the witness. Okay, um, the fact that that occurred in all that, it hits. It, I can't see why everybody is so gung ho about them doing such a good. No, 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 no. The onus theory fucked up. I mean, this is just why I feel like they didn't do a good job. They set everything in stone when it comes to the onus theory, but they have no evidence to cover it. They know the law. They know that's not going to be allowed in. So for them to get so gung ho on that one fucking scenario is just preposterous. If anything, you go for Ron Logan. It's his property. Girls are found there. You have something to work with there. Smart move. I'm sorry, you just do it. You may not like it. I don't like it either. But at the same time, it's more fucking believable than what they're saying. I'm just saying. Even if it were to be true, with no evidence to prove it, you're stuck. At least with Logan, you have something you can point to and go, yeah, yeah, yeah. You know what I'm saying? That's just the beginning of the matter. Okay, we all know, anybody that's watching the trials and all this other crap. If you don't fucking have evidence and all that other shit, they're just not going to let just any third party fucking. I mean, Klein had more fucking shit involving him that could be more considered. You know, the Odinist thing. It's like it's so out of left field. It's like what? Wait, what? What the hell are you talking about?
Also, hey, when you think about it, the interview with Holder, because he Holder has more than RA because he lied and said he didn't know Abby, and then he turned around and said he did know Abby.
That's what
That's
I'm
more
saying.
right there. That's worse than what Richard Allen had against him.
Hmm. And the Holder or whatever. Sure, I can get that at the same time, but when you have to convolute this whole theory by involving all these people and everything else, it's just, I'm sorry, it's just, you need some form of evidence. It's the law. They've been to law school. They know this.
Who the defense?
Yes. And the fact that they just,
How can you say that though? Wait. When all the stuff they didn't collect and all they could have had their phones and they didn't go get them. They had the PCAs all written up to get their phones and all the evidence, all the interviews they lost. How can you pin that on the defense? Come on.
I'm not putting anything on the defense. I'm just saying I don't
You
think
just
they
did.
did a
You
good
just
job.
did.
No, no, no. What I said
Well,
was I don't think that they did a good job
right.
because,
But
like I said, yeah,
who could have? Gull was railroad. Gull was going to say no to anyone about
mm,
everything. How,
there's a lot
what
of things
defense
that
could have
go
done a good
said
job?
though. What I'm saying is there were certain things that everybody knew. If you watched trials before this, you would see that's how those trials went too. Everybody thought
But that's
gold.
different.
Huh?
Gull was unreasonable. Gull was unreasonable, and she would have done that to anybody. So I can't see how people can be so mad at this defense. This
No,
defense,
no,
I
I'm not
believe,
saying gold was.
tried
No, gold fucked
harder
up too.
than anybody ever would have.
Well, let me answer everything, okay? Gold fucked up on shit too. I'm gonna say that flat out. But
She's
there
more than
a lot
fucked
of
up.
things that people got upset about that she made rulings on were common things that are usually ruled that way in other trials.
Really. So
Yeah.
how about the ruling of? Okay, answer me this. How about the ruling of Tony Liggett lying in the PCA, the probable cause affidavit?
Well, I
What
said
did
she
she
has.
rule on that? Wait, wait,
Um,
wait. What did she rule on? Did she
uh,
rule on that?
I don't know.
Well, she allowed it. That's how he got arrested.
She allowed a whole quite a few things
So
that came
that's
into the
reasonable
system.
to you?
Nope.
Okay, so how?
But at the same time,
So answer this. Okay. Answer. How did? Why did she not do anything about Holman lying about the Odin report and the Turco? He lied straight up in his sworn affidavit.
that's what I'm saying. I'm saying everybody in this case fucked up, not just.
And so
Yeah.
then there's also the I know you believe the solitary being 395
Yeah.
days. That's wrong, right? So how could this
Exactly.
even
And
get?
I've already.
How could all
I,
this be in trial?
all
You
I'm
said she
saying
was
is
reason.
the defense
You
fucked
said
up
she was
too.
reason.
Bad.
How did the defense fuck up again? Tell me.
Okay. One, I just literally told you about a scenario when there was evident witness tampering going on. An investigation was put into place and everything else, and Allen's attorneys just dropped the whole matter. In fact, they removed her as a witness, thus removing their ability to turn it into a mistrial involving her. If they put her back on the
Who?
stand, then she literally, they can use it. The fact they don't put her
Who?
on the stand removes that ability.
Who was it?
Kathy Allen.
You think they're going to put her?
You
But
don't
this
understand.
law enforcement and Nick McClellan turned everything around, and she didn't. Why would they give her more? Give them more stuff to just spin. I think they did the right thing.
I'm telling you, everybody fucked up. I'm just pointing out the fact that the defense fucked up too.
Well, but you see, though, the defense doesn't have to prove him innocent. They have to prove him guilty. So it's a different bar. It's a different standard. And Go was not reasonable. So I don't see how you can say that. She was not
I
reasonable.
never said so.
I can
I
picture
never,
10
I
different
never said
times she was very unreasonable.
Shibby. Nobody said Gold was reasonable either. I said she made rulings
You said
in
she
other
was.
cases. No, I didn't even think I said the word reasonable at all. I said
You
she
did.
made rulings that were made in similar cases in the same fashion. But at the same time, I've also called her out on multiple different things that she ruled wrongly on. The fact that she
Well, here,
removed all low, the
picture this.
fact,
Let me just say this. Picture this 1 second. The PCA Liggett lied. That should be thrown out. The Odin Holman lied in his affidavit. All that Odin stuff should be thrown out. And
Mhm,
the solitary should make all those confessions inadmissible. And Weber lying
mhm,
about his time, and Sarah Carbaugh changing her statement on the third one, and the ME
mhm.
adding Fox Cutter on the third one. All of those things should make this a mistrial. Even one of them could. No?
I would have to look on the grounds of mistrial, but the fact alone that there was witness tampering going on or attempted witness tampering literally is a legitimate one I know of for 100% fact without having to look up the law records or
I
anything like that.
said by the defense.
No, by the troll farm.
Oh, well, what did they do?
They literally, did y'all not know that Kathy Allen was in contact with the troll farm during the trial?
In that video?
It was more than just a video, guys.
Listen,
I've heard the
no,
whole story.
they stood by her car, and Kathy Allen had to walk to her car. That's not it.
No,
That's she
there's
didn't do
more
anything
than that.
wrong.
Trust me.
No,
There's
it's not.
more than
What?
there's more than
It's
that. I've heard
bullshit.
the whole
No,
story.
no, you didn't.
Yes,
I remember
I've
that
heard.
video. It's all bullshit.
Jinx told
She
us
didn't.
herself.
Yeah. So she. It's her word then. Jinx's word.
Um, wh- uh, how do I put it in the
Words of.
right way? Okay, when somebody tells you something because you're right next to them, okay, but then changes
Oh,
the
oh.
story. I'm not telling you that you're hearing things the way you want to hear them, and you're not hearing the way I'm saying them.
Is that part on video?
No, but there
So
might have
you're
been
taking
witnesses.
Jinx's word. You're
I
taking
said that.
Jinx's word,
Whoa,
right?
whoa. No, there is. It is on video. The black lady has it.
No, it's not. Not the part you're talking about. Because
Yes, I am.
she just no. You're wrong. Well, then you should. Why didn't Nick use it then if it's so incriminating?
Because the troll farm told them all that it didn't exist.
No, that's not what happened. I think you're mistaken. Because I remember hearing Mark Robert Cohen talk about this on Peggy's. He was mad because they did say that they promised him that it happened, and in the end, it turned out it didn't. And he even
They
said on
also
Peggy's show
told
that it
us
was.
that the owner of the
What?
video, not only did it exist, the owner of the video had gotten injured and was in the
No,
hospital.
no, that's not what he said. He said that the video didn't
You
have
might want
what
to go watch
they
it
were talking
again.
about. Well, let's do that. Put it on. Let's put it on
Um,
now.
I'm not on my phone. How can I do that?
Well, let's watch it next because I think you're wrong. Because I heard Mark Robert Cohen and he was pretty pissed off that he wanted to believe it and he did, and in the end, he said it turned out to be not true.
I can tell you,
You don't believe him?
for one, Mark Cohen doesn't know shit of whether or not it's true or not. What we all saw and what we were all told is two different things. We were told that there was, we were shown a little bit of a video.
Right.
I saw it on,
And what did Kathy Allen say?
well, I'm not sure if you guys want to hear that part because that's the part I'm not
Why
sure
not?
if it was true or not. Okay,
What?
from what I remember, 100% from
Whoa,
Jinx
whoa,
was,
whoa.
uh,
Is this Jinx's? Was Jinx's what she said? Kathy said, or is it what Kathy said?
um, haven't seen the video, so how would I know what Kathy said for 100%?
So, so you haven't seen the video yet. You're so positive about how. What's going on here?
Because now that similar story is being whitewashed, and you're listening to somebody who's changed his story as well, who's trying to get back buddy buddy with the whitewashers.
So you're saying Kathy
So
Allen
you're
interpreted this
relying on the
on
credibility of a fucking known liar. Okay, cool.
what is Jinx? She's credible.
Uh, did she say it never happened?
I don't know. Is that where you're getting your information from? Saying it did? Like
All I know is
the video ended.
I would put the credibility of Jinx well before I put the credibility of fucking Mark
So
Cohen.
why didn't Nick put her on the stand if it's so credible that she said this? Because Child Junkie is saying in the chat now that
Because
the
I
video
wouldn't.
ended and Jinx said that this is what happened after the video ended. So it's not on video. That's not evidence. That's hearsay. And you believe
But
her.
you just relied on Mark Cohen, and it was okay.
I'm not relying on Mark Cohen because he's saying it's fake too. You guys have to prove it. We don't. People don't have to prove you not guilty. Not You have
Do
to make
you
it.
not miss
You
the
have to
point
prove
that
it's
I'm
true.
trying to point out something that helps your client,
But I
and
don't
you're
care.
the one
I
fighting
want the
it?
truth. It's not my client.
Okay.
I'm not after. I don't want to free anybody that doesn't deserve it. I just want the truth, and
If
the
you
truth
were
of the matter.
there, you wouldn't be questioning the thing I'm saying right now.
I wasn't there.
Because
You're
Jinx was
right.
bragging about this shit. We really shouldn't even be talking about this right now, honestly, because now I'm gonna get fucking.
No, everyone knows about this. It's not on video. So
No,
you're
they
taking
don't
my
know
word.
about this because you weren't there.
Hmm. Cindy,
You
wait,
don't know the people
Cindy,
involved. You don't know how it
Licious,
was said. But at the same time,
Licious.
what
Wait,
Cindy
wait. Cindy
you're just
Licious
gonna
is
repeat
asking us a
yourself because
question.
you're interrupting me. That's just rude.
Rude. I'm trying to talk too. You've been talking all night. Okay, 1 second. Okay, Cindy Licious is in the chat asking if this is a debate. What is legal murder? Sorry. Continue.
What is legal murder? It's rich politicians and people like that that are able to use power and influence to get out of things. Because what is murder in the first place? To knowingly commit an act or be involved in an act that causes the death of another one, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Are we saying those things that happen every single day and the people face only maybe a lawsuit at best? That's what this whole thing was supposed to be about in the first place.
Right. Okay. So now go back to the video if you want, or unless you want to move on. I don't care.
I'd rather just not talk about this kind of situation at the same time, but like I said, What Kathy said could be
Wait, 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 wait.
misconstrued.
Listen, but what? Kathy didn't say that. Jinx said Kathy said that. No,
But you don't
is that not correct?
understand what was
I do
said.
understand.
No, you don't.
You're
You,
you're taking
how about you
Jinx's.
tell me what was said? If you know what was
I
said,
know.
then
I don't know what was said because the video
well,
ended
then how do
and
you
Jinx
know what I'm
says
trying to say?
I because you're saying what Jinx said happened after the video is true, right?
No,
Is that what
because
you're
the whole
saying?
thing was videoized for one, videoed.
What?
The whole thing was on video. Period.
No, it's not. No, no, it's not. The video ended. I specifically remember, and TJ reminded me.
Then
So if
why
it's
was
on video, then why was it in the trial?
I'm
If
not
it's
going to
so
argue
incriminating,
over
what?
no more than Jinx. I talked to the black lady herself, and she said she had it.
So they didn't offer this video to the prosecution?
No, why would they?
They didn't. Are you sure? Come on. Are you saying Jinx
All
had a
I'm
video
saying,
that would incriminate Kathy Allen and they didn't hand it over?
Kathy,
Are you, is this what you're saying?
you don't even know what was said in the video. I keep trying to tell you. Maybe if you heard it, that's the whole point I keep trying to make. Every time I try to say what was she said, it could be
Kathy
misconstrued
Allen
as
says
both
it.
ways.
Kathy Allen says it.
Yes.
So then why are you honestly believe they had her incriminating herself on video and didn't give
No.
a copy of it to the
I'm
prosecution?
saying if you would have just let me finish it, which I've been trying to do, you would
Okay,
understand.
go ahead. You can finish right
It
to the end.
wasn't
Tell me
what
all right now.
it wasn't what Kathy said. It was how it was implied by that person, which that's the part of it I'm not sure about. I don't really believe I know exactly how it was meant to be said. It was said that Kathy said, and I heard it from more than just Jinx. So I'm not identifying the other person, but I know exactly who said it to me, and
So
three people.
it was said that Kathy said.
Yes, this is the exact words, but it's how you take it. That's all I'm going to say. Because I'm not sure it was given in the right context, as if you catch what I'm saying. What was said was, if you guys think I know or think you know what's going on in this case or something along those lines, just wait till I get on the stand. Now,
Wait
when
a
it's
second. She Jinx
that's what
said
I said.
she said that, right?
Yes,
But
but
there's no proof of this.
no, like I said, it's Black Lady said shit. I'd rather not talk about that, dude. I've already answered that.
Well, I
You
would
say
want
it
to
doesn't
talk about it
exist.
too if I was in your position because this is bullshit. You're, for whatever reason, you're taking somebody's word, and no court of law in the world would take someone's word over. You know
Once
that
again,
wasn't there.
we're relying on, I'm talking about my opinion. What's wrong with my opinion?
Your opinion is valid, except it's ridiculous.
This is my channel. If I want to make an opinion on the fact that I believe in what something that said,
That's
now then
fine.
I say it.
So
Live,
let's get this straight before you hang up
live.
on me. You believe Jinx and some black woman had incriminating information on a video
No,
and they didn't
I
hand it
don't.
over to the prosecution.
I believe
So
they
let's hear.
heard.
You
I
believe they heard
believe
it,
what they wanted to hear in the way they wanted to hear it.
but it wasn't caught on the video.
I believe either side, upon hearing those words, depending, would have heard it as one way or the other.
That doesn't make sense, dude. Because I'm pretty sure the video
That's
ended
the
and
problem.
you're
What
just taking their
I never
word.
said. TJ's making the perfect point of what I'm trying to make here. It's not implicating anybody or anything, but the fact that
Oh,
you're, that's what I'm saying. You're
huh.
assuming I'm meaning something, but I'm not. But the fact that they're trying to conversate with the witness is potential witness tampering.
So it would have helped them.
Would have helped. Yeah, that's what I've been
So
saying.
this, so this is why Jinx and them didn't give it over.
Oh, think
I heard them.
Oh my
Didn't
lord! Now you're
the video?
catching on. Now they act
Well,
like the
dude,
video doesn't exist because it helps Alan. So
so
yeah, they have a
weren't they
good reason.
putting? Wait, did they play it on their channels?
I never saw the video, and I'm
Is
I'm
it the
sh-
video where they're standing by the
no, no,
car?
no, no. I saw
And
that. I saw that because we showed
is
that
that a
shit on
different
Fire
video?
and Ice. Yeah, I saw that on Fire and Ice and everything else. So that's one thing. There's more to it than that. I know there's more to it than that, and it's the other. I really don't want to be talking
'Cause
about this anymore because
I
this is
seen a video where they're standing at her car and Kathy
saw
Allen
that.
and her mom come walking to the car and they have an exchange of words. Is this the
Yes,
same
the
thing?
video that All Eyes literally released is the what we saw from Fire and Ice. But while that's going on, we are literally being told something different in this in the server.
Hmm.
It makes no sense that we're being told that if it didn't happen, because what's being said can't be misconstrued in either way, shape, or form as bad for either side. And like I said, when you know that person like I do, it's not the kind of thing that you just make up on a whim. Because all
So you,
Kathy would have to do is say, "Oh, I meant it like this." If a video did pop up, and who would still be in trouble? Those guys, because they were trying to talk to a witness.
right.
So nothing she said technically was wrong. But I do believe that
So,
video and shit did exist. It's probably deleted
well,
now
I
or
saw
whatever,
one.
but
I
I do
saw it.
believe it.
Prof has photos of it too and all that. I see it all the time.
No, no, not the Fire and Ice video. The one that she told us about. Yeah,
Well,
there might be some shit right now legally, and I'm not saying that has anything to do with them being quiet or not. But
mhm.
when Peggy started bringing that shit up again, things started. Certain events or whatever occurring have caused. Really, is not the place to be having this conversation because,
Yeah.
yeah,
How about we talk about this afterwards and we should probably just hang up. We've been on here long enough.
you should be able to think to yourselves the multiple things that have occurred lately that all of a sudden very well flip flopped and changed and stopped and everything else, and should know the points that I'm trying to make. Those things are probably all connected because they all concern the same fucking subject.
Hmm.
You know, the
Well,
tides start turning at certain events in time, and people start getting quiet. Interviews start getting canceled. Come on, y'all! Don't take a genius for figuring these things out. What's all happened? Um, like I said, yeah, TJ knows what's up. That's all I got to say. And I'm
well,
sure
how about this?
the like I said, I'd be more. I mean, I wouldn't trust him. I just wouldn't. I have my own personal history with him, but not. I still believe he is fucking trying to get balls deep in that group. So I mean, but I just can't trust him. That's all I say.
You think
Um,
he's trying to get back? You think he's trying to get back at them?
Back at him? No, I'm not sure.
Or
I know I know he's got a thing for you know who, and I'm hoping that overlays his thing for wanting to be buddy buddy with them. But I don't know him that well to think that he would actually have that much feelings and stuff for somebody else. I'm not. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to make it sound horrible or whatever, but yeah, I don't know him that well. My altercations with him were all very petty, small events, and I destroyed him and moved
Mhm.
on. Destroyed him and moved on. You know, he just kept on going like that. But at the same time, I don't know what. All I know is there's a series of events that occurred and started occurring around the same time that the subject has literally got brought up. And if you think about it real carefully, you remember what's gone on recently and what's was going to happen that didn't happen, and this, that, and the other, and the fact, like I said, you don't make an announcement to damn like 90 something people about some random thing that really doesn't affect the case at all. Um, yeah, it just isn't that she isn't that type of person to say that kind of stuff.
Jinx? Are
But
you talking about Jinx?
you didn't have to say the name. If I said she, there's a reason
Well,
I couldn't. Yeah, I'm
I
not
don't
trying to.
even know her. I don't
Uh,
even know her.
that's
My,
why I'm trying
the,
to say I do, and that's why I'm trying to tell y'all there's more to it than that. There's
the only
more to
thing
it
I
than
have
that.
with Jinx is she came into my first live stream and put some emojis and some sleeping Z's. So I got rid of her. That's the only thing I've had with Jinx.
What about Ruckus?
Uh, I don't. I'm
No,
not
I was
sure.
looking at the chat. Sorry.
Oh,
Okay, I'm gonna
oh,
let everybody know in on something right now. Okay, um,
what?
troll form. I hate saying this shit. Okay, I know who did what and stuff like that. I'm not gonna condone what they did or anything like that. But there's only one thing at all I could even condemn. I'm not even gonna say I can condemn. Personally, I don't dislike Ruckus. I think he's a good dude. To who? Why would he sell it? He was giving them away. That
Whoa.
makes no sense. Um, my bad.
When was it though? Before all this or after? Or when?
He was the.
This is.
Mm, yeah, you picked the worst. Mm,
Should we be talking about this now, or I don't even
probably
know what you guys.
not.
Okay, well let's change the subject.
Nah,
Why
he
you?
was doing that shit. I don't know about selling anything. I know. Fuck it. I already know the residents, the initial, not the initial, as in the first, but uh, because you got to think. If you go down the line of the crime scene photos, okay, you got Mitch Westerling who got him from the law office or whatever, and then transferred that basically to Mark and what's his fucking face? The guy that killed himself. That guy.
Fortune.
Yeah,
Robert Fortune.
Yeah, Robert Fortune. Okay, that they got them shit from Mitch. Okay, so now the right there at that point, the three of them have them. Okay, um, now Mark claims to do this and that and the other, but I'm sorry, there's just a weird gap of time, and I do know that they were had already released the F tree and stuff like, and at least that picture and stuff. But then there's a gap of time there, and I that's why I said you can't really trust what that man says either because you don't know. There is no such thing. He won't sit on stuff like that. He just can't. Anything that makes his just trust me on that. There's no
Okay,
oh
but wait. There's
yeah.
one thing you shouldn't leave hanging here. So TJ said, TJ, are you saying that Mark MRC said he sold crime scene photos? You heard it on YouTube. Did you hear
I
him
think
say this, or
I
other
think
people say this?
I think she's saying that Mark said or somebody said that Ruckus sold crime scene photos.
MRC. Oh, oh. Did she hear?
Is that
Did
what
she
you're
hear him
implying,
say that?
TJ?
I mean, I
That's
don't
what
think you
I
should
know.
leave that.
Now I know Prof had said that Mark had sold Discovery and crime scene photos. There is the weird thing. That's what I thought. Yeah, yeah. She thinks that Ruckus. Um,
And you
said
heard
what
him say
you
this
do.
out of his mouth. MRC said this. Oh, on Peggy's show. I'll rewatch because I was
Mhm.
I was busy. I was there. I was modding. I was
I
chasing
don't
people
remember that
around in
either.
the chat.
I do know
I'll have to.
that he is one of the key figures. I'm
Right.
sorry if you end up listening to this ruckus. I'm usually the type to keep my mouth shut, but whatever. I know for a fact that there were key people. The massive leak doesn't happen without fucking his help. Very simple like that. He's a key.
Oh,
Sorry,
shit.
I'm not going to say how I know. I wasn't there. It wasn't me. I have a witness that that has the evidence, and I'm going to just leave it at that. And I trust that person as well.
Hmm.
And if that's
Are you leaving?
I can tell
Are
you
you
how
leaving
he
this
did
live
it.
stream up?
Huh?
Are you leaving this live stream up?
Yes, I'm going to. Fuck it.
Oh shit! I'm not
I
saying
feel like
anything,
fucking
so
kicking.
I don't even
I
know
feel like
people.
kicking the hornet's nest tonight, folks. Yeah, let's go for it.
Oh shit! Oh boy,
They've been too quiet lately. Well, I'm not hating on Ruckus, but I know exactly what he. I can tell you
so
exactly how that initial, not initial. I keep saying initial, but okay. Um, the part that is involving him that I know about, at least, how it occurred, what he had it on, as in the pictures and stuff, and stuff. They were on Telegram or Por- is it Peris? No, no, I think it was Periscope. It's like Telegram or Periscope. I'm pretty sure it was Periscope. A link was posted in a dying Discord, and that's where it started. I don't see why else you would put them on something on Periscope unless you were, sending links to other people. I'm not saying anything was
you
stolen, anything like that.
what,
I'm a
what date?
person that.
The date.
Hmm,
The date. What date?
well, that's simple. Just figure out what fucking Tyler Carpenter fucking destroyed his fucking Discord. Subtract a week. Boom, there you go. Yeah, I just told you the who and the where and all that other shit too. Happy go lucky.
Dude, you're getting me in deep here.
I already told y'all. I know this shit. People just ain't asked.
I just called in to shoot the breeze with you, and now I'm knee deep in all this.
To tell certain people that you mock for and everything that I have enough I have enough information and it's evidence and stuff that he should be. He didn't want to listen to me, so
Hmm. Way to go, TJ. You see what you did?
I told you I'm not one to lie. If I can keep my mouth shut. That's one thing. But if you ask me something directly, it's either I'm just going to not answer it, or you're probably going to get the truth. And what you just got was the truth.
Who is this Cindy Licious? Do you know her?
Mhm.
Is that
Um,
Cindy Licious? Is that a
I
familiar name to
know.
you?
I know a few people named Cindy in regards to this case, like Cindy Lean or whatever.
Oh, no, I'm talking about in the chat. The one that
I
just
know.
came into
I'm
chat
looking
about
at.
10 minutes ago. Cindy Licious.
Well, I'm just thinking to myself, Licious might be another way, or a spare or a change of a name for that Cindy Lean person or something. She, I don't think if it's a yummy name. Okay, then who are you?
Oh, she's still here. Sorry. I didn't
Oh,
know.
yeah.
Hey, do we know you? Do I know you?
Well, I mean,
Natalie?
uh,
It's a yummy name. Yes, it's a yummy name.
I
Cindy
have
Licious.
no idea.
Sh-
Yeah,
She's delicious.
it's just the CL. That's why I thought of that in the first place. Yeah, she
Uh,
might. Well, I
well,
mean,
welcome.
anybody
Hi.
that don't
I
know,
was just asking.
yeah, no,
I was
you're fine.
curious. That's all. I wasn't saying anything. Hi.
Yeah, she hasn't been rude or anything like that, so I'm not really worried
No,
about
no.
her being here or not. At this point in
I was
time,
curious.
I'm not. How I feel in the crime
Uh,
scene photos, people
hmm.
aren't going to like. Okay, I have literally investigated hundreds of thousands of murders at this point. I have seen crime scene photos in just about all of them. Okay, I don't think Delphi should have been any different in the first place. So I don't really find too much wrong in what he did. Um, that's my own personal opinion. I don't think those facts should be. Now, I do find what's wrong with what Mitch did. That's different. That's stealing shit. Okay, so that's different. But once obtaining them, I don't think as long as there was no selling or this that and the other, I don't find anything wrong with Abrica selling or not selling, but showing them. Okay, that's just my own personal opinion. If somebody wants to see them, um, because you got to think
Hey,
without Mitch, we have to wait till the trial's over to see that, right?
but
Plain
but
and
that's
simple.
another thing. Wait. That's another thing. Mitch didn't steal something. I heard Michael Osberg use a different name for it, transfer or something like that. He didn't steal it. He
Mhm.
took a, there's another name for it.
That depends on how you feel in the matter. Are you actually going to believe the bullshit story you've been hearing all along? Because I never have.
I don't know. I'm just talking, dude. I
No, no,
believe.
I'm not. I'm not trying to sound
I
mean
don't
when I
know
say this. Sorry if, if it came off that way.
which
I've
bullshit
never
story.
once
Which
believed. Yeah, okay. I've never once believed at fucking all that Mitch Westerling went into that law office,
right,
sneaky, and took those pictures. No,
right.
that's bullshit.
I have I have a theory. You want to hear my theory before you go? Wait. I believe the defense made him say that so they could then get discover when they charged Mitch. Then they could use their lawyers, their partners at their firm, to represent Mitch, and therefore get discovery again of the photos that Holman had that he wasn't giving up. So I think it was a ruse on the defense's part too. They played into it, and the state fell for it and charged Mitch. Therefore, at Mitch's trial of the year, they went to trial, and therefore that gives Baldwin's partner, who represented Mitch, discovery into the prosecutor that's had all Holman's information, and they got that, I believe.
Well, the reason I was trying to say, okay, there was a period of time during the trial, or around the time of the Frank's memorandum or whatever when that shit came out. Okay, that's another thing that when I was talking earlier when I said that when people start good talking the defense and everything else, I just can't buy it. I mean, sure, Gull fucked up. Sure, the state fucked up, but
Well, wait 1 second. Sorry. Cindy Licious is also a comedian too. She's good with fractions, algebra, but she draws the line at geometry. Sorry, go on.
you should try trigonometry. That's what I had to use in Delphi. It was not fun at all. But as I was saying, the fact, okay, you can blame stupidity or ignorance in what Slick Nick did. Most of it, at least. I'd have to go through it all and recheck. So don't quote me on that. But from what I remember, you can blame you know stupidity in that. Uh, Goal, you could blame egotistical and other shit on and everything else. And somewhat vindictive at the same time. But the defense, on the other hand, there's more there. I'm telling you, though. There's fucking more
Wait.
there.
Also, though, I believe this whole photo leak started in 2022 because Holman said there was a leak in the summer before the gag order, and in the beginning of 2023, there was a few other people. I won't say their names. They were all talking about crime scene photos of the bodies in early, and then in February of 2023, Nick McClelland on Valentine's Day or on the 13th, he filed a motion to protect the discovery so the defense would get in trouble for what they were about to set him up for. I believe, in my opinion.
Well, I mean, I can explain for multiple reasons why that's a possibility because I can actually tell you,
Go
for
for it.
one, an actual initial 100% proven leak because they it was on YouTube. It might still be on. I don't doubt. Actually, it might not anymore because all the people fucking with that dude. And he removed all those videos. It was all over Gray Hughes, guys. This was the link
Gavin
began,
Fish had
and
videos.
I remember the video. Okay, the video came out in 2020.
Of
Okay,
body photos
huh?
of
We don't know what
of
all
the
this.
crime scene.
See, here's the problem. This dude knew too much. He identified himself and he knew way too fucking much. And his relationship with somebody on the crime scene investigation crew would lead me to believe that sure, someone like they could possibly see something like that. Yeah.
Wait. Was there not a rumor that one of the searchers took photos in the very beginning too?
Yes, there was. Yes, there was.
And did those photos get out?
But that was one of the just searchers, not one of the actual crime scene investigators.
Right.
Yeah, there was an initial leak that started all the way back in 2017, all the way back then.
And
That
did you
they
ever see them?
yes, I talked to them.
And were they similar to the ones that were leaked?
Oh no, I didn't see pictures. That's the problem with the matter. Um,
Oh,
well, okay. Technically, I have seen pictures, um, but it was of the scene, but no bodies. That is fact.
hmm.
I don't know if they were
Wow.
taken before or after the crime, though, and that's the problem. But like I said,
And
this dude knows so much all along and had been in contact and telling us all this shit.
see,
He
because I
told Gray Hughes. He told Gray Hughes back in 2017, right after the murders occurred, about the multiple sketches, the young guy, the old guy, all this different shit that we didn't know until 2019. And then upon the press conference happening in 2019 and finding all this out, Gray Hughes brought that motherfucker on his show. Then dude comes on there, and I remember the title of the video. It said something like uh, "details in Delphi," and then it had a question mark. I remember the video going to Gray Hughes explaining about what the guy told him, or at least some of what the guy told him back in 2017. That of course Gray didn't pay no mind to until we all saw what happened at that press conference in 2019. That literally verified every fucking thing that guy said. So then
wow,
Gray brings
it's
him on the
interesting.
show. This dude comes up there, tells us about him dragging the victims, him doing this, him doing that. He knew the distance and feet that Libby was drugged. He knew all kinds of shit. He knew that the fucking, at least the killer or somebody basically probably jerked off at the scene. He knew all that shit. He wasn't law enforcement. He just knew somebody that was on the fucking crime scene investigation crew. I remember that video. I think
Where's
he was
this
part of
video? Somebody must
well,
have a copy.
problem is, once they started fucking with Gray about that fucking band shit, he took down most of his videos. So I don't even know if it's up anymore.
Yeah, somebody
So,
must have copied it before.
but trust me, it's real. I 1,000% remember it. Every fucking detail of that video. And this dude even went on Reddit after the fact and answered a bunch of questions from people. And that I guarantee is probably still up somewhere. He
Wow. What are
identified
you
himself.
doing?
Me?
Are you out in your car?
No. I think my finger covered the mic. My bad.
Oh,
Um, I
I thought you
do
were in your
believe
car driving away.
while we can't probably find the video, what we can probably find is the AMA that he did on Reddit after the video. And I'm not good with names,
And
so I put, yeah, but I remember all the rest of the
wait,
shit.
what's an AMA? AMA.
Ask me anything.
Oh, and it's actually gray for sure.
It's what?
Is it is it gray or the guy?
It's the guy. The guy didn't try to hide who he was or anything like that. He named himself,
Hmm.
but I'm just horrible with names, even though I remember all the other shit. Like, I find that annoying, but whatever. Um, he answered a whole bunch of questions. He beat around the bush on certain details or whatever. But as he was beating around the bush, I'm sitting there in the chat going, so basically, you're telling us he jerked off at the scene. And the guy got flustered, like, oh, just didn't want to put it that way. I'm like, yeah, but, we're adults, man. Just say it like it is. Because he would make comments like, well, the cops, they know the guy did something while he was there, but they don't think he used a condom. And because somebody was asking about sexual assault or whatever, and he would say, no, there wasn't sexual assault, but basically he was like shy about implying the fact that there was a possibility or a good possibility that uh, whoever was involved in murders jerked off at the scene, which we now know via the DNA that was found in the girls, it's a high possibility that did occur.
Right.
Like I said, he knew shit we did not know, and now it's click, 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 click all over the place.
Right. So I've always
Again,
believed that the
mhm.
photo leak. Do you remember that Gavin Fish put out that those videos in the middle of 2022 summer of the not the crime scene but all the other photos?
I do believe. Okay, that's why I point to that one person or whatever, because if he's
Hmm.
able to get so much details, how hard is it to look at some photos? You know what I mean?
No, no, yeah, but Gavin Fish, he had the photos and he put them on a video, not of the bodies. And I believe that the bodies were held back, not from him, but from somebody that gave them
Sure.
to whoever gave Gavin Fish those photos. He probably didn't want to pay for the body photos. I'm just alleging or bringing up in discussion. I'm not saying it's fact. I'm just saying, is that a possibility?
I mean, or maybe he just didn't want to be associated with showing. Okay, when was this that you say Fish did this?
This was before the gag order, when around the time Fig put out his
I
bullet
mean, but
video.
yeah, okay. The gag order just give me a timeline. I'm
20
trying to give me
the,
information. Um, there's
the
been
gag
multiple
the gag
points.
order was, sorry.
Well, I'm just wondering if it
You
has
know,
anything to do. Sorry.
the gag order was December 2nd, 2022. It was before the gag order. But then in
Okay.
December and January, people were talking about the crime scene body photos being around. Prosecutors Podcast posted that somebody sent them an email offering them to them.
Give me a second to think. I'm trying to process when the first time I actually heard or was offered to look at the photos. Anybody know when fucking the Tyler Carpenter destroyed his disc in 2022, 2022?
Was it after the Odin report came out? Or
That's about the time frame. Okay, I'm trying to think of how much
the Odin
time.
report was in the October of 2023.
No, okay. I remember I just told you that the first time I know of that somebody in my group or whatever was showing pictures to other people in my group would have been when Tyler
Wait.
Carpenter right
Okay, but we
before
need
he
to be
destroyed the
specific.
picture.
Was it photos of the girls' bodies, or was it the scarf, the shoe, and the clothing and the bandana, all those little
But
things?
a fish had these, but that's the problem. There was another situation occurring at that point in time that might have been the reason why Fish didn't put those pictures in with the rest.
I think, or the body ones. I think it's because he didn't
Yeah.
pay enough to get those. The person wanted too
Well,
much money. I believe
or
it was.
if you remember that Zana, I can't remember, Zany or whatever the fuck that YouTuber is, around that same time, wasn't she being fucking fried up because she put a paywall on some naked kids' autopsy photos?
Oh, Zav girl, Zav girl.
Yeah. Now, if those time frames are not on each other, that also might be why Fish didn't want to post them.
That was that kid, the boy. Yeah, she put the autopsy photos
Mhm.
behind
That's
a
what I was
paywall,
going to point out.
and yeah, everyone
And
went
we had to
nuts.
help her. Yeah, we had to help her because her channel was like seriously getting curb stomped by everybody in the community or whatever. Now
I
she actually,
remember.
oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, and it does seem like it was somewhat near that range, and that might cause. Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to think of any conflicting factors, but yeah, you can't just take the fact that certain videos or certain things are missing, as well. They just got all the pictures of this. Yeah, I just don't want to jump to any conclusions just yet. That's all. But there's
No,
been
no, we're
leaks
just
left.
talking here.
Right. Oh, I know, I know, I
We're,
know. I
yeah,
was just more or less I was saying it for the chat or whatever. So
right, but
we're really not sure why that would be. I do remember the whole fish thing because I don't like fish. Ugh.
The Gavin Fish guy, right?
Yeah, yeah, but I don't like it for a different case, so it's fine.
Well, but I mean, the whole thing with him is he didn't have the body photos.
Well, he said he did. Just saying.
Well, he didn't put him in a video,
Yeah, but like I said, mm,
but I did hear
I,
Chris Todd
yeah.
saying he had them. Chris Todd had them offered to him. Frank Meister was talking about them on Sonny Justice's channel in
Oh, thank
January of
you for reminding
2023.
me. That's another person who has supposedly claimed to have pictures of the crime scene or whatever was Chris Todd.
Yeah, he was saying that in December of 2022
Hmm.
after the
And
gag order before Christmas. He said it on
he's made a
Cortez.
lot of claims that have always been uh, very, very lightly, slightly proven, I guess. It's the best way to say. He did have pictures of the clothes that were found in the creek after they were pulled out of the creek. He did have indeed
Because
have.
Gavin Fish put all that out. He put it out way before that, so everyone had
Mhm.
that. Now, here's what happened with Chris Todd in January. He was arguing with Frank Meister and Marv about these crime scene body photos. They were all
Mhm.
fighting, and then Frank Meister said somebody had them. The body photos will be coming out in a few weeks, and he said that at the end of January on Sonny's show. He said that
Okay, okay.
on panel.
Yes, I will. There's something I don't know. I've kept to myself for a long time. I don't have the exact full answer to. I didn't take the time to ask. But it was being said in the group or whatever. Um, how do I put this in the right way? While I'm unclear exactly who it was they were speaking of, uh, there was an initial person that had photos before everybody. I can tell you that they are a creator. I can tell you they are female. Um, and I know that's how a lot of people got them in the first place, and not none of this
Body
bullshit.
photos, the
Huh?
bodies, the
All,
bodies,
all of them.
and this is before the photo leak. This
Hmm.
is in January. This is in 2023, the beginning.
This is fairly known information, or at least that's how it was passed on to me.
Right, but what date? Like after the gag order started?
I was never given a date, but I was told that the initial person that handed out the photos was this person.
Well, we need to know a date because if they were given the photos after they were
Yeah.
all leaked, that's no. It's only important if it was before the Odin report or August when Mitch took them supposedly, and I think it was August or whatever of 2023. So if it was
Well,
before that, and any time in January or February or in 2022, then it would be relevant.
at the time, that I initially asked multiple people in my group or whatever, um, because once again it randomly popped up out of nowhere, and people were randomly talking about it or whatever in the group and stuff in their lives, but they weren't giving much details on it or answering any questions. I asked multiple members of the OG motherfuckers that would have been like much more in the know at the time than I would have been because, like I said, I wasn't
Well,
your normal typical member of that group. I was there for a specific reason, and everything else could go fuck itself. So people hate me for a lot of reasons that I had nothing. But moving on, um, they all told me the same thing, and it was all worded the same way. The problem is, no, there was no date added, but it was
Well, you
made.
need a date.
I don't think you do
Because
because the
Chris
question
Todd,
I asked.
Chris Todd in December of 2022, after the
Mhm.
gag order on Court TV, said that somebody offered him the body crime scene photos. And in the end of January, around January 23rd, Fakemeister said they'll be dropping in a couple weeks. And around the same time, in January of 2023, Prosecutors Podcast put out a tweet saying that somebody emailed them offering them the crime scene body photos. Then all that
Yeah.
talk stopped, and then Nick McClelland, 2 weeks later, in February 13th of 2023, put out the motion to discovery, whatever, so they could hold the defense responsible for what I believe that the photo leak they were about to set them up for when photos were already out there.
I'm
I
not going
believe.
to count that out. I will not count that out as a possibility. At the same time, I made it evidently clear when I asked each of these people who specifically caused the initial leak or was the initial leak for those photos
Who was,
in each way.
who was
He
offering
specific,
Chris Todd? Who was offering Chris Todd and Prosecutors Podcast the body photos? Who was that? Do
and
we know?
I gave you half an answer, but I never had the rest of the answer.
Hmm.
So you're looking for a female podcaster creator. That
Wow.
much I know.
And would that be the same one Frank Meister was saying
I
in
guarantee
January
you,
of 2023?
because
He said somebody's
one
going
of
to
the people I asked was his partner at the time. So she would have
Marv.
been Frank Meister.
Marv,
Hmm. That's
because
just
I
one of the
remember
people.
I downloaded their video of them arguing, Frank Meister and Marv arguing with Chris Todd about this very thing
And
on Marv's
Marv's
channel.
is one of the people. And like normally, I need more context or evidence or proof or whatever. But when you're given the same chunk of information by multiple people, and it's the same shit each time. Yeah,
For me, it's on their live streams. I literally watched it with my own. I downloaded all the videos. I
I
timestamped them
think
all and
that I
sent them
watched
all
the
to
same thing
Hennessy.
you. I do think that I watched the same thing you that which led me to asking in the first place because I
Right,
didn't know the
and this
answer.
was in January and February
And
of 2023.
I didn't want to push her or the others because when I asked them, that's what they told me. But it seemed obviously that they wanted to give me the actual person.
You know, the funny thing is all those videos are still up on Sleuth Intuition's channel and
Yep.
on Marv's channel, Beyond the Evidence, whatever that is.
Like I said, I'm not saying anything bad about those people at all. Like they were always decent to me and
No, I
stuff like
mean,
that.
sure,
That is what
but
they
they're
told me.
talking
Yeah.
about, but aren't they credible to you?
Oh,
Like they were talking about it. Do you?
they know who it
So,
is. I'm telling you right now, they know.
so there was body crime scene photos out way before this leak.
Yes,
Wow.
whether or not it was the same photos that we were presented that I saw. See, I had been offered to see the photos back then. I was then offered to see photos. I'm not sure if they were the same photos or not, but I was offered to be shown photos around the time of Tyler Carpenter shutting down his Discord, right before that. Um, and then after that, many fucking times, I had been offered just to see those pictures.
So do you think these people knew who emailed them, or it was anonymous?
Yeah. No, they know. They,
Because prosecutors podcast didn't
I'm not
say, they just
sure
said
the
they received an
prosecutors
email.
know because the people in my group knew, is what I'm trying to say. I don't know about the prosecutors.
Right.
because I'd like to give them a little bit of credibility or whatever on the matter. Because I don't know what their side of the story is on the whole factor or whatever the situation. But I will tell
So
you that
the
people
issue,
I
what,
knew. mm,
what was the issue? They weren't going to pay enough money for them? Whoever?
I don't remember people asking for. That's the issue. I don't remember anybody asking for
Oh,
money.
I'm not
Like,
saying that. I'm just saying that would be a
yeah,
good reason why only the clothing, the shoe, and the scarf and stuff came out, but the two body ones, maybe they wanted too much money. I'm just saying that's a possibility, and people didn't want to pay that much. No?
because um, when I asked about the pictures and stuff, I never once was told by any of these people that they hadn't seen them. It's the issue. You
Whoa.
would think that if they
TJ's
did,
saying,
I'm
read TJ's last comment.
these photos are the ones that make as evidence to these to
Wow.
Jody.
Jody is Gull's right hand. So there's these photos didn't make it into evidence? The ones we're talking about, or the ones that
Well,
Mitch Westerman?
that's what another thing I've been trying to point out to you for a while now. I do believe there's a lot more to this whole photo leak than people are trying to get to. There's a lot
Right,
of
right. And it started in January of 2022. No, it started in the middle of 2022, and Holman and them were talking about a leak of photos
uh
then.
yep, but we don't know when.
That's before
Did
before
they
the
say
gag
when
order
Mitch?
was even put in.
Um, did they say when Mitch supposedly went and stole them? I mean, just hypothetically.
That was, I think, around August of 2023, a
Okay,
year later,
we can
halfway
verify.
into the gag order.
But yeah,
Yeah,
that's the one thing I'm okay. There's more to this, obviously. Than okay.
right.
Have you ever heard of? Okay, like I said, researched hundreds of thousands of cases and blah blah blah, and seen the crime scene photos and everything else. I've never once heard of.
Ruckus is here. Hey, ask him. Ruckus is here if you want to
Oh
ask him.
Lord!
Hey, Ruckus.
Hey, you remember who did the initial leak of the crime scene photos, Ruckus? Or no, I technically was never told. I think I was told it was like a female podcaster or some shit.
Hey, I always thought Ruckus had me blocked, so it's cool. I could see him. That's good. Although I've said some dumb shit too, so I understand.
Yeah, and it's like I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus. Like it was like
Hmm.
Marv and a few other people or whatever at the time that told me about it. I don't think I asked Ruckus, so I'm not sure why. But this whole thing, and like I said, I've got a complicated stance on the whole matter because I've never had a problem with people showing or looking or seeing crime scene photos of this,
Well,
that, and the other.
no, no, no,
But,
no, no. I think it's important. It's
yeah,
important for us
I
to know
think
what happened at the crime scene.
no,
Now,
I'm not
can
throwing anybody
Ruckus?
under the bus or whatever like that.
No, wait,
Uh,
let me ask one thing. One thing. Does Ruckus know who the person was that Chris Todd was talking about in December of 2022 on Court TV, who had the crime scene bottle photos? Or Frank Meister said on Sonny Justice's channel on January 23rd of 2023, who Frank Meister said in a couple weeks somebody will be dropping the crime scene photos of the bodies, the girls' bodies. Frank specifically said that, and the prosecutor's podcast was offered in January of 2023, body photos. Do we know who that was? Oh,
well,
okay, cool.
um, yeah. As regards to Mark Robert Cohen saying anybody that I know personally fucking selling crime scene photos, that's if that actually occurred, that's bullshit. I've never
Well,
once heard
I don't know anything about that. I don't know anything
from.
about that.
Yeah,
But I do. All I remember is seeing that tweet with the prosecutor's podcast, and that really caught my attention. And I was actually watching Frank Meister. I was watching Sonny's videos because I became a member. This was actually you had to be a member on Sonny's channel, and somebody bought me a membership, and I was watching old videos, and I just saw Frank Meister say that about crime scene body photos, and the live stream was January 23rd of 2023, and Sonny's members videos.
Yeah, I mean, other
Frank
than
Meister
I'm
said,
trying to think back as far back as I possibly can. I mean, the first times I started hearing about like leaked photos and this and that was like I said when Chris Todd starts running his mouth, which I honestly just don't like the guy. I don't know if what he said was
right,
true or not, but yeah, I didn't pay it too
he
much
said
mind.
that he said that in
I
December,
know, yeah,
just before
that's what I'm
Christmas.
saying. The only time I heard is like when I don't mean to throw people under the bus either on either side, but yeah, first thing I've heard of time I ever heard of anybody selling or attempting to sell anything was when a prop said that Mark Cohen sold Discovery crime scene photos. And I'm not even like I said, I'm not saying
Wait,
anybody's wrong. I don't know anything else.
said that? When did
And
Prof say that?
um, yeah, he was attacking Mark. That's how I found out that Mark Cohen was in our group in the first place, because
Oh man.
when Prof said that shit on his live or whatever, Mark got mad and flipped out, and I had to talk to him before that, but I didn't realize who it was. I just
Okay.
read
Well,
what's the account he uses or whatever. That's what I'm saying. There's too much speculation going here. That's why I don't like to answer if I don't know what it
wait,
is.
I'm not speculating because I heard not about Ruckus, but I heard Frank Meister say it out of his own mouth in January 2023 that the crime scene body photos, the bodies of the girls at the crime scene, were going to leak in 2 weeks. Frank Meister said it. I have the video. I have it
All right,
timestamped.
do me a favor. Either send me that video or send me the date. I'll just ask Frank myself. Oh, I mean, Shane myself.
I'll send you. I have in all the emails I sent to Hennessy. I'll send to you.
I'd
Sure.
rather not just
Frank.
speculate on the whole map. Yeah, I would just
Well,
prefer to ask,
just
even if they're mad at me. At least I'm trying to be honest about it,
I,
right?
listen, it's a link to watch the video and timestamps, all the timestamps,
Oh
so
no,
you'll
I
want
trust
it.
you. I trust you. Yeah, trust me. I trust you. What you're saying and whatnot. I do know that Frank. I don't. I don't want it to
So,
sound wrong, even though I mean it is what it is. Sometimes people get ahead of themselves and hear something or whatever, and they spout off a little bit too early.
true,
I don't
true,
know.
true.
Yeah, I just want to ask
Right,
both
right.
sides. Yeah, that's all it is. I'd
He,
rather have
he sounded
verification of the situation. That's all.
well. I'll send it to you. He sounded pretty sure of himself that he said the crime scene body photos will be dropping in 2 weeks, and that's at the same time prosecutors podcast was having people offer them the photos on email. And I know Chris Todd's a little hyperbolic, so but he did say it in Encore TV, which and was arguing with Marv and Frank about it just after
I'm
all
not
this
taking
too.
your word on the Chris Todd one. You don't need to send me that video. Anytime I can get away with
No,
not having
no,
this, I'm more than happy to just go along with that.
I only say Chris Todd because after all, after Frank said that, him and Marv and Chris Todd were all fighting and on Marv's live stream, so they said a lot of stuff there. That's the only reason
Yeah.
I include
Well,
him.
the other thing, somebody brought up the whole damn thing where you met or that you had possibly met Mark Cohen at CrimeCon, and I was like, I thought that was bullshit too, but I can't remember exactly right. But I was like, no, that don't make any fucking sense.
Who who met him? Ruckus?
Ruckus. Yeah, it was like in Florida or whatever. And, Ruckus supposedly. I'm like, that didn't happen. I'm trying to remember. I'm like, no, I don't remember. I remember hearing that story and just thinking it was dumb as shit sounding. I'm pretty sure Ruckus it just didn't make any sense to me.
Did you ask him?
Uh,
He's right here in your chat.
no, I mean, it's just so long ago that even my memory, which is usually pretty good about shit like that, like for the best of me, yeah, I remember that as being bullshit too. Because it was like,
Right.
I don't see Ruckus, yeah, going to what was it, Tampa or Orlando or whatever like that. Yeah, and just, the whole story just didn't sound like it. Whatever. At least I didn't think so. But
Aren't you guys? Aren't you all down in Florida? Is that where you are, right?
well, yeah, but you got to understand. Okay, I don't want to dox him or anything like that. I do know
No,
where
no,
he.
no, 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 no.
He's trying to think hypothetically. He's probably closer to me than he probably is to like there of what we're talking about. And I
Right.
personally, and that's just my personal opinion that I wouldn't drive that far to meet Mark Robert Cohen. So I mean, I don't know.
Mhm.
Maybe I'm basing that on yeah. I don't like
Whatever.
him, but
I
yeah,
think we're going around in circles here now.
yeah, yeah,
But that was interesting.
yeah. But but yeah, at least have been going on in this fucking case since the very fucking beginning, and that's a
Right.
proven fact. Yeah. Um.
So the big thing for me is like Rozzy almost gets removed because Baldwin accidentally sends the wrong person of to Woodhouse an email, whereas you know nobody on the state side was held accountable for all the things like the lying in the affidavits and all that stuff, and the losing and of all the evidence, and all the IDOC employees admitting to violating policies and the solitary violations,
Okay,
and
so you did it.
you know,
Okay, did me Market Disney? Gotcha. Oh, I know. I never thought the
uh,
information shit or whatever was exchanged or whatever. It was just the meeting itself. It just I couldn't remember if that actually happened itself. Yeah, I never figured on the whole discovery thing. You know, this other crap stuff was concerned. I remember Mark saying many multiple times and multiple occasions that he did not give you anything at that time and da da da. And like I said, we were all fairly close at the time. When you're saying the same thing, Mark's saying the same thing. You know, yeah, it becomes pretty obvious.
hmm. So the other thing I'd really be curious is who who was Frank Meister and the Prosecutor's podcast talking about in January of 2023, who was supposed to release crime scene body photos or
Yeah,
offering them up. And was it for money or was it must have been for money, right?
I don't know, but like I said, I always thought that the first time I heard of any photos being discussed, and I got to think about it. I've been up for a while and stuff, but I always thought the first one
Mhm.
that said it was fucking Chris Todd. Always the person I thought that said it first. Chris Todd
Right.
blagged about this and that about having them. And I'm trying to remember anything that
Yes.
came
Yes.
before.
Yeah. Because that was just before
But there
Christmas
was
in
no
December of
pictures of a body.
2022.
Yeah, but just like you said about the Gavin Fish guy, there was no body pictures at the point in time. Uh,
No,
when Chris Todd showed a
Chris.
little bit, well, I
He
know that
he said,
Frank,
wait. Chris Todd did say there were body photos. He said
yeah,
it
he just didn't want to
on
show
court
them.
TV.
I remember that.
Right.
But
Right.
he had give us these weird blurred, close up, weird image. He gave us some bullshit looking things or whatever that showed like um, the edge of water in a shoe and like some pieces of clothing that were soaking wet next to each other on the bank. Like um, there's so much removed from the photos. Any idiot could have just made this at some creek near their house or whatever, and you couldn't tell the difference.
Right.
Um, yeah,
So hey, do we believe there were somebody that had the crime scene body photos at that time in January 2023?
Mm, I'm not sure to be honest. I'm really not. I don't know of it.
Right. Wait,
Like I
one
said,
sec. And Ruckus, I agree with Ruckus's last statement. I don't believe Chris Todd was reliable either, except
yeah,
for the fact that Chris Todd was arguing about this with Frank Meister and Marv on Marv's show in January of 2023. And Frank Meister said it on Sonny Justice's channel that there was going to be body photos dropping in 2 weeks. And the prosecutor's podcast put out a tweet saying
mhm.
they were offered crime scene body photos. Very specific. They included the body photos. So yeah, I don't. Chris Todd, he's always like, oh, I'll kind of show you later kind of guy. So I agree with Ruckus on that.
And like I said, I asked a few people that were OGs way before me or whatever. Um, because I think at the time, people like Ruckus or whatever were being blamed for the fucking starting the leak and all this other shit, and that's why I was asking them. I was like, so where did the leak actually begin at? And for whatever reason, I was never told who. I was just told,
Right.
yeah.
You know what started it for me though? What started it for me was them trying to remove um, remove Baldwin and Rosie for contempt. So I started looking back on all those live streams, and that's when I stumbled on Frank Meister saying that about the bodies. You know,
It's a little bit
about the
different
crime
in
body
regards
photos.
to that, and I was trying to point that out a few minutes ago. I don't.
I was going back looking for gag order violations because also that person mentioned about talking to Jerry Holman in his live streams. He mentioned talking to
Well,
Becky Patty in his live streams and Dave
let me ask
Vito.
you something, Libby. Do you think it's purely by accident that known Odinists happen to be given a flash drive by the defense? I'm just throwing that out there. I mean, uh, Woodhouse is an
And that's
actual
where
known Odinist and a racist, and know the
I don't,
Odinists that were being named in the case. I
well, I
mean,
guess
that's
it's possible
one
that
hell of a coincidence, right? I mean, we
it's
do know
possible that
also, I remember Woodhouse's videos that he made before he got raided and shit as well. Woodhouse told his side of the story, and it became obvious that Baldwin approached him. I'm not saying in person or whatever, but via email and shit like that, specifically to start conversations and all that concerning his lawsuit and issues with Nick McClelland and the other ones. Um, so the
right.
fact that they accidentally sent that information to him, I'm sorry, that's a little bit more
Well,
than we accidentally sent something to somebody.
right. I'm going to agree with you.
Yeah,
Listen. I'm going to agree with you because maybe I'm just saying it's a possibility that Baldwin was frustrated that no, he couldn't get the information out there, and he took a risk to accidentally do that, intentionally, accidentally, and suffer the ramifications,
yeah, that's what I'm
knowing that
saying.
hopefully he can get them out there. So
And
that
I
yeah,
think
it's
why
always a possibility.
Buzzy was thrown in with him because it's hard at the very beginning to assume that they
Right.
weren't, working together. So I
But
do
listen,
get why
listen.
Ball did that. I'm just throwing that out there. I
Right.
do
No,
get
no,
why he did
but wait. Stop. Yes,
that.
I understand why they did that. But
Okay.
the prosecution was responsible for 10 times more gag order violations, but none of them were held to account. So don't you find that a double standard?
I think that's why I keep saying the whole fucking thing was fucked up. Every which way,
Right.
both sides
Right.
include and Gold fucked up too. I mean, it is what it is. Yeah,
I
I
just
will
think,
say that there's things he got right in some instances, but at the same time, uh, nobody came out of this thing fucking looking good. Nobody. Law
well,
enforcement,
I think
no. The state, no.
definitely not. No.
No. And fucking Gold, no. I'm sorry. I've watched a lot of cases, researched a lot of fucking crimes, and this by far is. I mean, it's sad to say, but the only thing I could see worse is fucking also Indiana law enforcement, and that'd be the burger chef.
Mhm. Yeah. That's a whole other story.
And,
Yeah.
that's something, man. Because I've seen some pretty fucking lazy, fucked up cases in my time, but no, nothing comes close to this shit in Indiana.
So do you believe at that burger place when they cleaned up way too early instead of, preserving the crime scene that was intentional or just accidental? Like they didn't think it was a big deal.
If you were going to say this happened in like 1915, 1922, or something like that, I might have. I don't. I can see that's the problem with this Indiana cases. It's either fucked up
Oh,
possible
also,
corruption
did-
or
also
severe
they cleaned
incompetence.
up. Wait, they cleaned up before they knew it was a murder, though, right? So maybe they
Yeah.
just didn't take it serious enough as they
No.
should have.
Okay. Okay. if I remember right, I'm not exactly sure on the amount, but it would have been like at least over 1,000, around possibly around $5,000. I'm not sure if it was 5,000, but at least over $1,000 of a deposit was missing, and they considered the kids were all partying with this said money, leaving
Hmm.
their own
Hmm.
possessions and everything else behind. Um,
Yeah.
Either way it goes, I'm not sure on the grounds and the amounts needed for grand theft, but we're still talking about a crime at a level of fucking felony, probably. Uh, you need some sort of evidence. The fact that they just was like, fuck it, clean the shit up, and we'll, don't worry about it.
Right.
I don't understand. I will never understand. I just,
Yeah.
yeah.
So even the lesser of the two that they were wrong about still should have been investigated more thoroughly. That's what you're saying.
Yeah. Even if they were going to just let it go after the fact,
Hmm.
um, yeah, I mean, because what if it just makes no sense? Because what if like two of the kids are guilty, or one of the kids are guilty, and the rest didn't even do anything? You know, the evidence at least would help clear the ones that were innocent and whatever else. If you want to drop the charges on the last one, sure, go for it. And that makes more sense. But just what was this, like 1960 something, 1970, and they're just like clean up the entire crime scene.
Well, well,
What?
look at 2017 in Delphi. The police showed up to a crime scene, and who cares if they believed it was Odin or not? Branches were placed by a murderer on top of two young females. The person placed them there, and if it was Odin or if it was to cover them up or just as to stage them and misdirect law enforcement, all of those, the police removed those branches and left them at the crime scene. All
That's
of
the
there's
problem.
no scenario where that's okay.
That is the problem here. It's in the end of the law enforcement. You can't tell if it's like a cover up sometimes, and you can't tell if
It
it's
has to
fucking
be.
incompetence.
Are you saying that by 2017 they didn't realize that hey, branches that are on bodies of people could be used to gather maybe DNA or other evidence? Are
Well,
you saying they
yes.
wouldn't know that in 2017?
Um,
That's
I'm
not
not.
incompetence. That's a cover up.
Well, Holman. Okay, let's think about this in a different way. Okay, Holman and all of them are they're not ISP, if I'm correct as I state
It
this,
doesn't
right?
matter. It doesn't
That's their
matter.
opinion. I'm just trying to think to myself their past
There's
experience
no
before.
scenario. It doesn't
I
matter. A dummy would show up.
I can't make I can't make excuses for him. I mean,
There is no excuse. That's acceptable. That's what
like
I'm trying to say. They showed
how
up.
can you be
There was
a cop?
there was branches on their bodies. They removed them branches and did not collect them for any further analysis. That is not incompetence. In 2017, that is downright malicious, in my opinion. There's more to that.
And I mean, honestly, I would probably 100% believe that, but some people are just that stupid. But at the same time, I don't know. I do not
Are you
know.
saying
I would have to
that there was
question these
blood?
people myself in person, you know?
Ooh, ooh, ooh! And the guy they think put them there. I guess they wouldn't have known at the time, but with it being the girls had obvious neck wounds and there was blood at the scene and there was a pool, wouldn't they? In what scenario would they not want to check those branches out? There's none. So why is this story going on?
Yeah, I'm the wrong person to ask because I know way too much about fucking crime and how it's supposed to be dealt with and stuff. To me, I can't figure it out. I mean, I just can't. I just can't.
And the fact that CrimeCon, how Jerry Holman just in
What a big
September
deal.
said that the branches were there to cover the girls, and he said that the BG put the branches on the left side of Libby to protect, to block Libby's body
Okay,
from where the shadow hit
I
the
know
ankle.
what has been said. I don't. Yeah, I
That's
just don't
fucking
know
ridiculous.
about that here. I don't want to find myself trying to think of a reason or way to defend the law enforcement in this case because I seriously do think they fucked up on a lot of stuff. I really do. And
Do
yeah,
you
I
find
don't
that?
know.
Do you think any of them believe that those branches were there to cover them and hide them?
No, I don't think. I've seen the pictures, even though I didn't want to see them. I've seen diagrams and everything else. There's no way in hell those sticks were supposed to hide them. Just think.
But
There's no
Jerry
way.
Holman just repeated. He repeated this just now in September of 20.
That's why I said I don't know. I just if you. I mean, just and it's a person that I've actually spoken to. Not much or whatever, and they didn't seem like the dumbest person in the world. So it's like I don't fucking know. This is some weird shit, man. Did you kick yourself out, dumbass? You need another link, or Okay, gotcha. You
Hey,
back?
my
Okay.
my Bluetooth just connected from my computer, and then
Oh
I
yeah,
don't know if
that
it booted
did
me or.
happen.
Hmm,
It didn't happen. I don't know, man. I honestly don't know. I don't want to make up guesses and all the other stuff on these things, the weird shit. There's like multiple parts of my brain, and there's one that like formulates in the whole conspiracy theory kind of thing for everything, and then there's one that just deals with, hey, people are fucking stupid, and that's why they do stupid shit. And right now, that's a part of my brain that basically my entire brain is looking for an answer that points definitively in either direction, and I just
no, no. I mean,
don't.
talking's good because you know what's
No,
funny
no,
is
I don't have a problem. Yeah, I
funny
definitely like talking about
listen
it.
though, just tonight, just between you and I talking about it, it never dawned on me about that whole. Remember the whole credit card scanner in the
Mhm,
3.5 millimeter? I never thought about that, and I've thought about this 1,000 times, and I
mhm.
totally didn't even think of that aspect of it being more data like that. So it's good to talk about it because
Oh no, it's
I don't know
definitely
why.
yeah. I'm happy to talk about anything. It's just that one. I don't
I mean, I'm
know.
glad to learn stuff. If I'm wrong, I'll admit it.
In my mind, if somebody's that incompetent, they should not even have that job in the first place. Period.
Mm, sure.
That should be part of the fucking your credibility or whatever to be able to work this cases or whatnot. But
Mm.
I don't.
Anyways, you're sounding pretty tired. We should end this there.
Oh no, I'll
Um,
probably be up for the whole until later on and everything else. Um,
well,
no, I mean, but if you need to go, you can go. I mean, I'll probably end the stream anyway soon enough. But I don't know. I was just
yeah.
processing it in my head in a bit of hyperdrive or whatever, and just like going through it, both angles. Like I'm like change. Whenever that subject gets brought up, I have to sit there and go back in my mind and process the known information that I have that covers each side. It's like,
Hmm.
um, and the
How
problem
many
is,
times? Hey, how many times has Ruckus showed up in your chat? You did. You got him to come, so that was good.
well, I didn't want to bring him up in the first place, but
No,
like I
no,
said,
no.
um,
I mean, he
yeah.
came.
Like I said, there's always somebody from each group that has an eye on me. That's just how it goes.
Yeah, it's
That's why
pretty
I said
important.
when it was mentioned in the chat that people were being quiet. Um, quiet doesn't necessarily mean that they're not there. It just means that they're doing their thing. I mean,
And wait, and they're all saying, "Why are you talking to that shippy guy? He's an idiot."
yeah, and they don't like you because you deal with prop.
Ah, that's
And
fine. I
you're
mean,
probably trying to figure out if I'm dealing with prop. I just can't. Yeah. I tried
I
that for
listen.
like a small amount of time, but it's like, yeah, no.
I like listening to lots of different people, and Prof
Well,
is
I
one of
get
them.
that. Yeah, I know how you are or whatever, it's just back then I would be able to explain these things to them, and then they probably would just chill on specific things involving you or whatever. But yeah,
But
that
also,
relationship.
I enjoy the chats I mean,
Right,
listen,
right.
I'll be straight. I'm 52. When I turned 40, I was depressed for 10 years, and I didn't want to
Mm.
talk to anybody. And now I enjoy talking in the chats. I mean, I enjoy it talking to people now, and I didn't
Um,
before. So,
Oddly enough, the chat is one thing. This whole talkie thing. I'm trying to remember the first time I did it in the first place.
like talking on panel, like on the
Yeah, yeah. Believe it or not, that's always one thing because it's only just typing certain things in, and yeah, you can
that's
make
what I'm
yourself a
talking about.
different character. But it's different when you sit there and have an actual discussion verbally with the
Right.
people and other stuff.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm fresh at all this. This is like my sixth time, and I've only been
Oh,
on like last 2 or 3 weeks.
I remember when that was.
Hmm.
I remember. I think the first few times I wasn't even. Where'd it go? Still there?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. No, it like minimized the browser real quick. So I was like, oh shit, did
Oh,
it
okay.
close?
No, it's here.
No, the first few times I talked to the group as a group or whatever, I think it wasn't even part of any live or anything like that. We were just shooting shit and throwing details back, spitballing basically. In the I think the Discord server itself. So I mean, at that point, it was pretty easy. You got used to just talking to certain individuals that were right there at the time, and that's all it was. Once the live got involved, I never really at the beginning had to pay too much attention to um, anything involving the chat or whatever. But it's just like when you're either retaining enough information or able to provide. Oddly enough, okay. I think the thing I got most well known for the longest time was I would just sit there in the chat, and before I was even using my voice or anything like that, while creators were trying to actually bring up different details or ideas and everything else. Every single time that somebody would ask a question or whatever, so the creators in my group at least or whatever that I was in, um, wouldn't have to keep stopping and answering each individual question. I would just sit there and answer every single damn question I possibly could. Does that make any sense?
Right. Yes. But yeah,
Yeah.
for me, like this free ball talking is okay. But I do
Oh,
like when I was on Peggy's channel and on Amy's channel, I like reading the documents and then stopping and analyzing them and stuff and kind of talking about them again.
yeah, I mean that at the same time, that's a thousand times easier for me, even as it's
Yes.
yeah, because
Less
it
stressful.
doesn't really take any thought process to do that. It's just reading up. As long as you have a voice and you can
Like,
say the words right and all that other shit.
but
It's just back in school
it's
when they told us to read out loud.
yeah, it's entertaining though because I liked when on Amy G I read as Nick McClelland, and she would just jump in as you know an
You mean
ear in the sky and interrupt
like
Nick.
when I was Todd Click on criminality?
Did you do that? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm
Well,
pretty sure that's where they got the idea. She got the idea from. If that was her
no,
idea, or whatever.
that's
It's
good. Right.
because yeah, T did it first. Everybody had to perform in character.
Right. Now
Yeah.
I remember that. That's what like all four of you. But what I did on Amy's was I read only Nick's closing statement, and she
Mhm.
wasn't reading anything. She just jumped in and ripped on Nick, and I had to try to answer as Nick, and I screwed up the first one, and I was answering as Shibby and Nick, and I was nervous, but it was funny though. It was comical, and people enjoyed it, so that's good.
Now, see, normally I'd be like, yes, yes, we get it. You guys enjoy flirting, blah 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 blah. That's just how I would normally just respond to
No.
that.
I mean, it's interesting to go back and look over that stuff and read it again. And I mean, not I would never want to make light of the girls. I wish this never
No.
happened,
Uh,
and all of that. But the whole investigation and the court, the trial, I think we need to you know poke holes in that because it shouldn't be easy to put somebody away for 130 years.
Yeah, the matter I feel like okay, like I said, once I don't know, I don't need to say my actual physical stance on the whole damn thing. I've done said it a million times. You know this case in any way, shape, or form, at least partially. You know how I feel in the matter. Um, and hey, I leave it open for anybody that ever thinks that they can somehow. Uh, I am able to be convinced if somebody actually has a valid enough reason for me to change my mind, I would actually change it, in that respect. But
Right.
at the same
And
time, yeah.
I think that's 90% of the people in here, even on both sides. I think I'd like to hope that people are intellectually mature enough to change their mind in light of new evidence, or
You say
to
that, but
see
there's
things
a lot of
differently.
people I don't think that. Some people I tried to explain certain things to because they run around saying that there's no evidence against Richard Allen committed this crime at all. And I'm like, I can eliminate everything the goal said that should be eliminated by it if there's a logical reason that you need to err in the behalf of the defense. I'm like, I can eliminate the damn solitary confinement and this and that, aka the confessions. I
Right.
can eliminate things that are bullshit science, in my opinion. Not bullshit science, but
Right.
at least weak circumstantial evidence. Let me word it the right way.
Sure. The ballistics.
But
Ballistics is a subjective opinion.
yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, I'm not even going to call that ballistics. Sorry to say, because to me, ballistics isn't always will be the study of the striae and striations left in the firing pin marks left on a bullet that
Well,
travels
what
through
do
the
you
barrel.
call
Yeah,
it?
you know what I mean. Yeah.
It's a
Uh,
subjective
the
opinion.
unspent.
Whatever it is.
I thought I just answered that. I said it was bullshit. That's what I'm going to call it. Until the technology I feel existed, they can actually. Yeah. But yeah.
At the very
Um,
least, they should have compared it with another gun, bullet casing that was racked and not fired. Right.
the way, okay, I'm going to give everybody a valid reason why I say that. Okay. For one, for me to consider something valid evidence to be used in a murder trial against somebody, especially when this is going to cost them possibly their life, either in prison or on death row,
Yeah.
to be considered fucking good evidence. To me, it just has to meet certain factors and criteria and limits. And if it doesn't, then I just okay. It lowers it in the scale in each way a little bit each time. And in this instance, it's I could possibly say it can be considered like the weak, very very weak circumstantial evidence at best. At best. Um, and I have multiple reasons why. Okay, as I was saying earlier in the show or whatnot, when you talked about somebody's fingerprint being found on a crime scene, correct? Okay, the fingerprint investigators and everything else, they can look over 1,000 fingerprints and pinpoint each one to each person that they have in front of them. Bam, 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 bam. I'm not going to say they're perfect, but they're pretty damn good about it. That's good evidence. Okay. DNA experts, when they're actually doing their good shit, their good job, and all that other stuff, we've heard numbers like 1 in 672 trillion. You know how many Earths that would take to create that many people? And the fact that they found the one and all that,
Yeah. Yeah.
well,
Yeah.
there you go. That's a fucking immaculate, amazing, fucking good evidence. Okay. How many guns were tested, Joe, in this instance when it comes to the unspent round?
Just
I
his.
remember
She
like
couldn't. Wasn't it
four or
just his?
five. Yeah,
Was it?
4 or 5.
Hmm.
Yeah, we got Rick Allen's, we have Ron Logan's, we have Brad Weber's, we have that one guy I can never remember his name, but he was rated for something else, and it was in the warrant.
Right.
Uh,
Right. Right.
so
Right. Well,
at
she
least
said
four.
she couldn't rule out Weber's gun. Right.
Okay, Weber's gun was deemed inconclusive. Ron Logan's,
Right.
which I get Weber's gun. Okay, that makes it more of a type of potential circumstantial evidence actually okay circumstantial evidence. The fact that because Weber owned a 40 caliber P226, so that would make sense. Okay, and what my initial theory was that hey, maybe you, I don't believe you can actually to a direct single gun, but a certain direct line of guns, that's different. Possible, making it somewhat. I mean, then you could say, hey, Rick Allen did own the P226, and that is the kind of gun that possibly, that's different. That's
Hey,
sounds better.
also,
You know what I mean?
hey, he didn't lend his gun out to nobody too. Remember?
He did say that. He said he did not do that. And that, on the other hand, while it's weak, I can get behind that just a little bit. Now, came close, yeah, specifically from his gun. I'm sorry, I can't. I can't do it. If you got two conclusives, and but then the Ron Logan shit, and I need to verify that to make sure that's 1,000% true or whatever. Because Ron Logan's 40 caliber Glock also inconclusive. Like whoa, hold up. Now we have a problem. Okay, that's no longer the same make. That's no longer the same model. That's
Right.
I guarantee the extractor and everything else is probably in a damn fucking slightly different area. And I'm like, just shaped differently. Or I don't know. I'm sorry. Once you said it, you just went from okay level of circumstantial evidence to now very weak at
Now,
best.
now, are we to believe that Oberg couldn't they do like a double blind study where they they racked four bullets from each of those guns, and then we took, we took note of which was which, and then let her prove that she can actually match them.
No, I
You
think
think
it
she'd
needs
get
to be
anywhere?
okay. If you want to call this shit good evidence, I've always said this since the very first time I've heard about this fucking unspent round, and it's plain out and simply. I expect you, as a supposed expert, not you, but you know what I'm saying, to be able, I should be able to lay out well over more actually, but I'll just go with 1,000 for now. I want 1,000 P226s. I want 1,000 unspent rounds, and I want you to show me whichever the fucking one is damn well Richard Allen. You could do that,
Right.
okay,
So
that's evidence.
what error rate would you take? Like what percentage would you need to be convinced? Hello? I can't hear you if you're saying something. Hello? I can't hear you, bud.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yep. Now hear you now.
No, sorry, I didn't notice the screen went black or whatever. Okay, for any kind of evidence used to possibly take someone's life, whether it be on death row or fucking life in prison or whatever, your success rate on this supposed evidence damn sure better be over 90 fucking percent.
Yeah,
And I
that's what
want
I
to see
figured. Yep.
numbers in the thousand. I want to see at
Yeah.
least 1,000. I said that
Geez,
back then too. It was like
I'd
I
be
want
happy,
at least
I'd
a
be happy
thousand
with
guns.
99 out of
Mhm.
100. I would accept.
No, I want
She
a
got
that.
99
No,
correct.
um,
Well,
I've actually talked to a few printing experts and shit, and I've watched them do their shit, and most of them, the ones that are used in court and everything else, they have a success rate of usually over around 90% or better.
now are you
Um,
talking about the same
that's
scenario of it being
why
unspent round?
I believe it should have to go by the same standards to be considered good evidence in the trial. I believe they all, everything that's considered physical or scientific evidence in an actual murder case. by
Uh-huh.
either it be the DNA or a fingerprint or ballistics or anything like that. The motherfucker that's up there better damn well be able to show me he or she has got that 90% fucking threshold or above, and they should
Right.
then be verified by a second person with that same ranking just to make sure their shit isn't fucked up. That way, at
Right.
least then you have a chance that more combines into like 97%.
Right. Yeah, I hear you. Hey,
And
that's a
that,
blue jay.
yeah, that's exactly how I do. That's what they do in DNA, because every single time they do the blood test and all that other stuff, they get the profile from the DNA and they compare it and then they make a match. That match has to be verified by either an outside source or another team or whatever to make sure that it is in fact legit. That's good evidence. That's what I'm talking about.
Right.
How
But
many
it's
different forms of evidence? Sorry, I'm talking a lot again, but there's been so many different forms of evidence that used to be able to be used in crimes left and right that is no longer used now because it turned out to be, I don't want to say bullshit science, but it just turned out to be that a lot of them had different alternate means that they could have
I
gotten
know one.
their,
I know one.
yeah,
Hey,
bite
carpet
teeth
fibers.
marked.
Carpet fibers too.
It depends on the carpet, but yeah, I get what you're saying. I do remember a few
Eggs.
cases where a very specific, like, carpet fibers were found, like very specific. Like,
Right.
yeah, they only come from like very rare sources. I think one was like
Sure.
a murder serial killer kind of thing involving a red Corvette that only a specific year had the specific car kind of rug in carpeting in the car.
Yeah.
I remember they used to call it like tri global, blah 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 blah. It was a very rare, specific kind of
Right.
carpet. I
I'm
understand
sure
that
there was.
fully. I'm
Yeah.
okay.
That's a different circumstance.
Mhm. But this regular shit, no. Uh, bite teeth marks
Yeah,
is
that was
another one.
ridiculous. Yeah, the bite stuff.
And the fact that that was actually used against someone like Ted Bundy because he ate an apple or whatever, it's like, I'm sorry, that's bullshit evidence. It's just bullshit. I remember a very big time case at the time. I can't remember who, but a guy was sent to death row because his bite marks, an expert claimed, matched the bite teeth marks left on the victim. Um,
Yeah.
it was later proven that yes, indeed, in fact, multiple people can have the same bite marks.
Hey, you want to hear a funny
Quite,
story about
yeah.
this, dude?
Mhm.
You got to listen to this. You ever heard of that show, TV show Elementary? It's shooting a modern Sherlock Holmes.
Right. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Listen, there was an
With
episode about
Johnny,
this
what's
exact
his
same
name?
thing. Yeah, Johnny something. Anyways,
Hmm.
there's an episode about bite marks. Did you see that? Because what it was there was a guy in prison who got fake teeth made, and then the dentist went and made they
Hmm.
just used they used his mold to make all the other prisoners fake teeth. So there was 20 or 30
Yeah.
guys running around with the same bite pattern. That
Hmm.
was pretty
So he
funny.
could hide from his own crime. I think I remember something like that. I mean, I watched all the episodes of Elementary and the other new Sherlock too. So I'm sure I have seen it. Um,
It's actually good. It's pretty good. Like I mean, it's corny, but it's good.
oh yeah, I like it. But I do like Sherlock much better, much better.
Sure, the original one.
Yeah, but I do think the whole Watson's a hot chick though. I'm down with that. No,
Yeah, for sure.
yeah,
Lucy
Lucy
Liu.
Liu and shit. Hell yeah,
Yeah.
hell yeah, fuck yeah,
Did you
dude.
ever?
Charlie's Angels. Hell yeah.
There's a
What's the
Canadian
name?
version called Murdoch Mysteries. You ever heard of that?
Murdoch Mystery. I've heard of it. I didn't realize it was like
It's good.
a Sherlock one.
Mm,
Hmm.
well, it's kind of like back in the 1900s. It's more like a detective who's it's not Sherlock, but it's kind of the same type of thing. They each show they solve a crime kind of thing.
Oh, there's so many shows like that. Oh man, I think they call them procedurals or whatever like that. Oh, Bones, like Bones and shit. I love Bones. Bones is good
Mm,
shit.
yeah, Yeah.
But yeah, no, yeah, there's other forms of evidence. We have an expert that's able to testify that this hair is microscopically similar to the one found on the victim. His hair matches and is microscopically similar to them. Yeah, we call that bullshit science.
Yeah. How about pet hair? Pet hair was that? Is there different with that? Or?
It's different if it has a root or whatever like that. Pet DNA is some good shit though. That's good
Right. Right.
evidence.
Right. Right.
Plant DNA is also, yeah, anything DNA. If done right, you can be safe in the assumption that you're probably getting some good evidence right then and there.
Right.
That's why it is so important. But the fact is that it, I, I, I don't understand why I don't know. Everything about this crime tells me lone offender, lone wolf, blah blah blah
Ooh.
blah. Who the fuck would he trust that much to involve them in the murder of two girls? And that's the part. That's the only part that bothers me. I don't understand that.
Hey, do
I don't see
you
Rick
want to know
Allen
something
trusting
funny?
anybody. Hmm.
Amy and I, when we were talking, we were reading. I think it was Amy or Peggy. We were reading Jerry Holman's deposition, and you know what Jerry Holman said? He said that there was so many footprints in the area that they didn't bother collecting any samples or pictures or anything. There was so many of them. There was too many. Isn't that crazy?
Well, you guys have been research and all that, so I mean, you know how many different. I mean, because I'm thinking about the brand and all that that I remember that he was wearing and stuff like that, and the estimation of what I remember his foot size to being. It's like one of the most common foot sizes. I think it was like a 10 or 11 or some shit. And yeah, I do get that part. I will at least. I mean, I don't know.
But that
I
could
didn't
tell a
see where all
story.
the fingers footprints. Yeah, it could, but at the
Could
same
tell a
time,
story.
no, it's that is true. I will say that much. But yeah, I mean, it's tough. But how do you not hire the guy to come in there or the woman, whoever it decides to be, to get an
Hmm.
estimation measurement on how tall fucking bridge guy is? I'm
Right.
sorry,
Right.
I will never
Right.
understand. I just won't.
Again.
And
Yeah.
I did it my damn self. That's oh my god, that is so important because once you have an expert in there with all the shit needed to pull that off, he's able to literally throw that up there and say, "Well, I can tell you that it could have been Ron Logan because this person's way too short," or "I can
Right.
tell you that it's not Rick Elling."
That's
You know,
that's why
and how
because
do you not do that?
they
It's
because it was exculpatory to Rick Allen. They know it. I bet because they could have got it within
listen.
they could have got it accurate within 2 to 4 inches, right, or 2 inches either way. And if it ruled out Rick
Yeah, it would
Allen,
have been
they
about
knew
two and a
that.
half. Yeah, there was an estimated difference of a possible two and a half, give or take. So yeah, and plus it does, but at the same time, that's something that you leave out when your case is just that strong. You know, you don't leave it off when you got so little. I mean, think of how many
Or
different
you leave.
states you try the same case with the same evidence. I don't see him coming up winning like that. Or I don't see the state winning like that. I just really don't. After I've seen what O.J. Simpson somehow succeeded in winning in trial and stuff, yeah, I just or Casey Anthony. Wow,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well,
I
hey,
feel like
anyways,
there's like,
I'm gonna have to get going soon.
yeah,
It's almost 6 o'clock in the morning here.
yeah, I gotta go get some cigarettes anyway.
I'm finished work. I'm technically working now till 7 a.m. So I gotta try to do some stuff before then.
I gotta go to work at some point, but I gotta see if I'm gonna be followed by ice. So I'm gonna do a little coast up to the store
Oh,
first.
yeah. Good luck with that. Right on. Well, we'll
Ah,
continue this
no.
later. How's that?
Oh yeah, there's so many things to talk about. I just got to process them and figure out which ones. Because I know there's,
Okay.
and I'm only saying this real quick before I end the live, but I know there's some fucking piece of information it keeps slipping through my fingers that is missing from this whole damn thing that's very important. Either we have it or we need it or something, but I feel like it's the answer to everything. If we just, yeah, I gotta remember, figure out what it is or something, but it's there's something there. I'm telling you, there's something there. We're all missing it, and I'm not just insulting everybody else. I'm saying I'm missing it too. So
Right. Right. Well, we're gonna get to it eventually.
yeah, you know,
Right
and
on.
whatever it leads to, and I'm sure somebody's going to figure it out. I just don't know who the hell it's going to be, or if it's going to be any best. But it'd be great if it was.
Holy shit! It's oh my god! I was thinking. I thought it was 6 a.m. It's 7:53. It's almost 8 a.m.
It's
I was
8
looking at
a.m. dog. It's almost 8.
the line that said 6 hours. I thought it was. I thought it was the time.
No,
Oh my
yeah,
god!
yeah.
Almost 8. Holy shit! I'm way overdoing it. Oh fuck it now.
Is there people
Anyway,
still watching?
I don't. It says. Jesus. Let me check. It says. I don't. There's six. It says. Fuck! It's almost 8 a.m. Oh, I'll have to do it
Yeah.
tomorrow. Because, anyways, fuck it. I gotta go to sleep. This is crazy.
Sleep is for the weak. I'll sleep when I'm dead. All right. Have a good one, dude. Thanks
Okay,
for
man.
coming on.
Later. Thanks. Okay, bye.
All right. Peace. All right. I'm gonna go ahead for now, unless somebody magically else wants to come up here. Um, yeah. Thanks for all who came and listened and whatever else. Sometime soon I'll probably be back on camera and stuff like that. I gotta get a haircut and stuff. But yeah, it'll happen soon. Everybody have a great night. Um, thanks to Shibby for coming on. It's always had a good, better, at least to have somebody to shoot the shit with back and forth with that knows some details of the case. And like I said, I'm more the type that anybody's welcome to come up here or whatever. You're going to be polite, at least as polite as me, which isn't even that polite, but and be willing to listen and to go back and forth and all this other shit. And it doesn't matter the case or whatever. I got to the point where I just got tired of hearing about Delphi, but at the same time, I guess there's a lot of new people or a lot of people that are like still reaching for details that they're not sure of. I don't mind once in a while to come on here and answer some things if I actually know the answers. But if I don't, at least I'm just going to tell you straight up. No. Um, yeah, it is what it always will be. I just believe this entire case has been pretty well fucked from the get go. It is what it is. Uh, I still believe, at least until somebody proves to me otherwise, that somehow, some way, through all this messed up shit that went on and mistakes that happened and everything else, that somehow um, they reached up out of the pit of the abyss and still grabbed the right guy. Because once you eliminate all the evidence and everything else that somehow points, that shouldn't technically probably be allowed because one reason or another, hypothetically, I am not the court of law, it's not my decision, et cetera, et cetera. But there's still undeniable bits of evidence that keep pointing in that man's direction. Is my issue on the matter. And not much of it. I don't know if it's even enough to get a conviction. It's like close. Like I'd be more like leaning towards the whole felony murder than all four charges. Um, if I was a jury member or the jury, I figure at most they can't take the risk of letting somebody like that go free. So I get it. I get it. You know, at the same time, yeah, I'd be more likely to believe the felony murder thing because in my mind, he is definitely the guy in the video. Um, all the measurements I was able to take in that pain in the ass in the only way, he definitely cannot be eliminated in any way, shape, or form. Hell, he gave no alibi. Don't even get me started on the multiple reasons why it's a possibility uh, or a good chance of a possibility. I'm left with the thought of he is either a witness or the culprit or involved in the crime. And if you have a witness that is at the crime scene of it, you just don't let him escape like that. So it doesn't make any sense either that he's a witness because if he was, I do believe he would have been found at the bottom of that bridge dead. Just my opinion, or at least maybe with the girls, or I don't know. Plus, certain ways he acted just don't check out to me. Uh, and these are other things don't make sense. How? Why was he so apologetic to Abby and Abby's family and wanted to give him a Bible and all this other stuff? If he's completely innocent. And on top of that, if he's not, or it did have something to do with Abby's death, or in this case, probably caused it, why was he so cruel and cold hearted or whatever to Libby and her family? It's stuff like that that make me think. And then DNA and all this other stuff. It's like, did somebody help him? Is he the type of person that would trust somebody enough to let them get involved in this? Everything I know about crime, or at least murder and stuff like that, upon looking at the scene and all that, kind of told me, yeah, one killer, lone wolf, asshole type, blah blah blah, had a thing against severe hatred for women for whatever reason, and probably had a triggering event. I said that many years ago. I'm still saying that now. Problem is, we have signs of evidence indicating two different people were there. Until I figured that part out, it's gonna bug the shit out of me. But everybody try to have a nice night and stay safe. Okay.